Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
Nigeria's worsening security situation has continued to intensify calls for the creation of state police, as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes stretch the capacity of federal security agencies across several regions. In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed repeated mass abductions of school children and civilians, including incidents in Kaduna, Niger, Zamfara, and Katsina states, where armed groups have targeted schools, highways, and rural communities. The Chibok schoolgirls' abduction in Borno State, the Kankara school attack in Katsina, and the recent wave of kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway remain defining examples of the scale of insecurity confronting the country. Beyond school attacks, rural banditry in the northwest has led to mass displacement of communities, destruction of livelihoods, and repeated negotiations for hostage releases. In the southeast, violent attacks on security formations and civilian targets have also been recorded in parts of Anambra, Imo, and Enugu states. In the northeast, insurgency linked to Boko Haram and ISWAP continues to destabilize rural and border communities despite years of military oppression. Security analysts argue that these overlapping crises expose a major structural gap: Nigeria's centralized policing system. With the Nigeria Police Force controlled federally, operational directives, logistics, and deployment approvals often require central clearance, even when emergencies are localized. A key challenge often raised is the limited operational authority of state governors over commissioners of police. While governors are officially described as chief security officers of their states, in practice, commissioners of police in each state report directly to the Inspector General of Police in Abuja. This means governors cannot independently order arrests, deployments, or tactical operations without federal approval. There have been several public instances where governors requested urgent deployment or redeployment of police personnel during crisis, only for delays or bureaucratic procedures to slow response time. In fast-moving security emergencies such as kidnappings or communal clashes, these delays can prove critical. Supporters of state police argue that decentralization would allow states to respond faster, using officers recruited, trained, and deployed within local environments. They say local policing would improve intelligence gathering, because officers understand local languages, terrain, and community networks, which are essential in tracking criminal groups operating in rural and forested areas. They also point to countries with decentralized policing systems. In the United States, state and local police forces operate independently but coordinate through federal agencies when necessary. In Germany, policing is primarily managed at state level, Länder, while maintaining federal oversight for national security. India also maintains state-controlled police forces under a federal constitutional framework. However, Nigeria's security experts caution that without strong oversight, state police could be vulnerable to political interference. There are concerns that governors could misuse security structures against political opponents, journalists, or dissenting voices, especially in states with weak institutional checks. Human rights advocates also warn that disparity in funding and training between states could create unequal policing standards across the country. Wealthier states may develop stronger forces, while poorer regions could struggle to maintain professional capacity, potentially widening security inequality. Despite these concerns, many analysts argue that the current centralized system is overstretched. With Nigeria's population exceeding 200 million and vast ungoverned rural spaces, federal police presence is often thin on the ground, creating operational vacuums exploited by armed groups. In several kidnapping cases along highways and remote communities, response times have been delayed due to distance, logistics, and command structure approvals. This has strengthened argument that localized policing would reduce response time and improve preventive intelligence rather than reactive operations. Proponents now suggest a hybrid model where state police operate under national standards with unified training, strict federal oversight, and shared intelligence systems. This, they argue, would balance local efficiency with national control and reduce the risk of
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Welcome to Morning Business Outlook, your window into the markets, money, and economic developments shaping Nigeria. Coming to you live from Aneke TV. Global stocks hit record highs this morning as Brent crude plunged below $80 on easy Middle East tensions. Here at home, the Nigerian exchange cooled off after yesterday's profit taking, but strong trading volume shows big money is hunting value in Tier 1 banks ahead of half-year dividends. Meanwhile, the naira holds firm at 1,363 naira to the dollar. We have the numbers, the breakdown, and the strategy you need. And this is the Business Outlook, where data meets destiny, and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's make your money move with the world. Starting with the Nigerian equities market, where the Nigerian exchange closed softer on Tuesday, August the 1st, as widespread profit-taking in heavyweight financials, consumer goods, and industrial counters pulled the main market index lower, despite a sharp rise in trading activities. All-share index ASI declined by 0.38% to settle at 244,802.83 points. Market capitalization shared 598.83 billion to close at 158.02 trillion naira. Market breadth closed strongly negative with 13 gainers against 40 decliners. 1.56 billion shares exchanged hands across 54,098 deals worth 28.70 billion naira. Trading volume spiked by a positive 69%, while total value dropped a negative 24% relative to the prior section. Japan Gold and Ventures, traded as Japan Gold, dominated equity volume, trading at 904.42 million shares. MTN Nigeria led value turnover on the exchange, anchoring major institutional flows. I'm quickly taking a look at top gainers, where leading yesterday's bullish chart was Ava Capital PLC, which spearheaded the advances after surging 9.94% to close at 9 naira 95 kobo per share. Close on its heels was Nigeria Real Estate Investment Trust, NERIT, rallying by 9.71% to finish the day at 113 naira even. Livestock Fuels PLC also made significant stride, adding 9.49% to settle at 8 naira 65 kobo. Pharmaceutical outfit Nemet International Pharmaceuticals posted strong momentum as well, advancing 8.43 bullish adjustment to close at 9 naira flat. Rounding out the top 5 gainers was ICO Insurance PLC, which picked up 3.47% to hit 4 naira 18 kobo per share. I'm quickly taking a look at the top leggers, where on the seller side of the board, Multiverse Mining and Exploration hit the maximum downward limit, tumbling 10% to close at 22 naira 95 kobo per share. Living Trust Mortgage Bank suffered an identical decline, dropping a bearish 10% to settle at 3 naira 42 kobo. Consumer goods manufacturer MC Nichols PLC faced steep selling pressure, shedding bearish 9.92% to end at 5 naira 45 kobo. Paper processing firm Thomas Wyatt Nigeria also sank a negative 9.87%, dropping 3 naira 56 kobo. Finally, energy firm Etena PLC closed out the main decliners, falling a bearish 9.09% to land at 33 naira even. And quickly to our market projection. Expect a cautious and range-bound section to start the day. Profit taking across tier 1 banking and consumer goods counters may continue in early trade as investors rebalance portfolios after recent market runs. However, downside risks are expected to be capped by selective deep buying. Strong underlying macroeconomic fundamentals, notably the Q2 GDP growth, the projection tracking near 4.5% alongside sustained foreign exchange liquidity should provide support, particularly for high-yield dividend stocks and telecom oil sector leaders. And that takes us to the forex market, where the Nigerian naira held steady with a marginal firming bias in the official foreign exchange market on Tuesday, supported by improved dollar liquidity and sustained intervention by the Central Bank of Nigeria. We'll take a look at the official market. The naira closed at 1,000 363 naira 41 kobo against the dollar, representing a modest gain of a 0.10% from the previous section's weighted average of 1,364 naira 83 kobo against the dollar. Intraday trading spanned a high of 1,368 naira and a low of 1,362 naira against the US dollar. And at the street market or the black market, the British change market, what we call the parallel market, the local currency traded in a tight, stable band around 1,385 naira to 1,390 naira against the US dollar, keeping the premium between official and unofficial rates narrow at under 2%. Total turnover at the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market maintained strong momentum, crossing 500 million US dollar in institutional deals as foreign portfolio investor participation remained healthy. Now, taking a look at the key performance drivers. One of such drivers is the monetary policy stance. High yields on fixed income instruments anchored by the monetary policy rate of 26.50%, continue to attract foreign capital inflows into liquid treasury bills and open market operation auction. Another factor is import demand moderation, where decreased demand for foreign exchange for refined petroleum products driven by domestic refinery output helped buffer systemic reserves. And quickly taking a look at the foreign exchange outlook for today. Expect the Naira to maintain its stable range-bound trajectory during today's session. The exchange rate is projected to trade within the 1,360 Naira to 1,370 Naira range in the official window, underpinned by predictable CBN forex liquidity injections and steady commercial bank interbank trades. Calm sentiment is expected across the parallel market, though market watchers will closely monitor global oil price fluctuations and upcoming primary debt auction for signs of shifting yield dynamics. And quickly moving on to the energy market. Yes, speaking to the Brent crude, where global oil benchmark experienced a sharp downturn yesterday as diplomatic breakthroughs between the US and Iran eased geopolitical risk premiums. Brent futures plunged 5.3%, down $4.41 on Tuesday, to settle at $79.36 per barrel, breaking below the psychological $80 handle to hit a 3-week low. Brent swung from an early section highs of $83.77 per barrel to a low of $79.08 per barrel. And the key catalyst here is indications of progress in diplomatic talks aimed at easing regional tension and reopening commercial shipping routes, through the critical Strait of Hormuz, triggered aggressive unwinding of long positions by institutional energy funds. And now taking a look at the performance this morning. Energy markets opened today's section on a cautious range-bound note as momentum cooled following yesterday's sell-off. Yes, Brent crude is trading slightly lower, hovering around $79.08 per barrel, down 0.35% in early Asian and European trade. Technical consolidation is dominating early trade, with market participants pausing to verify the substance of ongoing diplomatic negotiations before committing to fresh directional positions. Now quickly to our Brent crude projection for today. Expect a volatile, headline-driven section for global oil prices today, with technical floor testing, taking center stage. Brent is expected to test immediate support between $78.50 and $79 per barrel. A breach below $78.50 could open room towards $77, while initial upside resistance sits near $81.20 per barrel. Now, the key primary drivers to watch as the markets continue today is the diplomatic updates. Further official commentary regarding the status of US-Iran discussions on maritime passage will dictate near-term risk sentiment. Another factor to look at is the inventory data. Official commercial crude oil and gasoline inventory reports from the U.S. Energy Information Administration, EIA, due later today will provide key signals on underlying domestic demand. And with that, we'll go on a short break. When we return, the business outlook continues. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose fault is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Welcome back. You're still watching the Business Outlook on Aneke TV, coming to you live from Enugu State. And we are taking a look at the Nigerian commodities market, where the Nigerian agricultural commodities market closed on a mixed market, note on Tuesday, August the 4th, as seasonal harvest pressure brought marginal price relief for key grains, while elevated interstate logistic costs kept coastal and regional consumption hubs under pressure. At the exchange level, grain futures across major commodities exchange reflect moderate divergence. Maize led the session's advances, gaining 1.8% to trade at an average of 37,000 naira per bag, while paddy rice edged up by 0.8% to settle at 57,000 naira per 50 kilogram bag. Conversely, soybeans posted the day's sharpest decline, falling 1.2% to 35,000 naira per bag, while brown beans softened by 0.9% to close at 74,000 per 100 kilogram sack. And quickly taking a look at the staple food price performance across key cities, starting with Lagos Market Hub. In Lagos, coastal logistic charges and wholesale landing fees maintained upward pressure on imported and processed staples. A 50 kilogram bag of local parboiled rice traded steady at 55,000 naira, while imported foreign rice held at 75,000 naira per bag. White garri retailed at an average of 950 naira per kilogram, while 100 kilogram sack of brown beans traded around 110,000 naira. Perishables witnessed modest volatility, with a standard basket of tomatoes fetching 38,000 naira. And moving over to Abuja Capital Hub. In Abuja, proximity to North Central Farm Belts helped cushion grain prices, though urban retail margins remained elevated. Local rice averaged 50,000 naira per 50 kilogram bag, while foreign rice traded at 68,000 naira per bag. White garri offered consumer relief, selling off 750 naira per kilogram. A 100 kilogram bag of brown beans cleared at 92,000 naira, while a basket of fresh tomatoes dropped slightly to 32,000 naira on increased supply from nearby produce corridors. And quickly moving to the Enugu Regional Hub. In Enugu, regional supply transit costs from northern supply centers continue to reflect in final shelf prices. Local rice traded at 54,000 naira per 50 kilogram bag, while imported foreign rice reached 76,000 naira per bag. White garri recorded some of the highest regional rates, averaging 1,050 naira per kilogram due to strong local cassava demand. Brown beans held firm at 105,000 naira per 100 kilogram bag, while a basket of tomatoes retailed at 42,000 naira. And quickly, taking a look at the commodities market outlook for today, expect the commodities market to maintain a split trajectory during today's session. Grains and dry staples are expected to trade with a mild downward tilt across northern producing hubs as early grain harvests enter local assembly markets. However, high transport freight rates are likely to prevent these farm gate price reductions from fully filtering down to consumer markets in Lagos and Enugu, keeping retail prices in southern and eastern markets firm in the short term. And quickly, we'll run along to take a look at the international market, where global equity markets surged on Tuesday, August the 1st, powered by blockbuster corporate earnings on Wall Street, cooling crude oil prices and renewed risk appetite across European and Asian trading desks. Starting from Wall Street, U.S. equities delivered a record-breaking section as strong corporate earnings, particularly across artificial intelligence and industrial sectors, combined with falling energy costs to spark an aggressive rally. S&P 500 shot up by 1.79% to reach a record close of 7,736.52 points. The Jones Industrial Average added 907 points to close at 46,245.10 points. Nasdaq Composite jumped 2.60% to settle at 26,015.95 points. And moving on to European markets, where European benchmarks closed higher across the board, benefiting from relief over lower crude import costs and positive sentiments flowing from the American section. Germany, DAX 30, advanced 0.85% to close at 23,871.20 points. And in France, CAC 40 gained a 0.48% to finish at 7,897.70 points. And over to United Kingdom, where FTSE 100 edged up a 0.20% to settle at 9,142.30 points. And Euro Stoxx 50 rose to a 0.96% to hit 5,801.15 points. And quickly to the Asian markets, Asia Pacific equities recorded a largely positive section, driven by strong buying momentum in semiconductor and technology counters, though Hong Kong diverged from the regional trend. Japan, Nikkei 225 gained 0.32% to finish at 63,957.53 points. South Korea, Kospi surged a positive 101.50 points to settle at 6,358.95 points. And in China, Shanghai Composite rose to 0.33% to close at 3,822.28 points. China CSI 300 advanced 1.05% to land at 4,642.10 points. And in Hong Kong, Hang Seng shared 0.60% to end at 25,852.92 points. And quickly, here is our market advice, especially for the Nigerian investors. We are urging you to lock high yields into fixed income for defensive protection. Use equity dips to build positions in Tier 1 leaders before half-year dividend payouts and clear foreign exchange needs, while official foreign exchange rates hold steady at 1,363 naira against the dollar. On equities, we are urging you to buy the dip in Tier 1 banks and MTN. Avoid chasing speculative low cap volume movers. On fixed income, secure 18% to 22% yields in 364 days speaking to treasury bills, and to 2% to 26% in money market funds, while the MPR sits at 26.50%. And on forex and commodities, we are urging you to transact on spot dollar stability. Monitor energy counters as Brent crude tests support at $79 per barrel. The emphasis here is high fixed income yields protect downside, while pullbacks in blue chip equities present prime entry points for half-year dividend upside. And here is a quick reminder before you trade. While we give you the data, we don't give you the final directives. Always consult a certified financial advisor before making any investment decisions. We urge you to stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching Aneke TV Market Outlook to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. It's a wonderful morning here on Sunrise, and it's a sunrise here on the sports edition. I am taking it from this Wednesday because it's a wonderful morning, and of course it promises to be interesting while we take you through the journey in the world of sport. Yes, you are wondering, why did I mention sunrise? Well, I mentioned sunrise because it's sunrise sports today. Even though the weather looks gloomy, yet we say Wednesday is our sunrise sport. I am Goto Chukwuma, the sports oracle, and we're going to bring you the best of what's happening around the world of sports. Whatever information that you've been expecting us to bring your way, the transfers, the Formula One, and the rest of them, we're going to make sure that you actually, you are fed and you will have all you need to, know this morning. And also, I would like to let you know that the FIFA case is not done. And on this edition, special edition of TV Sports, of Aneke TV Sports, we're going to be bringing you, talking about the FIFA, the controversies surrounding, and now the latest update which has developed just over the night. Like I said, and I told you, what we do here is that we live, we breathe, and we exhume sports.
Good morning, our wonderful viewers all over the world. How are you guys doing? I remember my humble host worldwide, saying, welcome to this segment of Aneke Sports here on Aneke TV. It's Wednesday morning. It's very cozy. When you came in, so the rain was still, will I say it was still showering, they will say showers of blessing.
Yeah,
I believe it was still showering. When I left the house, it was still showering a bit. So it's a beautiful Monday morning here. Sorry, Wednesday morning. And you have said sunrise. I wonder if the sun is going to come up.
Yeah, sun is going to come up because
what we are having, the weather is looking as if it's going to rain till evening.
Well, what I think is, you don't need something to happen before you start to say it. You say it, then if it happens, fine. But for today, it's a sunrise edition on Aneke TV Sports, where we're going to be highlighting, what has been trending over the week, what has really been trending. And Anthony Joshua, like we discussed yesterday, and Tyson Fury, their match is really coming into shape. And I would say, from that fight, you are still having some developments coming. They will not be in the UK, it's going to be in the US. And remember, we talked about this earlier, where we had to analyze a little conversation around viewership. So I want us to expand it a little, because do you think viewing it in UK or having to sit back and watch it in the UK, I'm talking about those who can watch it, or streaming it online, would have been better? Because now you have the Ring, you have DAZN, you have Boxing Scene, you have, in fact, it's going to still stay at WWE channels. So you're going to see most of the professional channels, official channels, showing the fight. Now, Anthony Joshua's preparation seems to be dicey right now, because he's not saying anything. He has not said anything since he won Petermbah. Now, Petermbah too has come out, like I said yesterday, to say that, it was not what he was thinking. He was just trying to live in the moment. Now, comparing these two, comparing all these situations, you are still seeing that there's a tendency that Anthony Joshua may not win that fight.
Yeah, of course. Well, let me start from the first one. We are talking about the viewership, and I believe for any sporting event, it's important you have the physical viewership rather than the online streaming. Imagine watching a football match where the stadium is empty, that there are no spectators, the fans are not there present, but there are more than 1 million, more than 10 million of people viewing that match online. Just like when we had the COVID-19 period, that was 2020. The match, the football itself does not look, entertaining, does not look interesting where the fans are not there, where the spectators are not there live in the stadium. When you score a goal, you go to celebrate with the fans, you go to celebrate with the spectators. The noise, the chants, all those effects that the fans are there present, makes the football more interesting. Still talking about wrestling, if you watch wrestling without the fans, without the spectators, without the audience, you will see that it does not give that entertainment that you wanted to see. Those fans are very important in the match itself, in the fight itself. So if Anthony Joshua, just like you said yesterday, the fight, if it was going to take place in the UK, you have more people viewing online compared to the number of people that would turn up to view it, just like the way it has been slated for the United States. So I believe that importance of the people there present is more. It outweighs more than who is going to be watching online, because you don't know the people that are watching online. Their effect will not be felt. The boxers themselves, talking about Anthony Joshua and Fury, we need those crowd cheering them up. It's like a motivation. When you are down, you have people cheering you up to get up, continue with the fight. It's as much as important to the fighters than when you have an empty stadium that people are not there. It's just between you and your opponent fighting. So those people cheering you will not be there. That motivation, you will not be having it. Sometimes when the wrestlers are down, because I watch wrestling very well, when the wrestlers are down, you will hear their fans shouting. If it's Obafemi, you will be hearing them shouting Oba. You should get up. So those chants will be motivating him to stand up. That's the importance of the crowd. If it's in the football match, you'll be hearing your home supporters cheering you up to go. Sometimes they even boo the away opponents coming in. So that one will even demoralize them. Maybe if you are taking a penalty and the fans understand they are booing you, that your morale will be reduced. So it might even make you to miss the penalty. Just in Formula 1 also, you have people cheering them up. When people are running, you have people. So that importance alone, I believe it should be allowed to hold in the United States. So for me, importance of the crowd is very, very vital for the match to take. Then talking about the two fighters, well, Joshua has been preparing. I can say Joshua has been preparing. We have watched some of his training, apart from the match or the fight that he had with Petermbah, which is like also a preparatory match. He has been preparing right from time since when he came back to the ring. So I want to believe that he is ready. He is aware that he's going to fight Tyson Fury quite all right, even before the Petermbah. The main opponent that we know is Tyson Fury. Just Petermbah is just like a preparatory match to get there. But someone has also come aside to say that these people are not even in their best form. Both of them, not even just Joshua. Both of them are not in their best form. They are just living in the past glory. Because if you look at Joshua, that match against Petermbah, quite all right. In the first round, Petermbah had to knock him down twice. Joshua went down twice. Just coming into the second round, he now gave Petermbah the knockout. So imagine that if Petermbah had proceeded to giving him a knockout just in the first round, it would have not been what the entire world were expecting to see. So Joshua still has a lot to do in terms of preparation. If you can go down twice against Petermbah, how about Tyson Fury, who is on a more higher level than Petermbah? And of course, you have seen Tyson Fury, who fought against Watch the other day. He came out victorious. He has had a stronger opponent compared to Joshua, who Petermbah was just his first opponent since about 7 months ago. So for me, he still has, in fact, he has a lot to do in terms of preparation than Fury, because Fury, I can tell you, has been in the ring with more, top opponents, and he has gotten a win from them, though he has not been in his best form also. So the two of them at the end of the day should do more, but Joshua, I think, is in a better position to prepare more, because he has not had that top level fight that we are expecting him to fight. So now coming to fight against the like of Tyson Fury is a lot for me, is a lot. So we are going to see what happens from there. Then moving forward also, just like you have talked about, the world of boxing, we have talked about wrestling, because today we said it's a day that we are going to bring in the highlights of what has been happening generally in the world of sport. We have talked about the Commonwealth Games yesterday. There is no movement in the medal table. If not, we will have shown them there is no movement. Nigeria basically is still sitting in the position 7 with their 10 gold medals, 10 silver medals, and 10 bronze medals. So there is no much, things that is happening currently in the Commonwealth Game. But moving straight forward to the world of football, where we are going to start with the Punch Sport Extra, where we are going to see the headlines of what is happening, or what has happened, and what will be happening. Sport Extra will be talking about the past, the present, and the future. So let's just take a look at what is happening in the Punch Sport Extra, where we are having so many updates. Starting above, we are having to see champions seek WAFCON quarterfinal tickets. Talking about our Nigerian Super Falcons.
The game today
against the Egyptian side. That match is by 9 p.m.
It's going to be interesting to see that we're going to play that in that AFCON quarterfinal. We're going to play in this game tonight that will qualify us to the quarterfinal.
If we get the win,
if we get the win. But Egypt is actually a stronger side.
No, not against Nigeria. Egypt are currently sitting fourth in the group. They've lost their first match. Lost their second.
That's what I'm saying. They are also looking forward to, know what they do.
Their own faith right now is more of
If
even if you win,
eventually win,
you are not going anywhere.
Okay.
So it's like a walk for me. You know, those days we'll say it's like you go and plead with these people to let you win because they have nothing at stake. If you win that match, you are still going nowhere. If you draw, you are going nowhere. So for we Nigerians now, we need that win. And you know, like we said yesterday, we don't just need a win. We need win, like a comfortable win, about 3 goals win, because what happens in the other match also determines who is going to qualify, because we are sitting third on the table. Zambia and the other people are ahead of us. One is sitting having 6 points. The other person has, 3 points. If he eventually gets a win, they are going to go above Nigeria. In fact, they are currently above Nigeria, so they will have more opportunity to qualify in terms of goal difference. So what Nigeria win now to qualify is that 3-0 difference. We would need to beat Egyptian side 3-0 at least to have that positive 3 goals goal difference to qualify. So at the end of the day, both matches are by 9 p.m. today. We are going to be playing our own, while the Zambian side are also going to be playing their own match. So we are going to see what happens. Still talking about the Punch Extra, what we are having here is Falcons will control WAFCON destiny, says Madugu. Of course, that's what we have been talking about. Falcons are in charge of their own destiny. Their destiny is in their own hands. Whatever they are going to play tonight will determine if they are going to skate through or not. Then, by the right-hand side, we won't underrate Egypt. Still talking about the match. Of course, you cannot underrate Egypt.
That's why I said
at this point you can't just do that.
That's why I said, you see Egypt, you can't underrate Egypt. It's not because Egypt is bad or they don't know what they are playing. You can't underrate them. They are good. They have been part of the defending champions for this WAFCON, and you will see how they play. Having their borders closer to Morocco.
Yeah.
It's something that you need to understand. Egypt, they will play good today, but I still tip Nigeria to win.
We have to. We just have to. This one is we don't have the option.
Yeah, we don't even have the option.
Draw is not even an option for us right now, because our qualifier still determines on what's going to happen in the other match. So of course, still moving forward, we have Onyedika banks on Okocha's Frankfurt legacy. The man Frank Onyedika, he is in Frankfurt right now. So
that guy we were discussing the other day?
Yeah, they also came to Nigeria, where they played their street
Boniface and the rest of them.
They were in Nigeria. So he's back to Frankfurt, and we are going to see what's going to happen there. Then by the side of the sport extra, we have Uganda boxers mixing after Commonwealth Games. This news is quite, I don't know if it's funny or not. How can someone go missing after Commonwealth game? Uganda boxer, he has gone missing. Has he eloped from?
Maybe he wanted to just take a.
Has he japad? Is that what we are saying? Is that what we are having to see after your boxing match? You just eloped out of the your team's cabinet, and is he going for greener pastures or what? How can you go into a competition with your country and at the end of the day you're not coming back with them? And this thing has to stop, because we Nigerians, we Africans, we are known for this so much that when we go into somewhere with a team, sometimes you see that you take people to a competition and you're not coming back with the same number, you are coming back with a lesser number. Still by the side there, you have Liverpool light up 3 Bacola alternatives. You see what Liverpool is doing again now. You see what Liverpool is doing.
If I say anything, they will come for me. I'm not wearing red today. I have the freedom to talk.
Imagine what Liverpool now. They're already talking about
another person.
Alternatives.
Can you just sign this Bacola and let somebody rest? Let's go on.
Well, okay, we'll come back to this talk. We'll come back to it. Let's finish what we're having on the Sports Punch Extra. We have Glasgow Landmarks, the people, the Nigerian superstars that have made us proud. I can tell you, who broke new grounds at Commonwealth Game. You can see them there. Then, of course, Tinubu vows more sports investments. That's a good one coming from the president. He has vows more sports investment. Then, by the side, you have Spurs interested in Jackson. I can tell you that Tottenham are interested in more than. In fact, a lot of people. You have Jackson, you have Savino, you have Gakpo, you have Pedro Neto. Tottenham are beginning to be like the Real Madrid of England. They are just interested in almost everybody's player, as if those other clubs don't need them. Still by the side, after that news I just read, that we have United, Chelsea battle for 25 million euros Usimu. Then, of course, down there you're having Sebastian joins Uchebe at Benfica. Then Arokodare, ready for Conference League task. Then you also have Chukwueze, who is La Liga return. Of course, he was in Villarreal before. Then he moved to AC Milan. Now he also moved to what's it called, Fulham. Then of course he's eyeing a return to La Liga. Then last but not the least, we are having Vini's agents fuels wide Arsenal rumors. Vini's agent fuels wide Arsenal rumors. Let's, before we go back to Liverpool, let's talk about Vinicius Junior, who we have been seeing so much saga. Today we hear that he wants to stay in Real Madrid. Tomorrow we hear that he is asking for almost 100% of his image rights. Next tomorrow the agent will come outside to say he is not going anywhere. On Thursday again they will come out to say Real Madrid has declined his request, just asking. So there is so much news concerning Vinicius Junior. If he is leaving Real Madrid, he should leave Real Madrid. If he's staying, accept the contract, because right now there is a contract that's being offered to you. Real Madrid said they don't want to give you that you're asking for, which is your 100% image, right? And he is now asking for bonuses. Real Madrid has also said they are not doing that. So I don't know where he's caught in between the line now. Are you going to stay or are you leaving? But he is coming out to say he wants to stay. They're still talking about what he wants. You want to stay and you want your image rights 100%. You want some bonuses, you want some increase in your salary. Are you sure Real Madrid will grant you all this? Because what they are looking, the way I'm looking at this Real Madrid is like they are just ready to let him go.
Well, the thing is that one player cannot make a squad. One player cannot make a team. One player cannot be the reason why a team fails. That's what we have seen in football. Vinicius Junior has options, but the options he has doesn't have him.
In fact, the options he has is not the options he wants.
In fact, yes, it's not the options he wants, because telling him to sign for Arsenal, even if Arsenal is going to pay the amount he's going to sign, he may not sign for it. Why? Not because he may not see it necessary, because he doesn't play the same kind of football with Arsenal. Now, what team is actually coming for him?
Arsenal just quite the only.
Arsenal is not even doing anything. No.
Not yet. They have not finished with
Bruno Gomes. Is Vinicius you want to bring? Arsenal, finish your contract. Finish with Bruno Gomes first before you talk about bringing Vinicius Junior. Do you know how much you pay Vinicius Junior? If they have it, will there be? Please let me not talk.
Guamares has been, what we are having is that Guamares or Newcastle have even rejected what Arsenal are offering, Bruno Guamares, and I believe they are coming back, to bid again. Of course, this should be the second bidding now. They have rejected. Newcastle has said no, and they should come back. I believe they will come back to bid again, for this same person. But still moving forward, let's talk about Liverpool and Bakola. Liverpool and Bakola, I believe it's more than 1 month that we have been talking about this Bakola. I remember last month we kept on talking about Bakola and Liverpool. I can't believe till now we are still talking about Bakola and Liverpool. Not yet. Now they are now looking for alternatives. That is to say, probably they might not even sign it, because when they are going for alternatives this early, in fact, it's not more early. At this stage where you have been going for this person over weeks, and you're already looking for alternatives, because what I'm seeing here is just the price. Bakola has stated clearly that he wants Liverpool. He's not even interested in any other club, and that's an advantage. That's a positive one for Liverpool. Why not take the advantage where the player has said to
that
you that he wants Liverpool?
But the thing is, Liverpool, they seem to be clueless a bit on the player they want, because Gakpo is going to leave, probably going to leave. Then you have Bakola. Can Bakola only play that wing?
It's not even possible, sir. Not when you are playing.
Bakola cannot only him cannot play that way.
He cannot. Anyway, he has what's his name? The young talent of Liverpool, Nganuma.
Ryungumoha.
So there are two.
Even Ryungumoha cannot even play.
So that's why they can't even.
They need experience.
Bakola
is not experienced in the Premier League.
No, he does not even have he does not even have the experience of the Premier League. The League One that he's playing is not even the starter. So you can see the defect that is still there. Liverpool are now. They should not even consider selling Gakpo.
For me, I feel like Liverpool is way above certain things. That if they getting someone like Bakola, Bakola would not even start for 5 matches because they will try to be grilling him because they have players reserved for that match. I don't know what they are doing.
Well, I don't know. This week, I just feel like this week we are going to see a lot because the transfer. I keep hammering that the transfer window is coming to an end. September 1st, it will close.
Everybody will
you will use what you have at the end of the year. You will now use. Is it you are having that just 3 weeks with some days to do these things, and you are still rigmaroling just to get Bakola. You are not looking at alternatives. So where are these alternatives coming from?
The thing for me is that when you look at it from this aspect, you see that there is no alternative for Liverpool. Forget that conversation.
They will have to go and look for
There's no alternative available for Liverpool unless they go down to RC Lens.
That's what they go to Strasbourg. They have to go down somewhere
because it doesn't work like that.
There is no top player now that you can say you are coming to see as the alternative. There's nobody in the market again now. Anybody. The other person they are going for is Pedro Neto. Liverpool have shown interest for Pedro Neto. Manchester City have shown interest for Pedro Neto. Tottenham also have shown interest for Pedro Neto. So at the end of the day, if you see the people in the race against Liverpool, I can tell you that Liverpool might not get Pedro Neto.
They are not as actively involved in that transfer as they should, and it's really affecting them. But we're going to see a side that Jurgen Klopp fixed, retrograding, going back to
what Jurgen Klopp did. I believe Slot have first of all, slotted his own. He has damaged what Klopp has done. Then I don't know what Andoni is trying to do. Andoni Iraola, I don't know what he's trying to do because is he trying to further degrade the legacy that Klopp left in that club? I can tell you that they are really doing. They are working on it. When I say they are working on it, not positively but negatively.
One thing that I want to say is that even if it's looking like it's not going to work for Liverpool, we're still going to understand the fact that the Premier League is starting and no team. Andoni Iraola, he is a good coach, very good coach.
Very good one.
But I wish he would sign his players from Bournemouth to play with them. He would have been awesome.
You will see, he will start making that move because that's what what's his name? Fulham's coach, Abeloa. You have seen that he has taken more than 2 people from Real Madrid.
Yeah.
He has taken players from there. Now, I believe that's what Andoni at the end of the day is going to be left with. Because you don't have the top players anymore available. So you have to go from where you are coming from. Try to take 1 or 2 people that you can get your hands on. So that's the option I see that they are leaving for Andoni. I don't know if Liverpool are not bringing out funds for him to do this, what he wants to do. And
no, actually they may not. But
why will we not be bringing out the funds right now?
It depends on their project. Depends on who they want to get. Until Messi is for sale, they will not buy Messi.
The Monday that they wanted, they showed interest. Did they buy him? But in fact, Liverpool anyway, I don't know. Well, but we are going to see what's going to happen because Liverpool are not really doing like the Liverpool
we used to do. Yeah.
Liverpool are in the Champions League. They are not just playing domestically that you say, okay, you might have to just manage what you have. August 22nd, the league is starting. So from now to August 22nd,
is this month though? From now to August,
we have 2 weeks with some days to go for the league to start proper. You have not made the signings that you expected to make. So the window will now close September 1st till January before it will now open. You are going to compete against Manchester City, who have fortified their club. You are going to compete against Tottenham, who are fortifying Sandro Tonali. You can see the names that are bringing
the difference.
You are going to compete against Chelsea, who are making some signings. You are still going to compete against Manchester United, who have brought in Tielemans, brought in Santos, doing their change. The only person is Jacquet that Liverpool have. So with that, Arsenal are still there, who I can tell you that they are balanced. They have not sold somebody that you say they really
they sold
Trossard
to Besiktas.
And is Trossard, will you not say he's going to make Arsenal?
He contributed a lot of goals last year.
Yes, but it's not like there is no replacement for Trossard.
Well, there's a replacement already down for Trossard.
So that's what I'm saying. So Liverpool, if you check the top 6, you will see that they are not doing like their neighbors. They are not doing like their counterparts. So I just hope, because like I said before, I want to see good matches. As a football analyst, I'm not supporting anybody. My eyes are just watched, but I want to see the competition where we don't want to see that maybe at the end of the Premier League you will see somebody just two people. It will be like a two-horse race between Manchester City and Arsenal. Let us have that traditional
where you can't even predict because of what's going on. You can't even predict who's going to win.
You have four people, maybe with just, you see the difference. The first person will be on maybe 96, the second person on 95, the third person on 94. You know, that kind of competition.
So now
is what we are.
If anybody misses any mark, they are gone.
They are gone. So the competition will be there till almost the last day. Not what we are seeing in the French league, where we are having PSG might have won the league with 5 matches to go. Bayern Munich might have won the league with 7 matches to go. So that does not make the competition that we know, the Premier League, very competitive. It's supposed to be competitive till the last day. But anyway, Liverpool, we'll see. We have this week. We have next week. So
let's see what happens.
There will still be movement. So just before we go on a short break, let me just introduce a potential transfer that we are seeing, talking about Mohamed Salah, because we are still on Liverpool. Mohamed Salah is moving to Trabzonspor. You know, he's going to meet the legendary, I call him legendary Onana. So we are going
he's going to meet the legendary Paul.
So, you know, these people, imagine Trabzonspor fortifying their club, and Liverpool, where he's living, they are not fortifying their whole club. Trabzonspor now have Onachu, you have Mohamed Salah, you have Andre Onana
at the midfield.
No, at the post. You are seeing this move. Is it not making sense to you that Trabzonspor are even
very nice
doing this kind of thing? Then you have the Galatasaray side who are also making some move. Osimhen is still there, who they have said, okay, it's probably the captain of
this league. This time will be amazing.
This league we'll see something different. We'll see something new. Well, let's take a quick short break. When we come back, we'll finish up what we have on the updates concerning football. Just stay with us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Alright, welcome back from that brief short break. It's still Aneke Sports right here on Aneke TV, and we have been diving into the world of sport, where we have talked about wrestling a bit, where we talked about Obafemi, you know, who has been named, according to Brock Lesnar, the future of WWE. You can't take anything.
Did you see what Obafemi wore to
the Abada? You have to give him a round of applause.
It was amazing. That guy had to show what he
represented.
They represented Africa. He farmed that.
I think that's what he wanted the Super Falcons to do.
Hey, now
I know that's what he
like. When you see people coming to show
the Abada
was really
cool. It was giving.
I dropped my no wonder he won that, because he was actually representing his motherland. Now guess what? If he had done it in green, oh my days!
But the Super Falcons did it in green.
All they did is buba in green.
And you said it was not what you wanted. Now Obafemi has done it in white. Anyway, the white is still part of our
white is
in the flag you have green, white, green. So when you wear white, Abada white. The Abada was, first of all, it was nice. You know, I love the way. So I don't know the tailor that sold that Abada. You know, I will have contacted that.
The thing is about the tailor. The thing about that tailor is that tailor was in the game that night. He was seeing the game too. But wisdom, do you think that Obafemi would really be at the top where he is right now?
He's already at the top.
Do you think he can maintain?
Yeah, because
of seeing
he has the discipline.
He has the discipline. Good discipline. But he has a lot of opponents. People who are.
He will take them one by one. You know, it's not, the career is just starting. He's just 5 years into the into the game. So I believe he will have to take it one by one fight at a time. For me, he's going for, first of all, that WWE title. That's what is. In fact, that's the next. So the fights that are coming up now will be road to WWE. I don't see much of an opponent that is, I would say, is going to beat Obafemi right now. In WWE, now, who are you going to mention?
Unless Roman Reigns.
So, and that's the the holder. So for me, if you remove Roman Reigns, is it the Seth Rollins that you are going to bring for Obafemi that you is it Cody Rhodes?
You can't
Is it the brothers, the two brothers?
You can't even
So
bring Cody Rhodes.
Is it Rey Mysterio now that you bring to him? He will fence Rey Mysterio, I believe with 1 fall from grace, he will fence. So is just what he has to do now is take it fight by fight,
Yes.
Because he's not going to get to Roman Reigns once.
I think
it's going to be fight by fight, defeat your opponents, keep going
then you
till you get to Roman Reigns where you are going to battle for.
Then you rest for the year.
Once you get that WWE, you have to take a rest before you now go for the world heavyweight.
Yeah,
that one is the height of them.
It's the height of them all. I think Obafemi too needs to, keep himself from all the rumors and negative comments people make.
Yeah, of course, those negative comments will have
it's really a problem when people say the wrong things about people.
Before you know, they will start with all those their chants.
But we're going to see what happens at the end.
No, I know Obafemi he will make us proud, definitely. He will make us proud. Then we are going back right into the world of football where we are having to see some transfer still coming up, talking about Rafael Leao. This young man, anytime I mention him, it seems you don't. I don't like that. You don't.
Okay, where is he going to?
They are still talking about a move. AC Milan does not want.
Oh,
they have not listed him among what they want to do this season. His name is not on the list, so it's like they want to offload him by all means, and the clubs are not coming in. The clubs that he will want to go, they are not coming. He was talking about the Premier League some times ago that he wants to play in the Premier League. But who is coming for you in the Premier League? Maybe Liverpool should go for Rafael because he plays on the wing where they are currently looking for somebody. That's talking about the right. So he might fit into the Liverpool project, but at the end of the year, we are having Rafael who currently does not have any club or any tangible club coming for him right now that he will love to play for. Then, of course, yesterday there were some friendly matches, that took place. We saw some Bayern Munich even played a friendly match yesterday. They won 2-1. But the important one, or the one that is of interest to us, is the one Almeria had to beat Al Nassr. That's talking about where Cristiano Ronaldo is a co-owner. He has some shares in Almeria. Had to beat his current club, the one he plays for, Al Nassr, 2-1. Sorry, 2-0 because there was no a goal for Al Nassr. And yesterday was his first time to come, in contact with their new head coach, talking about the big Ange. He has not been with the Al Nassr team for quite a number of days since they left the World Cup. He had to spend some time with his family, and the rumor of his wedding is still on the news. We don't know how true that is. We are having to see that probably this weekend. It's being rumored that we see it. We can't say it's true. That it's being rumored to be getting married to the love of his life. So we are going to see what's going to happen. That's why I say this weekend is filled up. Many sporting events are coming up. Talking about boxing, talking about football, and every other thing. So yesterday was Cristiano Ronaldo's first time of meeting Ange Posta. That long name, Postacoloneus or whatever that he's being called, that was his first time to meet, and you saw the handshake. This is the big
Ange. That's the new
big Ange. I always want to call it the big Ange, the one that said he always wins trophy in his second season.
Is the one that won. Is the new Al-Nassr coach, and even though George Jesus has gone to Portugal to take care of the national team, you will see that Postologo doing what he knows best how to do at Al-Nassr. You will still see that he will apply the same thing he applied in the Premier League, but it's going to work in Al-Nassr. You will see what
I believe his tactics will work in.
It's really a good
for Tottenham. He did just that. Will I say it's just the league that made his tactics not effective? But if you are talking about Al Nassr, if he's going to deliver, I can tell you 100%. I believe he's going to make something come outside from this Al Nassr team. And of course, anyway, they are the champion. They won the championship last season. So this season we are going to see what's happening there. Then of course, still moving forward. Talking about transfer, I've earlier said Pedro Neto, who is being rumored to go to Manchester City, but it's still a rumor. Pedro Neto almost going to Manchester City. We don't know how true this is, but of course, it's confirmed. We are only saying it's a rumor for now. Manchester City are in talks with
Pedro Neto. Going to Manchester City is a good business, but Pedro Neto playing there in Manchester City.
It's not a good business.
May not be a good business for Manchester City.
But if he's going there being a good business, and if he's playing there not a good business, why is he not going there?
Now, he's going there to carry ball, to be a ball, to be a ball boy, because they're like Man City looks like they want to sign everybody too.
They just want to. That's one thing we have known Manchester City for. When you talk about the first 11, that's the first.
They have made up to 5 signings. This
you will see that the bench. Well, no, for me that's a good thing. For you to have first 11, very superb. Second 11, very wonderful. Even third 11. So you will see that the options. That's what we have known. Options: Real Madrid, Manchester City. You will see that option that when injury, because of course injury tend to come in, towards when you will now be getting to December, you will now start seeing those injuries coming up because of so many involvement. You will be playing the Champions League, you will be playing your league, you will be playing other competitions. So when that injury start coming up, you have replacement. Savinho probably leaving. So
Savinho is coming to Tottenham.
So if Neto is there, it will be a good thing. Bernardo Silva has gone. You now have Foden and Neto there. Probably Czechia will also be playing.
I can remember when football transfer used to excite us. But this seems to be very dull.
No, this is well the transfers we are why is dull is that some transfers are taking unnecessarily a long time to occur. Look at Kolo Muani that went to Juventus. How long was Kolo Muani in the transfer?
Tottenham.
From you are alone in Tottenham because it's originally a PSG player.
Yes.
You are alone to Tottenham. Juventus has been on Kolo Muani for more than a month, and the thing was now getting too long.
The thing was
you get tired of coming to say Kolo Muani to Juventus.
When I think back about Kolo Muani, I see that World Cup dream not coming to pass. I see that World Cup dream he had. I still see that goal he missed. When I close my eyes like this, I still see how he missed that goal. How he was not able to score that goal against Dibu Martinez. What? Score this goal! This guy now had to give it to him.
That I believe that memory will still be haunting Kolo Muani today, because if he had
even in the Premier League, he has not actually flourished. So,
no, he has not performed.
Kolo Muani is someone I can tell you all time. He would find something to deliver on.
Yeah, so just talking about why the transfers these days seem not to be so interesting. Look at Arsenal, Guimaraes. How long have we been talking about? We might say come tomorrow and you will hear that maybe the bid, next one they will send will be rejected. So the transfer room, they are getting too long. Tottenham just did transfer within how many days? You might not even hear that Tottenham are going for you. What we were having then was Manchester United we are going for.
Are you sure Tottenham?
Before you know,
are you sure Tottenham is not the new Chelsea?
So they are just there.
I wonder, wake up. I
just wake up. You see somebody just.
Here we go.
Yeah, that's what. So that's what makes the transfer interesting. When these people are asking for somebody, another person will just come from nowhere and jack. The Monday till today is not a Real Madrid player. Hope you still remember that. The Monday that we have been talking.
Yes.
It's still there. It's not a Real Madrid player.
I forgot.
You have even forgotten that he was.
I feel like he was.
Or he has even gone to Real Madrid.
Maybe
but now he's not there.
He has not been announced.
He's not confirmed that he's a Real Madrid player. He's just still there. He refused to travel with RB Leipzig. But till today we are still having him, not a Real Madrid player. Bakola is still not a Liverpool player till today. So the thing is lingering for too long.
It's lingering for too long. And
the news now will no more be interesting. We are supposed to finish transfer news within 1 week. You just we are done with this one. Up to the next one. Who are we having? Pedro Neto now. We don't know how long he's going to be in the news now. Jackson now. Nicolas Jackson has come into the news. Probably going to Tottenham. How long is that going to be in the news? Look at Barcelona and Alvarez. How long were we talking about Barcelona and Alvarez? This week we'll talk about it. Next week we'll come back. We'll talk about the same thing. Alvarez. Atletico Madrid has gone to sue. But so these things will just be there lying. At the end of the day, Vinicius Junior. How long has he been in the news? So there's no head progress. You will just be going forth and coming back, or the same person. Let us see. There are so many people in the market.
Yes.
So if you people don't want to go, stay in your club. If you people don't want to pay the price, leave the person. Let's not be talking about one person for 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month. So that's why at the end of the day it becomes boring when you are talking about somebody over and over again.
It becomes boring when you are talking about somebody over and over again. But it does not take away the fact that these players need to contribute a lot to their teams. They need to play everything they can. And it's something that I've seen, and I said they should do this so that they can be more relevant. Just like, say, Manchester United wants to sell Bruno Fernandes. And I wonder who gave you that kind of information. Now, Manchester United want to sell Bruno Fernandes
at this stage.
At this stage,
when they not sell him last season or last two seasons,
yes,
it's now
they
now.
sell him since. It's now they want to sell.
You know that would be a pure rumor, because even Manchester United, no matter how much you submit to them right now, they will not let him go, because if you let him go, who is going to replace?
Yeah, because I'm thinking about it. If you let him go, who
is it? Tilamas, you'll be using as your number. No, the person that will be giving the classes.
You know, Manchester United fan base knows how to hype players. I've seen that happen a lot of times. They can hype you and they can buy you. Let me use that word. They will hype you and everybody will say, "Oh, that guy is playing." They will go and find where you are passing well.
Well, still on the transfer news, we have a Gonzalo Garcia, who is confirmed a Fulham player. You know, Gonzalo Garcia from Real Madrid. That's why I say there are some people that are still doing business. They are in good business. Abeloa is not there to waste time. He will just go to Real Madrid, where he's coming from. Pick one or two persons, because he knows if he start moving around the market, he might not. He has a good relationship with Real Madrid. He will just go there, call them, please, I need this player. Of course, Real Madrid might not be in too need of the player. They will just sell him, to Fulham, put some release clause, and today Gonzalo Garcia is confirmed a Fulham player coming from Real Madrid. We have talked about Vinicius Junior. I don't want us to go back again to start talking about Vinicius Junior. So I will just move forward straight to Marc-Andre ter Stegen. That's the Barcelona, or former. Now it's a former Barcelona.
Yeah, because he's now in Ajax.
He has moved to Ajax, and that's where our own Nigeria striker is also talking about Akorolede, Tolu, having these two people. Yes. I'm just kind of, I don't know, I'm not so excited, but I'm happy that.
But this is a legend for me.
This is a legend. Stegen has played. What is he going? He's just going there to enjoy football, because he has achieved almost everything with Barcelona. Why I said I'm not too excited is that Tolu has got to adjust. I wanted him to be in the Premier League. I was hoping to see him. Okay, maybe another Premier League club will come to say where we're having to see our own Nigerians, flourishing in the top flight league. Now that he's in Ajax, I don't know how often are we going to be seeing him, because the Netherlands league is not a league that is often televised. You are going to see just once in a while being televised. So we will not have that opportunity to be seeing him every weekend play. When he was in Wolves, at least we had the opportunity to be seeing every weekend. We'll see to be playing. We'll be seeing he will be playing. We'll be seeing this guy. But now, moving to Ajax, you will probably see him if he plays in the Champions League. If they are going to feature him in the Champions League, that's when we are going to probably be seeing him. So for me, that's why I'm not excited, but I'm happy for him at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm happy for him because he is a legend. He has been in the game for decades, and he has shown that quality, even though he's not going to keep for his country. But you will see him in Ajax doing and putting on the pressure. I'm sure they hired this kind of people to help groom the
younger
people.
ones.
Yeah, the younger ones.
Talking about Ter Stegen.
Yeah, Ter Stegen.
All right, still on the news, we're having, Edric, the young star, the young Brazilian Edric, who has, in fact, he has done his best. This young man has done his best to stay in Real Madrid, to be given a good quality playing time in Real Madrid. But as of today, he has come out to say that he wants to leave Real Madrid. He wants to explore another place. Remember, he's coming from Lyon. He was on loan to Lyon, and he's back to Real Madrid, thinking he will have that playing time. But of course, Jose Mourinho has not integrated in. He's not part of the starting lineup. And when you are not part of the starting lineup, it's almost that you are not going to be playing much, much matches. You are not going to be featured often. You are just going to be like a backup. And I'm looking at that Real Madrid squad. Is it wise to let go of Edric at this stage? Because just the way we're having the ups and downs with Vinicius Junior, who I don't know as at now if he's going to be a Real Madrid player this season. You are having Edric, who is a utility player. I can tell you, this guy you can use him in that left wing.
I really think Edric is not just a player, even though his World Cup game was not so fantastic. What he played in the World Cup was not so fantastic, but the ability that the coach had in him, the trust the coach had in him, gave us that glimpse of what this guy can bring. And I will tell you, Edric is not just a player, he is a sensation to reckon with. And you could see him, if you use him and play your games You understand what I'm saying? If you use Hendrick and play your games, you will see a lot how he shoots, how he plays his game, and coming from the the Brazilian league, one of the best leagues in the world, where talents are are farmed.
I was talking about Palmares.
Now, looking at coming from there, you will see that it's not just him; the other people who has the same quality that he brings. So Hendrick is a wonderful guy, really, really.
Yeah.
And if he's back to Manchester City, Real Madrid, he's going to be an additional squad number depth to Real Madrid.
No, he's back to Real Madrid, but he came out yesterday to say he wants to leave because Jose Mourinho has not given that assurance of I'm going to feature you in the team. There's a difference that you are just going to be there. Right from time, we know Hendrick, he has always wanted that playing time. And if he's given that slight opportunity, you see that sometimes he will just deliver. So he's someone that just needs that. He's very young, and you are putting that kind of person on the bench.
Hendrick is very young. For me, Hendrick is too young to stress.
He's too young to stress.
Let me use the word stress.
Imagine Hendrick moving to Liverpool. He will have a lot of playing time. Right now,
he will have a lot of playing time, but he will not have a lot of experience time because he will need to learn on the job. That's the problem.
How do you learn on the job?
That's the problem now, because if you don't learn on the job, then how will you deliver?
That's what we are saying. He needs to be played. You can't be on the bench and be learning. That's not possible. You are sitting on the bench. For me now, Liverpool will have been the best club for Hendrick. Hendrick will be playing that Mohamed Salah's wing. There's nobody there right now. Talking about earlier. So it would
have been nice.
It would have been so nice. You have
but why are you so concerned about Liverpool?
No, I'm concerned about everybody because I've talked about Chelsea. We have talked about Manchester United. We have talked about Tottenham. In fact, we have been talking about Tottenham. We have talked about Arsenal is balanced. For me, as what I'm seeing, Arsenal is balanced. They don't need so much addition. They can go ahead.
Addition.
They need addition because they can start the league right now the way they are. Liverpool right now they are not so balanced. So I need to put in as a sports analyst that I need to suggest I can only suggest. I'm not the one in charge of buying the players, so I can only suggest for the people that are not yet balanced. This is an opportunity. Hendrick plays from Salah's wing quite all right. He has both feet, right and left. He can use anywhere. So if you're having Hendrick there and you progress to sign Bakola, imagine the attack.
The thing is that Liverpool's attack will be awesome, but let's take away Liverpool here from the picture and talk about Hendrick as a person, someone who is very young and he's seeking for bigger competitions. I think he's not a boy. It's not a boy.
Don't forget this. This man is already married. Though. At his
young age, he's
already married. Though. Yeah, in fact,
I don't know what worldwide is waiting for.
We are talking about Hendrick. Hendrick is married already. He has a child, so he's not more a boy. Despite he's very young, so he has the experience in the fatherhood industry. But in the experience of
fatherhood industry,
in the fatherhood, he has the experience. Now we are talking about football, where he has not. For me, I just want to see that young man playing. I don't want such a talent to be on the bench. If he has crossed, let's say 30, above 35, and you are putting him on the bench, I will understand. Okay, he has done his best in football. He has played football to a certain extent that he can be coming from the bench. Not at this young age where he's still vibrant, wanting to go into the pitch and score goals, and you're telling me he should be on the bench. For me, let clubs come for him. Let top clubs. I don't want to see him.
The thing is. For Hendrick, he's not going to be a top club. It's going to be clubs like Fulham, where he can have regular time.
Let him come to Fulham. For me, yes, I will be happy.
Fulham is a good team.
Fulham is a good team for him to come to. In terms of the Premier League, you saw what they did last season. Bournemouth, Fulham, even Newcastle. Right now, Newcastle are selling some people. So if they should bring in Hendrick, add it to that the attack of where they still have Wissa and the rest, it will be a good thing. But I'm particular about where there's an option right now in a top club. Talking about Liverpool, it should come in where the management of Liverpool I'm not even the coach or assistant.
They really know what to do there. They will really know what to do there because Hendrick is a world-class talent. Just that sometimes it doesn't start to favor you outrightly immediately, but it gets to get better at the end of the tunnel. Please, if you don't reach the end of the tunnel, don't reach lights.
At the end of the day, you see lights. At they say it's at the end. But some people have seen it before they got to the end. So people saw it even at the beginning. As you just enter the tunnel, you saw the light and you grabbed it. So let's see what's going to happen with Hendrick and his future. Don't forget, today is the match between Nigeria against Egypt, and the other match in the group, of course, is Malawi and Zambia. In fact, by 9 p.m., we all should come out in mass, go and support our own team Super Falcons, and see if we are going to be able to skate through, because like I said before, we need just a win, a comfortable win, and pray, because right now we are going to add prayers to the winning. We should win and pray that Zambia does not win Malawi, because if Zambia should win, I can tell you that we will not be depending on about 3 goals winning, 4 goals winning to qualify, because from what we are having on the table, Malawi is on 6 points with 3 goals, positive 3 goals difference. Zambia is on 3 points with positive 5 goal difference. We are also on 3 points, but our goal margin is just on a neutral level, 0. We have scored 3, we have conceded 3. And Egypt is on -8. So we are in a tight spot. I can tell you that's a tight spot. We are sitting on 3rd position, and by 9 p.m. today, Malawi will be playing Zambia, while we are going to be playing the Pharaohs of Egypt. So we are going to see what's going to happen in that match. That is where we are going to draw the curtain on this segment of Aneke Sports. I hope you guys have been updated. I hope you stay tuned and watch the match against Nigeria versus Egypt later today, and we are going to give you the analysis of that match when we come tomorrow. It's your one and only worldwide saying, have a lovely, beautiful Wednesday. Bye-bye.
And I'm Good Hope Chukwuma, the Sports Oracle, thanking you for watching. It's been a pleasure and an amazing time having you see the sports updates we are bringing your way. And we'll see you again tomorrow. Bye.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
A good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, President Tinubu approves up to 80% pay rise for armed forces. National Population Commission begins full digital registration in Enugu State. On the foreign scene, Russian ballistic missile barrages kill 14 across Kiev region. And business, federal government sets rollout date for 90,000-kilometer fiber optic network. And on sports news, Flying Eagles target victory against Cote d'Ivoire in WAFU B semi-final. Now the news in details. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has activated its National Emergency Operations Center in Abuja to strengthen countrywide response mechanisms for the 2026 flood season. Inaugurating the facility, the Director General of NEMA, Zubaida Umar, stated that the operational hub will collate real-time field data to drive early warnings, resource allocation, and swift search and rescue deployments. The proactive measure follows seasonal forecasts by hydrological agencies predicting severe flooding across several low-lying states during the peak of the current rainy season. The agency has urged state governments, emergency management boards, and frontline communities to strictly adhere to early warning advisories and facilitate the relocation of vulnerable populations. President Bola Tinubu has approved a substantial salary increase ranging from 30 to 80% for approximately 250,000 personnel of the Nigerian Armed Forces. Effective September 1st, 2026, the new compensation package prioritizes junior ranks with an 80% increment, expanding the nation's annual military wage commitment from 660 billion to 924 billion naira. The Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, noted that the upward adjustment reflects the administration's recognition of the sacrifices made by troops combating internal security threats. While military authorities and defense analysts have praised the intervention as a vital morale booster, frontline personnel have urged the federal government to complement the wage review with modern combat equipment. The Defense Headquarters has expanded its non-state actor surrender program to encompass all geopolitical zones across the country. Disclosing the development in Abuja, the Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Edward Buba, stated that the surrender window is now fully open to armed elements operating in the southeast, south-south, and southwest regions. Major General Buba made the clarification while confirming the recent surrender of several armed group members to troops of Operation Udoka in the southeast. The military high command emphasized that no deadline has been imposed for willing fighters to lay down their arms, reassuring that surrendered individuals will undergo structured rehabilitation. A graduate of the Lagos State University is currently receiving critical medical care after being shot by suspected armed robbers in Kayode Onafuye Street in the Igando area of Lagos State. Reports indicate that the four-man criminal gang operating on two motorcycles targeted a local point-of-sale operator and pursued her to a residential building within the community. Eyewitnesses stated that after failing to breach the entrance of the residence, the assailants opened fire indiscriminately while fleeing the scene. The stray bullet struck the victim, who was walking along the street, while officers from the Lagos State Police Command have launched a manhunt to track down the fleeing suspects. The Nigeria Union of Pensioners, Enugu State Chapter, has appealed to Governor Petermbah to urgently implement the new minimum pension structure tied to the national minimum wage. Led by State Chairman Comrade Ikechukwu Ekere. The union revealed that several retired public servants in the state still receive monthly pensions as low as 447 naira, despite current economic pressures. The retirees urged the state administration to approve a proposed 32,000 naira baseline monthly pension, citing the state's significant growth in internally generated revenue. While commending Governor Mbah for prompt monthly disbursements, the union appealed for a structured plan to clear outstanding gratuity arrears dating back to 2006 for local government workers and primary school teachers. A House of Representatives ad hoc committee has commenced a closed-door interrogation of Prince Adeniyi Adeyemi over his alleged operation of a fraudulent presidential agency. The chairman of the investigative panel confirmed that the questioning is taking place at a secure location in police custody to prevent compromising ongoing investigations by anti-graft agencies. The legislative panel opened the probe following petition testimonies from a businessman who allegedly paid 400 million naira to Adeyemi for a non-existent contract to renovate an official residence. Lawmakers have also summoned the Corps Marshal of the Federal Road Safety Corps to explain how the suspect obtained official government vehicle registration plates and police escorts. The Imo State government has validated its inaugural State Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security, becoming the first state in the Southeast Zone to adopt the framework. Speaking at the validation ceremony in Owerri, the Commissioner for Women Affairs and Social Welfare, Nkechinyere Ugu, stated that the state will immediately commence community-level execution of the policy. The framework localizes the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325, anchoring implementation on 5 core pillars: participation, protection, prevention, relief, and recovery. State authorities confirmed that dedicated monitoring committees involving traditional institutions, security agencies, and civil society groups have been activated across all local government areas. The National Population Commission has launched the nationwide digital registration of birth and deaths on its Vital Reg platform in Enugu State under the Electronic Civil Registration and Vital Statistics System. The National Population Commission Federal Commissioner representing Enugu State, Honorable Ejike Eze, announced the deployment during a joint press briefing at the Commission State Headquarters in Enugu to mark the 2026 World Population Day. Honorable Eze stated that the Vital Reg platform, which went operational nationwide on July 1st, 2026, built upon the foundational architecture inaugurated by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in November 2023. You're watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. President Tinubu approves major pay rise for Nigerian Armed Forces. National Population Commission commences full digital registration in Enugu State. And coming up shortly on the foreign scene, Russian missile strikes kill 14 in Kiev region. On business, Nigeria prepares massive nationwide expansion of digital infrastructure. Stay with us.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. A security crisis has emerged in western Libya following a mass prisoner escape from the Soman security facility during heavy fighting between rival armed groups near Tripoli. Official sources confirmed that intense engagements involving heavy weaponry spread across the towns of Soman and Zawiya, leaving at least 3 civilians dead. The escalation prompted emergency safety protocols at the nearby Zawiya oil refinery before neutral security forces deployed to stabilize the immediate perimeter. Libyan judicial authorities have initiated an audit at the detention facility to determine the exact number and identities of the escaped inmates. At least 14 people have been killed and 22 others injured following a series of Russian ballistic missile and drone strikes targeting Kiev and surrounding districts. The head of the Kiev Regional Military Administration, Ruslan Krevchenko, reported that the early morning barrage inflicted extensive damage on residential buildings and industrial facilities. Local emergency services confirmed casualties across the Borispil, Busha, and Fastiv districts as search and rescue teams continued clearing debris from impacted sites. Ukrainian officials have renewed calls to international partners for additional Patriot air defense systems to protect urban major centers from high-velocity missile attacks. Scientists monitoring space debris have confirmed that an spent upper stage of a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket is on a trajectory to impact the far side of the moon. The hardware, which has been orbiting in high Earth-lunar trajectory since its mission launch, is traveling at an estimated speed of 8,690 kilometers per hour. Spokespersons for the National Aeronautics and Space Administration reaffirmed that the calculated lunar impact poses zero threats to Earth or satellite infrastructure. Astronomers know that while the collision will not be visible to the naked eye, the impact is expected to generate a localized lunar dust plume and a brief thermal flash. And now to business news. The Anambra State government has ordered a full inquiry into illegal stone quarrying activities along the Trans-Nkisi and Trans-Ekesi ecological corridors in Onitsha. State Commissioner for Environment, Dr. Felix Odumegwu, issued the directive during an assessment tour, warning that unapproved evacuations by over 60 operators have destabilized surrounding topography. Environmental inspectors noted that deep excavations near the Nkisi River Bridge have heightened gully erosion hazards and compromised vital public utility infrastructure. The Ministry of Environment confirmed that enforcement teams will seal illegal quarry sites and prosecute operators violating state environmental protection statuses. And still in the state, the Anambra Physical Planning Board has demolished over 1,000 unauthorized structures and illegal shop extensions at the Onitsha main market. The enforcement exercise, carried out under heavy security escort, targeted structures encroaching on main access roads, drainage channels, and designated service corridors. While affected traders expressed distress over financial losses, state urban planning officials stressed that the clearance were necessary to restore traffic flow and improve fire safety compliance. Government representatives assured legitimate stall owners that the clearing operations precede a comprehensive market modernization project aimed at upgrading public facilities. The Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, has executed a 15-year lease agreement transferring its digital industrial park in Enugu to the Enugu state government. Under the terms of the transfer, the state government will convert the modern complex into the Enugu Talent City and Artificial Intelligence Institute. State officials highlighted that the facility will offer certified technical training in artificial intelligence, software engineering, and digital process outsourcing. The initiative aligns with national digital economy goals, aiming to establish Enugu State as a major regional hub for technology startups and remote engineering talent. The federal government has announced plans to commence the deployment of a 90,000-kilometer nationwide fiber optic backbone network to expand broadband penetration. The Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, revealed that the infrastructure timeline following a briefing with President Bola Tinubu in Abuja. Dr. Tijani stated that the project will be complemented by a construction of 3,700 new telecom towers designed to extend digital coverage to over 20 million underdeserved citizens. Additionally, the ministry confirmed the upcoming launch of a national digital postcode system to standardize address verification and support e-commerce logistics across all 774 local government areas. Host communities in the Nkalago industrial belt of Ebonyi State have declared total support for the state government's multi-billion naira Abakaliki cement factory revival initiative. Speaking on behalf of stakeholders from Umuwali, Nkalaha, Nkalago and Amezu, Senator Obinna Oba commended Governor Francis Nwifuru for securing technical partnerships for the plant. The endorsement follows the signing of a memorandum of understanding with international technical partners to reconstruct and modernize the historic industrial complex. Community leaders pledged to guarantee a peaceful operational environment for contractors, while requesting sustained stakeholder engagement throughout the execution phases. And now to sports news. The head coach of Nigeria's under-20 national team, Ladan Boso, has expressed confidence ahead of today's WAFU B Under-20 Championship semi-final clash against host nation Cote d'Ivoire. The Flying Eagles qualify for the knockout stage following a competitive group phase, setting up a decisive encounter in Yamoussoukro. Coach Boso emphasized that tactical adjustments have been implemented to correct defensive vulnerabilities identified during their previous group fixtures. The technical crew confirmed that all key players have been cleared medically and remain focused on securing a qualification spot for the main continental tournament. And to entertainment news, the Nigeria Police Force has issued an invitation to social media commentator Martin Otse, popularly known as Very Dark Man, and Assistant Inspector General of Police Moshood Jimo, over recent public allegations. In a statement issued in Abuja, Force Public Relations Officer Aneke Okokun Eden Iniedu confirmed that the underlying criminal matter has been investigated and submitted to court. The Police High Command clarified that while the judicial process takes its course, internal administrative procedures have been initiated to investigate allegations of professional misconduct. The Force Criminal Investigation Department requested both parties to present statement depositions to aid ongoing administrative inquiries. And now to end the news, the main points again. President Bola Tinubu has approved a major salary increase of up to 80% for Nigeria's 250,000 armed forces personnel, taking effect September 1st, 2026. On the foreign scene, Russian ballistic missile and drone strikes have killed at least 14 people across the Kiev region in Ukraine. On business news, the federal government is set to deploy a 90,000-kilometer nationwide fiber optic network alongside 3,700 new telecom towers to boost broadband connectivity. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a good morning.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
In the heart of southwestern Nigeria lies Osun State, a land where history, spirituality, and modern life converge. From ancient groves to growing cities, Osun tells a story deeply rooted in Yoruba civilization. Osun State, created in 1991, is home to Osogbo, its capital city, a fast-developing urban center surrounded by rolling hills, farmlands, and rivers that have sustained communities for generations. At the edge of Osogbo lies the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the last remaining sacred forests in Yoruba culture. Dedicated to Osun, the goddess of fertility, the grove is both a spiritual sanctuary and a living museum of tradition. For centuries, Osun has remained a stronghold of Yoruba identity, where festivals, art, and spirituality are woven into everyday life. The annual Osun-Osogbo festival draws thousands of pilgrims from across the world, celebrating faith, renewal, and cultural continuity. Beyond its sacred heritage, Osogbo is a growing city where tradition meets modern commerce. Markets bustle with traders selling textiles, food, and crafts, reflecting the entrepreneurial spirits of its people. Osun State is also a center of education, home to institutions such as Obafemi Awolowo University in nearby Ile-Ife and Osun State University, shaping the next generation of leaders. Young people here represent a bridge between tradition and innovation. In Ile-Ife, mythology and history intertwine, believed to be the spiritual birthplace of the Yoruba people. It remains one of Africa's most culturally significant ancient cities. Bronze works and archaeological discoveries here continue to attract global attention. Agriculture remains the backbone of Osun's economy. Cocoa, yam, cassava, and maize farming sustain rural communities across the state. In recent years, small-scale industries and digital entrepreneurship have begun reshaping its economic landscape. Like many Nigerian states, Osun continues to balance development with tradition, investing in infrastructure, education, and healthcare to improve the lives of its people. From sacred groves to modern cities, Osun State remains a living testament to Nigeria's cultural depth and evolving future. A place where heritage is not only remembered, but lived.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose. Bring you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And I am Princess Ken Ochoma. It's a good morning. It's a beautiful, cold morning here in the southeast. Welcome.
I'm Uche Osai saying good morning to you, our global audience. It's another beautiful morning where we are urging you to grab a cup of coffee, tea, or even some fried meat, or, you know, what they call it? What they call that? Small chops. The chin-chin, right?
Okay.
Yeah, yes. Some chin-chin, and then relax because the sunrise is set sail.
It's a beautiful morning, and it's still Ochoma's morning because she's getting beautiful day by day. But not regard, or nevertheless bringing her into the scenario, I think that the weather is getting more cozy by the day, and we're trying to figure out how the sun could shine.
We don't figure out how the sun could shine. It shines when it wants to shine, but it's so worthy of note. Let me keep my mouth shut. But when a young man begins to go to bed, you know, tie wrapper, they say, it means that it's time to begin to, you know, go and do some prizing somewhere. So observing that Ochoma is so beautiful this morning, it's quite commendable.
I observe because she's wearing.
No, it's good that you observe it now.
She's wearing an Aneke TV polo.
It's good that you observe it now.
You know,
so are you trying to say he's observing way too much? I mean,
no, I'm not.
Your observance is.
I'm just saying that. I'm just saying that when a young man begins to notice some beautiful things, it's time for that young man to begin to make some moves. Okay.
Is that something you're not telling me?
No, something I'm not telling you is that you're on a Aneke TV polo and you look so fabulous, fantabulous.
He doesn't see it. He doesn't
okay.
Okay. Well, let's just go back to our quote of the day from the, you know, great man Jim Rohn. Now, the quote has some run in it, and it's part of our inspiration segment on Aneke TV this morning. He says, either you run the day or the day runs you. That's the quote we're bringing your way today here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. You know, either you run the day or the day runs you. It means simply that either you do what you have to do or the things you have to do will do you. It does not take away the fact that you are not living or you are not doing what you want to do. It simply means that action is better than, you know, planning a lot of times. Of course you have to plan, of course you have to still act, but when you act much more than you plan, you are going to basically hit a lot of success. You know, we've seen people who have inspired us, and we've seen those who started innovating. You know, they started creating stuffs, they started creating, you know, the airplane and the, you know, generally what people have made in this world is not just by planning. They had to run. So when you run, either you run the day or the day runs you. So you have to run the day today. You have to make that plan, take that action today, or the day would really take you.
John Ron is saying this one. It's either you run the day, it's either you influence your environment or your environment influences you. It's either you influence your community or your community influences you. It's either you decide on how you want to impact, you know, an environment, or the environment decides how to impact. So it's either the nature influences you or the nurture influences you. So it's up to you as an individual to decide. You know, this speaks more on integrity, not being easily swayed by decisions, not being easily swayed by, you know, promises. You know what you want and you go after it. It's not waking up in the morning and say, okay, whatever the day decides to throw at me, I will take it like that. Even before you step out, what plans have you made? What words have you told yourself, or what, you know, activities have you set up for yourself, such that you understand, you know, each step as it comes, so it doesn't just be like the wind tosses you from one place to another. So it's either you run your day or the day runs you.
Alright. You know, this quote this morning is quite speaking to the fact that you have to take charge of your day. That's simply what Jim Rohn is telling us. Take charge. He says either you run the day or the day runs you. If you do not take charge, then what else? You stay at the receiving end. And you remember that all you have in a day is time. And time, they say, waits for no one. Which is why we say in Latin, tempus fugis, non regamus est. So, take charge of your time. Take charge of the day. Be in charge and determine the direction of the day.
All right, we take a short break. When we return, we bring your way the weather reports. Stay with us. Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Welcome back. Now let's take a quick look at what's making the front page headlines of major newspapers today from the Daily Sun, Daily Trust, Vanguard, The Nation, and The Guardian.
And joining us is Aneke TV's in-house analyst with deeper insight, in-depth analysis. Welcome, Res Aro. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you, Mr. Uche, for having me this morning.
Yes. And how is Nigeria treating you?
Well, it is your signature question, and of course, it has been a developed signature answer. Fair.
Fair. Anyway, your signature answer is taken, but the question is, let me ask, has the light improved in your area?
Well, I had light all through the night.
Wow.
I had light all through the night, coming to this morning at about a few minutes to 6 a.m. It went off and has not come back.
It has not come back?
No, it won't come back until afternoon.
At least you know when it will come. There's marked improvement from not seeing it at all to having it.
Yes, of course. There is a marked improvement.
Mr. Rice, it's a pleasure to have you as Rice.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we'll take a look at the major headlines on the major stories this morning. Starting from the Vanguard newspaper, the cover story reads, Wike Northern Youths at war over an icon. Wike Northern Youths at war over an icon. And on the Guardian newspaper, 40% salary increase agreement. 57 state varsities, others in limbo over selective implementation. 57 state varsities and others in limbo over selective implementation. On the Punch headline, military salaries hit 924 billion naira as Tinubu approves pay rise. 924 billion naira as Tinubu approves pay rise. Many feared dead as gunmen attack Sokoto again. That's the cover story on the Daily Trust. Many feared dead as gunmen attack Sokoto again. On the Nation, businessman says, Adeyemi scammed me of 400 million naira. Adeyemi scammed me of 400 million naira. And on the Daily Sun this morning, Anglican primate backs on icon. Anglican primate backs on icon.
All right, now we're starting today from the Punch headline. It says military salaries hit 924 billion naira as Tinubu approves pay rise. President Bola Tinubu has approved a 30% to 80% salary increase for personnel of the Nigerian Armed Forces effective September 1st, 2026. The pay rise pushes the military's annual wage bill to 924 billion naira, with junior personnel receiving the highest percentage increase. The move follows pressure from military veterans and is aimed at improving welfare and morale amid ongoing security operations.
All right, Mr. Harris.
Sometime about 2 weeks ago, we talked on the take-home on the pay of the military personnel that are serving Nigeria, that are staking their lives on the line to ensure that Nigerians are safe, and some of who has actually sacrificed themselves for the sake of peace in Nigeria. So we were crying foul that their pay, the lowest pay among the military privates, is about 49,000, and it was abhorrible, and people were crying foul. And now the president, it was said that the military salary has been reviewed upwards to the tune of at least 100,000 naira. But it has now been signed to start to become effective from 1st September. And now you see the way he actually did it is starting from the least with 80%, midway 50%, and of course the top generals 30% pay rise. And that made the entire salary of the military to be about 929, is that 29 billion or 26 billion? About 900 fraction billion. So, some people actually clamored for it. The veterans, the the aged people who have put their lives online to save Nigeria, to work for Nigeria, to maintain security for Nigeria, to defend Nigeria internally and from its frontiers, those who have represented Nigeria in international peacekeeping operations and all that. These were the people who are actually looking at what the economy is like in Nigeria, thought that it is wise for government to actually look into the salary of the military. And of course, that they did. Yet, I am personally not excited that there's a pay rise, because the pay rise is still not commensurate enough with the realities, the economic realities in Nigeria. That's why I am not excited. But at the same time, probably the economic department of government must have looked at it from the perspective of, putting in more money into circulation that may drive inflation upwards. So that could be why they had to stop at where they are. But at the same time, the workers are still clamoring for their own pay rise, and very soon, certainly, they will negotiate and there will be an increase in the pay rise of workers. And so also it will be in all other sectors. And you can see it is not easy. Inflation, and any time Nigeria tends to increase salaries, or the government tends to increase them, there will be a corresponding inflationary move upwards, I don't know whether the inflation complements or does that on the negative. So it is not a very beautiful thing. The economies, certain principles, economic principles work. But in Nigeria, the economic principles, all known economic principles, even the law of demand and supply, does not hold water in Nigeria. And we have tried it, we have seen it at several, you see that those principles do not work. We had a Nigerian who was a former Minister of Economic Planning or Finance in Nigeria. He was in Malaysia and turned around the economy of Malaysia. He was in Gambia, he did the same thing. When he came to Nigeria, the magic did not work. And we are talking about Kanu. So, and he did that in Malaysia, he did as a minister, he did that in Gambia, and when he came to Nigeria, he couldn't work. You see, so the principle does not work in Nigeria. Well, the moment you mention that there's going to be a pay rise, there'll be a corresponding inflationary move upwards, and all domestic goods will go up. Now, take a look at it more so when you already have a spiraling effect of the Gulf imbroglio, Gulf War, the Middle East War, that is having a toll on the Nigerian economy, that the government don't seem to have anything to cushion, even when they are making extra money from the sales of crude. So you can see that it has very serious effect on the economy. And now you are talking about increasing salaries, then it means that the double-digit inflation might move up, the ladder. If it is 16, it might go back to 25 where it came down from, where they said it came down from. Because we are now beginning to look at the statistics that's being generated by the federal government. The statistics doesn't seem to be in real terms, in real terms with the real, the reality of the economy. Because sometimes when the statistics says the economy is progressing, the economy is flourishing, the economy is doing this, then we have not seen such progress in the lives of the ordinary Nigerians. About even the World Bank at the IMF, on its own statistics says about 6.5 63% of the population is living under poverty line. You find out that it's almost, and the other 23, we don't know exactly where they classify them. So, which means that we have a Nigeria that is poverty-ridden. Yet, government makes claims that the economy is flourishing. So how is this flourishing and people are suffering? How is it flourishing in the midst of plenty? There is penurious life. So this is exactly what one thinks about. So increasing the salary of soldiers, fine, but I am not impressed, because even what they are given now is not enough to carry them. It's not enough to carry them and their families. So it is important that we have to devise some serious in-house, that is one that will suit Nigeria. A principle that will suit Nigeria, that will be done by Nigerians. Let Nigerian economists think out of the box and think about other, crazy economic principles that can match our responses, our stimuli, to the economic issues and policies.
Yeah, I would say sincerely, and I will still ask the question: how much would be enough for them for the money to match the present economic challenges?
Of course.
How much is it that will be enough for them to have, or for the federal government to give the military, personnel, the security personnel, that will be enough for the current economic situation?
Okay, how much will be enough, or how much has been enough for the members of the National Assembly and those who are serving in the executive nationwide? How much has been enough? How much these people are paid in the National Assembly? The National Assembly members or representatives, senators, and House of Representatives members are paid millions of naira every month, which, if you check per annum, it amounts to several, tens and hundreds of billions of naira every year. So, and you are talking about the common man, and we go to the same market. The wife of the senator goes to the market in Abuja to buy these groceries and consumables or necessaries. They all go, and myself, if I'm in Abuja, I'll go to the same market where I earn, about the minimum wage. So you find out how do you begin to compare their living standard? We are talking about such thing that can give reasonable comfort and reasonable living standard. That will be done, mathematically by economists after looking at all the available indices, the economic indices available, and how it suits the Nigerian situation. That is how much they'll be given. I am not trying to say they'll be given 1 million or 10 million or 5,000, as the case may be. But I'm saying that government should consider what is reasonable, because what they have increased, let's say the soldiers are taking 100,000. What can 100,000 do for you? For instance, the soldiers are not paying rent.
Okay. Yes,
they are not paying rent. But what can 100,000 do for a family of 4, a wife and 2 children? What can 100,000? It cannot sustain them. The soldier himself at the front, sometimes, there may be opportunities to buy some biscuits and something like that. Although they provide them meal, also. But it cannot do anything. And the private in the army, who is the #1 person that stays in the front, is going to sacrifice himself. And the moment he's done, he's gone. The family are sent out of the barracks. So who takes care of the wife and the children? No insurance, no policy, nothing. So we are talking about, making life meaningful for the Nigerian people. That's all.
I would say that sometimes when I see some of these, increments or policies when it comes to money, it feels like, I might be wrong, but this is my opinion. It feels like the government is doing citizens a favor by increasing, or let's add a little increase here. You people have made demands enough, let's just add a little increase. These are people who risk their lives on a daily basis, or maybe annually, to protect, to preserve, to rescue, for whatever goes on in there. And then you are increasing by 80%, some by 30%. How would this cater to them and their families? And beyond that, I would like to ask, what is done for persons who have retired? Because I know in some other saner, more stable economy, you see that, you understand that there are, care given to veterans. They are prepared for persons who have fought to restore, to preserve the dignity of a nation. So we are not just looking at increment in their current salary. Oh, you're in service, you're in active service, let's increase it from the 80,000 that you're increasing. I think it was when I learned that an army official receives 120, sometimes 102. I think I heard one was receiving 102,000 naira as a military officer. So how do we, it's not a favor. These people are supposed to be earning on a daily, as it is, because for someone who has not seen his family for a couple of months, how does the family cater? How are they being cared for? What are the measures? Are they going to school? Are there free education for these people? Are there businesses set up for their wives and their children? And for persons that have died, what is the government, what is the provision, what are the provisions made for the families? So it's not just a little increment here, and there needs to be something standard and something sustainable to preserve the legacy of the Nigerian army.
All right. I will start by thanking the Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Forces of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for this monumental stride. While you were speaking, you rightfully pointed out that we've spoken to this issue a number of times in this studio, and well-meaning Nigerians, keep speaking to the welfare of our soldiers, whose responsibility is to ensure the security of life and property of Nigeria, to secure the territorial integrity of this nation. And then, while I was looking at this, I started asking myself, if he had refused to give an increment, heaven will not fall. So they tell us always that nothing will happen. Because over time, through successive administrations, we've seen governments come and go. Yet, their allowances, their salaries are left at what it is. And this president deems it fit to ensure that there's an increment. And I celebrate him for that. However, while I'm celebrating this stride by Mr. President, a number of things needs to be pointed out. Mr. Rice, you rightly highlighted it. If current inflation rate in Nigeria hovers between 15 to 91%, and 15 to 93% at the present. So when you have an increment for a private from 104,500 naira, and then you're giving 80% increment, that takes the salary to around 187,000 or thereabouts. So given the inflation rate in Nigeria, you may not have done the soldier any favor. But I bet that, for me, while I'm commending the president, the commander-in-chief, for this monumental stride, for me, there are more important things that needs to be equally addressed. Because when you see the fiscal cash, just like you rightly pointed out, the Nigerian workers are already clamoring for an increment because their take-home can't take them to their bus stops. Now, beyond the fiscal increment, The welfare of these soldiers is paramount. We need to work towards their welfare. And when I talk about welfare, it's not about what increment in salary. There are other things that are needed when you talk about welfare. Talk about accommodation. I know the hassles for an ordinary private soldier to live in comfort. Some, you see some level of dilapidation. Yes, thanks to the former, our late dear President Muhammadu Buhari. In his time, we saw some form of renovations, and we've seen governors at the subnational, raising complexes for Nigerian army and all that. But beyond that, what is the welfare package like beyond just salaries? You talk about hair care. Do they have access to quality hair care? Move around, go to our barracks. Look at the welfare in terms of health care for these soldiers. Is it such that is affordable? Are they under any insurance scheme that makes it necessary for them to have access to quality drug as at when needed and when desired? And while we talk about all this, even the family of these soldiers should be equally be taken care of, because they make emotional sacrifice when your breadwinner doesn't get to come home 2 months, sometimes 3 months, speaking to those of them who are in the battlefront. So it needs to be holistic, because when you've given someone an increment in this magnitude, and at the end of the day, like you rightly pointed out, before you spend on transportation and the cost of staple food prices are on the increase, nothing is left. So, but when you make provisions, other provisions necessary for a better life, that will help in advancing this very course that the government have taken. But beyond this, when I saw the numbers, from the rank of private to staff sergeant to from warrant to colonel, and then brigadier general to general, and I said nothing for our recruits. Their salary is not 200, or the allowance we'll call it. Our recruits, are they not equally people that we should take care of? Because a number of times we'll see that these boys from Jaji, you just send them away straight, some to Medugri, straight. So we need to equally find a way to factor them into all this. The allowance is between 45,000 to around 80,000 thereabouts, 45,000 thereabouts. So they should be factored equally into all this. If someone has sacrificed to undergo this training to serve this nation, I think it has to be holistic when we are giving increments. But in all, I commend Mr. President for these very efforts, irrespective of what the arguments are. But beyond even the welfare and increment, the greater need is for you to provide advanced weapons for these soldiers. They would celebrate that the more. I know that, yes, the veterans, Nigerians, everybody is celebrating, would celebrate this story. But I tell you, they will celebrate more when you give them advanced weapons, like provide tarmac optics for those who are at the Sahara fronts. They will celebrate that the more. Provide them the needed equipment for them to be able to, when they are in battle line and they call out to their comrades, you will see the ricketting echo of advanced equipment. It gives assurance to know that when you touch your gun will answer you, and not when you touch it and it will cease to answer. Nothing demoralizes a soldier more than that. If you take into a study of those who have flee the force from the fronts and other, those who have absconded, let me use the word, or who have gone on a wall, when you listen to their stories, a number of times it's because they do not have what they need. Because let me tell you one thing, Nigeria is blessed with the best of gallant soldiers you can think of anywhere in the world. Forget about the history past, our exploits in Liberia, in the Ecomog soldiers and all that. But even as we speak, we have one of the best dedicated, devoted, courageous fighting force one can think of. But what they need, and the president has done one part in for me it is starting a conversation, but provide them the needed advanced equipment, and you will see what these boys can do. And it will increase morale across board.
Right, moving on to the next story. This is on the Daily Trust, and it reads, "Many fear dead as gunmen attack Sokoto again." Many fear dead as gunmen attack Sokoto again. Gunmen attacked a community in Sokoto State again, leaving many people feared dead. Reports indicate at least 12 people were killed, 4 injured, with women and children abducted, and livestock rustled during the night raid. Sources said the attackers invaded Gekau and Zugu villages at about 4 p.m. This attack highlights the continued bandit violence in Sokoto and the northwest, coming just a week after a similar attack killed 24 farmers in Zamfara. Another incident of gunmen and killings and kidnappings.
I do not know exactly where to begin to talk about this situation. We have thought and thought and thought. It is every passing day we are getting reports about gunmen, terrorists, kidnappers, and all that in Nigeria, in many parts of Nigeria. If it is not in the northeast, it is in the northwest. If it is not in the northwest, it is in the north central. And of course, many other places, even in the south. So the situation is that we continue to talk to the government of the day to provide all the needed things for our military to now, run down these bandits. If these bandits are seeing hell, they probably would have backed out. Many of them would have backed out. The situation won't be as rampant as it used to be. But you find out that every passing day there's a key. And I'm telling you about the ones reported. There are many others not reported. Many others where 2 persons are seen on the farm and killed. 1 person is seen on the road and killed, and so on. All these issues of terrorism is because, one, we had earlier, tried to lash government on being proactive, getting enough intel, seeing, and sometimes even when government, because we have seen times where the reports were that these criminals came and continued to operate for hours, and there was no response from the government quarters for hours. If we remember the issue in Kwara, they of course operated for close to 10 hours, and nobody came to the rescue of the people. So it is a serious problem. Government has to be proactive. I don't know what else to say that has not been said. All the things have been said, and then we keep on saying it. There's nothing we can do again. You see, the situation in Nigeria came to such a point that a former general of the Nigerian Army, a retired general, called on Nigerians to defend themselves. That is to say that the security situation must have overwhelmed every other person, including the government that has all it takes to, protect the lives and property of Nigerians. You see, it is the primary responsibility of government to take care of Nigerians. It is the primary responsibility of government to ensure the welfare of the people. How do you even get welfare when you are not secured? There's no way you are going to get welfare when you are not secured. Your welfare is not assured. If security is not assured, the second tranche of government responsibility, which is welfare, is not also assured. So that is exactly what we have in a nation like ours. And sometimes a lot of politics are being done on issues that concern security. When people come to complain about security, sometimes the government responses will be making an allusion to politics. you know, somebody is beginning to go against the government for the sake of wooing the people to not to come, you know, vote for them when election comes. And so you politic about it. Forget the politics. Become proactive. And those who are giving we have seen people who came out with intels that were good enough to actually stem the tide of insecurity. They were also sabotaged. And you wonder, some people who are retired in the army today, they tell you that they have done this, done that, tried to get things done the right way. And some people even wanted to kill them. We have seen such things. We have even discussed a few of such things inside this studio. So the government of this country should sit up. The government of Tinubu is doing his best, but somehow, like some people claim, the best may not be good enough to stem the tide of insecurity. That is, but you'll be saying you are doing the best. Yes, that is your best. But your best may not be good enough. So we need more effort. We need more effort. We need more encouragement. While Uche was talking during our last paper, he said government should provide the equipment required, modern tech equipments, to now boost the morale of these guys that are, you know, putting their lives on the line, to boost their morale. Because if these terrorists and bandits are being, you know, taken care of, decimated as much, why at a point are there Spartans? Even if they are Spartans, because they say Spartans die but never surrender. So I see a situation where they'll begin to surrender. Sometimes there's some people surrendered and they're now being reintegrated. I don't believe in that. I don't buy into it, because you don't need to reintegrate a terrorist. How did you come to the conclusion that he's fully repented, that he's taking back, that he's becoming normal, that he's no longer being influenced by some kind of activism or radicalism? No, I don't believe in that. So we want the Nigerian government to do better than they are doing on the issue of insecurity. Yeah,
Nigerian government, I would say the other day, I have to be corrected by some facts that was on ground. And now coming out to see that people are killed, people were killed just a few days, you know, has raised a lot of concern. Even as we are looking at the increase in the security, you know, the rise in the wages, which Mr. President has approved, we're still seeing that there's still this issue of insecurity rising. And now it's not just about lives, it's not just about properties, but lives also are being, you know, destroyed. We're seeing, I don't know, maybe we're seeing what happened in January, February, when those things were on the rise, you know, coming back again, because at some point even though it has been low-key, we noticed that some of those, like some of these huge number of killings were not, you know, we didn't see it in the paper for a while, but right now we're seeing those things coming back, and it's raising a lot of questions, like you asked, like you rightly submitted, that it is not enough for just policies to be made, especially the security aspect. There should be, you know, action. And like Mr. Uche also said, providing this security, you know, outfits, these security agencies with the right tools, with the right equipment, could make them get better. Because at the end of the day, when what they know is the intelligence they receive, how about intelligence ahead? How about knowing about these operations ahead? Because I'm sure that these people that went to, you know, kill people, they have families, and they are not far from the zone which they carried out the operation. So it has raised a lot of questions, and it's raising a lot of concern about intelligence in Nigeria, security intelligence.
Honestly, I mean, I'm a bit upset. I'll just try to keep my emotions in check. People are dying. There is no
lighter way to say this. People are dying, and they're not dying because it was an accidental shoot. People are going into villages. These gunmen, these insurgents are going into villages. These terrorists, these bandits are going into villages in broad daylight, and they are shooting at people and they are abducting people. I think it was last week or early this week that there was a circular that got to a community that these bandits were coming, and someone broadcasted it, and then he got prosecuted for it. So I feel like this military get information sometimes, but this intelligence, it was in the news. So people are dying. So the government should, we've heard comments, security is being increased, but people are constantly dying. I don't know who is not doing their job right. I don't know whose security outfit is faulting, but we need to boost. Yes, salaries have been increased, but maybe this will increase or boost their morale to secure the societies, secure the northeast, secure the entire region of Nigeria.
It's quite unfortunate what we have to witness. We are being told about these deaths. Some time ago we were talking about this thing, and then we said, quite unfortunately, when we are being told that it will never happen again, that this may happen again, and here is staring us in the face. 21 feared dead, 31 kidnapped, abducted from a raid between Plateau and Sokoto State. It's quite an unfortunate situation. That's one that every Nigerian, will continue to clamor that will find a solution to this. And over time, I keep saying that we need a Nigerian solution to these challenges. Well, good enough, we are having conversation around instituting state police to help in stemming the tide of insecurity in Nigeria. And with the speed things are going, we believe that if, when properly channeled in the right direction, that this administration obviously may seem to be heading towards providing a solution to this issue. However, given the rise of the killings that we've witnessed or attacks, many continue to call to question about our collaboration with some foreign governments, especially given our relationship with the United States government. What result is this collaboration producing for us? Or is it that this relationship is only at best when it suits and serves their purpose, in Nigeria? One, will continue to ask, when are the equipment that we're expecting from Turkey, when are they arriving for us to be able to map out, through drones, be able to map the operations and the movement of these insurgents, such that communities couldn't be overwhelmed and are giving surprise attacks, and our military formations will be on the alert and look at before these things occur. However, we'll continue to commend efforts of government, our intelligence forces, our security, the men in arms, their efforts. What we need at this time is a collective effort to be able to stem the tides of insecurity. They keep telling us, when you see something, say something. Don't keep quiet about it. And if I may, by way of advice to every Nigerian, my advice naturally will, tilt towards those, who read the religious book, where in Luke, 22 verse 36, and that should be what it is, because everybody now should be on the lookout and watchful, so that you do not fall prey to any unforeseen circumstances.
All right, we'll take a look at the Vanguard headline, which says, Wike, Northern youths at war over Nikon. Wike, Northern youths at war over Nikon. The FCT Minister, Yeson Wike, questioned the neutrality of Archbishop Emeritus John Cardinal Onaikon following his critique of the administration's economic policies and focus. In response, the Northern Youth Council of Nigeria, NYCN, robustly defended the cleric, maintaining that his public remarks truthfully reflected the severe economic hardship and security challenges confronting ordinary citizens. This confrontation widened as other stakeholders, including the Middle Belt Forum and Rotimi Amechi, weighed in to support the religious leadership, highlighting intense national debate over governance and public license. Yes, Mr. Rex, it's about the issue that has been going on for days from Kaduna.
Well, you see, the visit by the Conference of Bishops to Aso to the President started generating a lot of discourse after that visit. And you see, even people like Wike, the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, decided to jump into the arena, just like he used to do. You know, he's one man who has actually, made himself available to fight at all fronts, fighting at all fronts. One wonders why he has to just make himself that way. Because any sane person that is peace-loving do not fight at all fronts. Now he has turned into fight the bishops. He started talking that in 2023 Aneke was biased and all that. Simply because the conference, not Aneke as an individual, but it's only that he led the Conference of Bishops to meet with the President. And he does not do that all the time. Some of these people do not talk all the time. They have been there doing all the necessaries, and which of course we used to know, praying. Now they have come to do the talking. They talked to Mr. President about security of lives and property. They talked to the Mr. President about the economy of the nation and the so much anguish that is prevalent in Nigeria due to harsh economic situation. But people could not allow Aneke and his group to rest for just telling the president that he has to work harder. Because the implication of what they said is for the president to work harder and stem the tide of insecurity and also the nosediving economy. And that became a serious problem that both Wike and many others, Buala, who was of course one of the persons, Ireno Mokri, Buala, they were all people who were criticizing Tinubu before now, and now they have been given a job. They are now singing. So we know them. We know that whatever they're saying, or whatever position they take is inconsequential, because that position is just for their stomach. The position is not because there's anything they have seen about the president. They are deceiving the president by, saying things, singing, in good tunes for him to hear. Those tunes that the president wants to hear. These people are not doing any good. It is even those people who have come to tell him the truth. But the president refused to acknowledge that what they said is the truth. But that is the truth. Because if you go all around, check what is a flourishing economy, for instance. Anywhere, what is a flourishing economy? Is an economy done in the absence of the population? When you talk about economic indices, is it done outside the population? Are people not involved? Is it done in isolation? Is it something that is abstract? It is something that is real. When you talk about a flourishing economy, it means that the Nigerian people will really enjoy life because everything will be stable. Food will be affordable. That's why we talk about the Western world. If you go to Europe, America, their problem is not food. No, even if you are a beggar, you still eat very well. You take any kind of meat, chicken, pork, anything you want, with little money, beggarly money. If it is in any of these world and we have $100,000 as pay, of course you eat and eat and eat yourself to stupor. So it is not about food. But here in Nigeria, we don't even have food. Nobody, most people don't, up to 70% of the people, Nigerian people, do not take 2 square meal. When you take 2 square, I know that sometimes I will manage to soak gari. I'll manage to soak gari and a few cubes of sugar. And that solves it. Is it not disheartening that at this level, people like us who are journalists, who are doing this job, holding government accountable and ensuring that we have a better society, some of us manage to soak gari? It is disheartening. So what would one talk about coming to, embarrass Onaiko for saying the real things? These people have told us the truth, and Onaiko said they have done the talking. And it's after that. If the government wants to take it, fine. If the government doesn't want to take it, fine. It is now upon the Nigerian people to know that what they have done is the real thing. But for wike to come out challenging, I'm happy the youth, the Northern Youth, Congress has risen to the occasion, because the wike wants to fight everybody. He has gotten his match, and those people are already challenging him because he wants to come. People have spoken. Bola and all the others have spoken from the presidency. You are the Minister of Federal Capital. Nobody has asked you to speak on behalf of Mr. President. But you brought into that matter. How can the minister who is supposed to be meddlesomeness? That is pure meddlesomeness. Sometimes people describe such situation, such persons as meddlesome interlopers. So you come in, meddle into what does not directly affect you, does not directly concern you. If people are talking about that the Federal Capital Territory is not taken care of, then you can make responses because you are the minister in charge. You are like the governor of Abuja, the Federal Capital. So you can make references to it. You can come out to defend yourself. But this time you are defending, the presidency has many spokespersons, media generals that can defend Mr. President if the need arises. But the Mr. President on his own defended himself by saying the economy is flourishing, that he doesn't agree with Onaiko. He said it himself. He did not even allow any of his media aides to begin to. It was not until when Onaiko left that Bola started making responses and started accusing him. Now wike are coming with their own accusation that he was biased, he was this, he was that. That does not, it is not connected with the reality that Onaiko and his group has said.
First of all, it's something that has been of a particular concern over time, seeing how the Catholic, I would say Catholic cardinal has spoken and has told federal government and even the public that they are done talking. And now having to also be backed up with by the Northern Youth Forum and the counterpart, that's the Arewa and other ethnic youth groups, you will see that this is touching everybody. This is really something of particular concern. And even from Mr. Wike, from the whole conversation, from the whole talks that had to come from him, I don't think we are going to expect anything less than what we are hearing. I don't think it's going to be less than what we're hearing, because nobody would not want to, you know, make a support or stand with whoever that has them in a good place. That's my own suggestion, because I don't think they would see it. Like I said yesterday, let one of them come down and stay with the people, maybe a day or two, if not even them at the top, really. I mean, let them send one of their aides to just come down and stay with the people and price things in the market, price tomatoes, staple foods, price things in the market themselves, because I don't think they even know how much fuel price is. I don't think they even know how much, you know, how much it takes to fill a tank. I don't think they know. So this is what we are facing currently in Nigeria, and thank God that the cardinal has spoken, even though there's a backlash front and back, but what is true is true.
Well, Mr. FCT Minister should, you know, should address what has been said, rather than, I mean, from what we hear, he's playing on neutrality, and from what the conversation with the Catholic cardinal had, he was not trying to, you know, play to any gallery. He was neutral in his conversation and his submissions about the conversation they had with the president. So I'm trying to understand on what grounds is Wike accusing him of not being neutral, because from the conversation he had, both with the one he had at the TV interview and with the president, he came out to say these are the things the president gave in response to the questions I asked. So we should see a more, like I often say, instead of attacking a person's integrity and character, these spokespersons should instead give us a rebuttal of what was said. Oh, Aneke has said one thing, oh, this is not what it is, this is what it is, and we support the president, or we agree with the president that this is what it is, and maybe they would have a conversation. And then seeing the former governor Amechi agree, it's just for that, I wouldn't know if it's playing from the opposition side or, you know, wholly supporting the reality that Cardinal Aneke has highlighted. But whatever it is, this conversation is not something that we should be going back and forth on, because it's the truth and it's something that is glaring to the eye. And just like the Cardinal has said, they have done speaking and are waiting for the government to, you know, since they've said something, maybe the government spoke in faith that the economy is good. So since the cardinal has submitted and waiting for the government to actualize or, you know, fulfill on the promises, then we would have a conversation on that.
Right, Mr. Rez, you don't want Wike to earn his bread? Who would be that wouldn't speak when they feel that the job of their principal is being attacked? Many Nigerians, you know, would equally toe similar lines. Over time, it's not about what is said, but it's about wanting to be valued the more, to be seen to be loyal to your principal. But you did cap it all by saying that Wike is fighting on all fronts. It's quite unfortunately that Wike is coming into this very battle. Yes, we know he's a man that is bold and courageous and doesn't fear any battle. But to continue to, you know, go into this very one with the Catholic Church, I think is a battle that even the president himself and this presidency, this administration wouldn't want to go into. Because over time, if you go through history, you are dealing with a religious set that never loses any of similar battle. If we take you through history, they've never. And they can portray the arrays of best intellectuals across the globe. And over time, they continue to advise governments without interference. And for me, Cardinal Aneke has paid his dues. He's a man with never to play to the gallery. He's a man speaking for the Catholic Church that more often, when you see the Catholic bishops together, They don't play partisan politics. And when we look at the issues raised, what did Aneke say? That the nation is bleeding, that the people are hungry. And today in the headline, we've heard about 21 persons killed, 31 abducted, raped between Plateau and Sokoto. It does it not speak, and
Zafara
as well. So does it not speak to the same fact that the nation is bleeding? You know, things have so degenerated in our nation that we no longer see the death of an individual as being worth anything. Today, 20 something. So this is the level of degeneration that we are witnessing. And when you talk about hunger and security, I remember I heard Wike himself speaking to a time when he went out without security to a restaurant to eat. And before he knew it, 50 persons came to greet him. He became so uncomfortable because he had no security. Though they were coming to greet and compliment him, he was so uncomfortable that he had to tell the restaurant owners that he will come back some other time. On leaving the place, he now met some other hoodlums who want him to, you know, bless them with something. And I don't think after that experience that Wike has gone out alone in the public. If he doesn't feel secure, then why is he coming to challenge those who have the courage to call a spade a spade? But be that as it may, there are many things about Wike and Ebola and the people who are continuing to raise dust on this issue. And I keep insisting that they are not doing this administration any good by continuing to highlight on this issue, because this is one battle, one very battle that obviously they will lose. You don't go to a war that you know you will lose. The cardinal has come up publicly to say that they have said their bit. It's left for you to govern and put what was said to action. And that's the best answer that the government needed to offer. Now, a lot of them, when they speak, tend to cause religious division. I have with me here, something circulating online, purportedly coming from the Catholic Youth Association of Nigeria, Sion, which, online people has marked as being fake, where they wrote a letter to their brethren, and with the subject, our faith must rise above partisan politics. And I asked the question, which part of the Catholic organization of faithful would go against the Catholic bishops? Even the priests of the Catholic Church hardly take a stand against the Catholic Church. An incident did happen in Enugu State here, though I wasn't around in Enugu State, but I read about it, I heard about it, and we know how it ended. So, instead of causing such divisions, we should rather go back to the drawing board and see what we've done right and what we are not doing right. And look, fortunately enough, is now the Arewa youths that are the vanguard of this very battle, which is why I say they are not doing this administration any good. They should rather think back. And when you talked about Wike, not just fighting in up front, and you see him calling Rotimi Amechi a political liability, and then what he is engaging in is almost at the level of becoming a liability to his principle as well. And one should advise them that they should shield their sword, that this is not the battle for them to fight. They should live for 2027 where they have a bigger battle in their hands.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you more updates. Do stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap a ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena.
only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. This is still Aneke Sunrise. All right, over to the next story. We read Nigeria to lose over 50% of UK aid as Europe slash foreign assistance. Nigeria to lose over 50% of UK aid as Europe slash foreign assistance. The UK will slash aid to Nigeria by 50.2% to 68 million euro by 2028-2029, down from 136.62 million euros in 2025 and 2026 as part of broader Western aid cuts. Now, this is driven by the UK cutting official development assistance to 0.3% of gross national income for defense, a US shift to trade, not aid, and similar reductions by Germany, France, the Netherlands, and Sweden. Okay, and for Nigeria, this means funding gaps in health and humanitarian programs in the Northeast, forcing the federal government to approve emergency funds like $200 million for health to fill the void. So we're seeing a whole 50% cut for whatever UK gives us in health.
Yeah, you see, although it is not fully pronounced, there seems to be some kind of recession across the globe, which has economically compelled the United Kingdom to cut its aid to Nigeria from about 130-something million euros down to 80-something. It's not easy. They have been actually funding some things in Nigeria, but sometimes it's not going to just work like that because it's just an aid. You know, you are not giving them anything. They are doing that based on how they feel about ensuring that development goes on across the globe. They are doing that for a number of countries, especially those who are Commonwealth nations. But this time it has been cut, and Nigeria is now going to work hard to fill the gap. That is why we have the approval of a $200 million, to bridge that gap. But who knows where the $200 million will come from? Because certainly we are borrowing and borrowing. So it might be another kind of borrowing again to increase our, debts, our international debts, because it might be something that we borrow outside the shores of Nigeria. It's not something that you can borrow domestically. $200 million is not a chicken feed. It's something that you must either approach the World Bank, the African Development Bank, or any other financial institutions to get from, so as to bridge the gap, especially in issue of health care and other things that needs attention. That is where this aid cut affects generally.
Well, for me, I feel like if we are able to, reassign and stabilize our economy inwardly, raising the 200 million shouldn't be, a huge deal, a big deal. And it's also the UK slashing their aid. Initially, it might affect us because seeing that there's probably been a whole lot of dependence on those ODAs that has been sent. But if it eventually becomes true that they are slashing over 50%, maybe we would find a way, or probably at that time we'll find a way to readjust our economy, make the necessary adjustment, take out, probably offset some loans, because like we often say, we have money, but it's where to channel it to and how to channel it. So if this is like the health, we'll find a way to readjust, make all the necessary adjustment that needs to be made, and find a way to stabilize when it comes to this health aid.
Which money? Where do you have the money?
Even the ones that has been borrowed. Recycling.
The one you have, about 50 something billion dollars in your reserve. It cannot even sustain Nigeria for maybe 6 months.
But if they cut down on all the expenses, the things they buy, the things they building,
billion.
You know, it's quite unfortunate where we find ourselves. When we talk about aid, being dependent on aid and borrowing, you know, you become so disturbing that one would, you know, note that when you go to resurrect people like Awolowo, Zik, they will ask you how come it got this bad. And when you talk about aid, you know, to Nigeria and African nations, I take a certain stance to them. And for me, I see them, you know, in a certain study on how the Western world continue to underdevelop Nigeria and Africa. Because we're becoming so dependent on this aid that we'll continue to borrow. One would hope that cutting these aids could wake us up to the reality that we can't continue to depend on aids to meet certain needs and requirements. A time where we need to begin to, you know, retrospectively go back and rethink and reimagine our nation, ourselves. That aid cannot lead us to the desired development that we need as a people. That borrowing would not offer us the needed development that we desire. And over time, you ask yourself, even the borrowed funds, how do we utilize them? What are we using them for? We borrow to service them, and then we rely on foreign agencies to help us with basic needs that this nation could offer itself. It's so worrisome that even when at times, yes, when you see these cuts coming in, it may impact negatively on so many things. Look at the withdrawal of US aid. We are still suffering the impact in the Nigerian healthcare system till date. And it's unfortunate that a nation that could, you know, compete economically with the best in the world still depend on aid and borrowing for us to be able to facilitate the basic needs of our nation. Is so appalling. And yes, it may be unpatriotic for one to say that those aids should go, but we need to really sit down, have a rethink. And it's even more staring in the face to the fact that we are heading towards an election. And many of us will not be around to want to go to a town hall meeting and listen to the individuals that we want to elect, that will champion the economic agenda of our nation, that would shape the next chapter of this nation. It's quite unfortunate.
All right, next is sports update, and we're bringing you what's happening just in the nick of time. This evening, the women, talking about the WAFCON, the Super Falcons, will face Egypt this evening by 9 p.m. to know if they could be able to seal their victory into, you know, the next quarterfinal round, which will be coming up just by this weekend. And the match is going to take place by 9 p.m. today, and I must tell you that it is not going to be easy for Nigeria to win Egypt, even though Egypt is just below is just on the 4th position in the group. But right now, we are seeing how the women are pulling up. This is the first time they are trying to, in few years, just in recent years, they have been struggling to attain that position. Mr. Rex, I don't know how you have seen the women trying to, you know, win their games, and the draw. They had to lose their first game against Malawi, and they won Zambia just one name, and they are going to face Egypt this night by 9 p.m. Do you think they will scale through facing Egypt?
Well, that is not the kind of team we had played with for so many years back. We have a team that is not as strong as the women group we used to have. We've had a team that has gone to the World Cup and of course went further and further and did us proud. We've had a team that has lifted the African females Nations Cup many times. Today, it is no longer the same. We really need to look inwards and see how to repackage what's the name of their team again? repackage that female team for Nigeria, Super Falcons, and we really need to repackage the Super Falcons. Otherwise, even if they qualify, of course, for the World Cup, there are chances we might not go far.
Okay. Also, I wanted to ask Ochomma, because Ochomma is the woman, is the female here, so she would really know, have an idea of what she would be expecting Egypt and Nigeria to play tonight. So, are you seeing Nigeria?
We had dominated African female football.
Yes, we did, but
that's what I'm saying. But presently,
that they lost one match has not in any way affected. That match was the first match of the tournament, so it's not a deciding match.
It's not.
Right?
It's going to be a problem tonight because we need to score more than 3 goals to be able to.
So
because if we don't score to 3 goals, if we just win, if our Super Falcons just win the game, then there will be a lot of mathematics to solve. But if they score more than 3 goals or up to 3 goals, 3-0, that's what we need tonight.
I'm sure that they are familiar with this, situation that you've mentioned. And the coach has said they've made alternatives, they've done their trainings, and all their players are cleared medically, and all that needs to. So it's going to be a good match at the end of the day, and I expect that for having won 10 times, they already have a strategy that they would use in winning. Okay, that's all the time we have this morning on Sunrise. Thank you for sitting with us and enjoying the program. Till we come here again same time tomorrow, I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Have a lovely day.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Have a wonderful day.
Mr. Resar, thank you for your presence and in-depth insights.
Thank you. And for you, keep watching Aneke TV. We'll give you the best.
I am Uche Osai saying thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Yeah, can't move flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm about it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. This is what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know? But like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top, but the top, I can't never take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't do flexing, cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing. Yeah, y'all be lame things. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing. I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road. Gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't do flexing, cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
A nation does not fail in a single moment. It declines gradually through small acts of neglect, tolerated disorder, and the erosion of responsibility. In Nigeria, the conversation about governance is often loud, and the conversation about citizenship is often silent. Yet between these two lies the fate of the republic. Civic duty is not a slogan, it is a discipline. It is the conscious decision of citizens to act in ways that sustain the collective good, even when no one is watching, even when the system appears imperfect, even when personal sacrifice is required. For Nigeria, this is not philosophical, it is urgently practical. Consider something as ordinary as public infrastructure. A newly constructed road is inaugurated. Within months, it begins to deteriorate not only because of poor construction, but because of overloaded trucks, illegal drainage blockages, and the absence of communal ownership. The question then arises, who destroyed the road? The government that built it poorly, or the citizens who used it irresponsibly? The honest answer is both. Civic duty begins where blame ends. It demands that citizens recognize that public property is not government property. It is shared property. And what is shared must be protected collectively, or it will be destroyed collectively. Take another example, taxation. Across many parts of Nigeria, there is resistance to paying taxes, often justified by the argument that government has failed in its responsibilities. This argument is not without merit, but it is incomplete. For taxation is not merely a transactional exchange, it is a foundational principle of statehood. It is the mechanism through which citizens invest in the possibility of governance. When taxes are evaded systematically, the state weakens structurally, and when the state weakens, even the honest citizen suffers. Thus, civic duty requires a difficult balance to demand accountability from government while also fulfilling one's obligations to the state. One without the other produces instability. Then there is the question of elections. In democracy, the vote is the most direct expression of civic power. Yet in Nigeria, voter turnout often reflects apathy, disillusionment, or transactional participation. Voters are sometimes exchanged for immediate material gain, money, food, promises that dissolve after election day. But what is truly being traded is that moment is not just a vote, it is the future. Civic duty in its truest sense demands that the citizen approaches the ballot not as an opportunity for personal benefit, but as an ethical responsibility to the nation. To vote without reflection is negligence. To refuse to vote out of apathy is abdication. To sell a vote is a surrender of sovereignty. Beyond elections lies the everyday practice of lawlessness. Traffic regulations ignored, waste disposal indiscriminately, public officials bribed to bypass due process. These actions may appear minor in isolation, but collectively they form a culture. And culture, once established, becomes stronger than policy. A society that normalizes small violations inevitably becomes vulnerable to larger ones. Civic duty, therefore, is not only about grand gestures. It is about consistent obedience to principles that sustain order. That is also the role of truth in civic life. In an age of rapid information, misinformation spreads quickly through social media, informal networks, and sometimes even through trusted institutions. Falsehood, when repeated often enough, begins to shape public perception and perception, in turn, shapes national decisions. Civic duty requires intellectual discipline. It requires citizens to verify before sharing, to question before believing, and to resist the temptation of sensationalism. For a nation that cannot protect truth, cannot sustain justice. Nigeria's diversity adds another layer of responsibility. Ethnicity, religion, and regional identity are powerful forces. They can enrich a nation, but they can also divide it. Civic duty demands that citizens rise above narrow loyalties when they conflict with national interests. It demands that competence is valued above tribe, justice above sentiment, and unity above suspicion. This is not a denial of identity, it is the elevation of responsibility. At its best level, civic duty is moral before it is political. It is shaped in homes where children are taught honesty, not just success. It is reinforced in schools where discipline is valued alongside knowledge. It is echoed in religious spaces where righteousness is defined not only by ritual, but by conduct in public life. A society that separates morality from citizenship creates individuals who are privately virtuous but publicly indifferent. Nigeria cannot afford that contradiction. What then is truly expected of the Nigerian citizen? Not perfection, but responsibility. To obey laws even when enforcement is weak. To protect public goods even when others do not. To participate in governance not only through voting, but through informed engagement. To reject corruption not only in leadership, but in daily interactions. To uphold truth even when falsehood is more convenient. To place the nation at critical moments above personal or group interest. These are not extraordinary demands. They are the minimum conditions for national survival. History teaches that nations are not destroyed only by bad leaders. They are also weakened by passive citizens. And yet, history also teaches that renewal is possible. When citizens begin to see themselves not as victims of the state, but as co-authors of its destiny, something shifts. Responsibility replaces resignation. Participation replaces complaint. Hope becomes practical. Nigeria stands at such a threshold. The question is no longer whether change is necessary. It is whether citizens are willing to embody that change in measurable, daily ways. For in the final analysis, civic duty is not an abstract ideal. It is the consistent and often difficult work of choosing the nation again and again in actions both seen and unseen. And it is in that choice that the future of Nigeria will be decided.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we bring to you a heartbeat of issues, policies, politics, personalities shaping our nation. And today, we'll take a look at Enugu State as the fastest improving state. Today on Insight, we turn our attention to Enugu State, a state that is steadily forcing itself into the center of Nigeria's development conversation. With Dr. Ruben Onyishi on the show, we examine what it truly means for Enugu State to emerge the fastest improving state, and whether this progress marks the beginning of a durable transformation or merely the promise of one. For years, Nigerians have heard ambitious pledges from state governments, but what stands out in Enugu's case is the growing evidence of movement in governance, in infrastructure, in public sector reform, and in the confidence that development can be deliberately engineered, not left to chance. The question now is not simply why Enugu is rising, but what lessons the rest of the country can draw from the rise. Is this a story of bold leadership, disciplined implementation, and strategic investment, or are there deeper questions about sustainability, equity, and the real impact of these gains on the lives of ordinary people? These are the hard questions, and they are the ones we'll put before Dr. Ruben Onyishi today. Because when a state begins to outperform expectations, it deserves more than applause. It deserves scrutiny, perspective, and honest conversation about what comes next. And joining us to help us answer some of these questions with deeper insight is a man who is so close from the corridors of power, one who is part and parcel of this re-engineering of a state. Welcome, Dr. Ruben Onyishi, who is a senior special assistant to Enugu State Governor on New Media. Dr. Ruben, it's a pleasure to have you one more time on The Insight.
Thank you very much, Chair.
All right.
Glad to be here.
Yes, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Yes. Doc, you know, we are taking a look at this report that just emerged, and we were told that Enugu State is now the fastest improving state. And when we look at the statistics, yes, they say statistics don't lie. And when we look at the statistics, we are seeing Enugu State, scoring highest momentum score of a positive 1.15 out of 33 assessed states. Then you look at the runner-up states like Jigawa in second place with a positive 0.77%, and Abia ranked third, at a positive 0.67. And then when you look at where Enugu State has taken southeast, as you see Enugu State, pushing southeast as the best performing region, of development momentum. And I'm asking you, what does this really mean for you as a government?
Oh, thank you very much. What it means for us as a government is the fact that, you see, we are not working for people to rate us high. We are just doing our thing. You understand? Focusing on transforming Enugu State. Focusing on taking the GDP of the state from where we met it to $30 billion. Knowing full well that investors will contribute very much to the economic growth. So we plant flowers in order to attract the bees.
You plant flowers in order to attract the bees.
Yeah, so you see all that the governor is doing in terms of infrastructure, ease of doing business, is targeting investors. You see that all the governor is doing in opening up routes here and there is, to make for connectivity, targeting investors, all right? And then making Enugu aviation hub. And then building hotels like the 5-star hotel, they are all geared towards, attracting investors. And then that is it. Then ultimately the goal is to eradicate poverty, to reduce poverty to 0% headcount index. So we're doing our thing.
Sorry. Reduce poverty to 0%.
Headcount index, yes.
Is that achievable?
Yes. Most of the things we do, people never thought they were possible. but they are possible. They are being done, and it is very clear. So all to the credit of a man who knows where he's headed for, and then the team he has brought into the job. Because one thing is also to make a good choice of a team, and people who will be as committed as you are. You know, people, you are just as weak as their weakest link. So you have to bring the people, everybody on board, and then push them. When I mean push them, you know, strategically, you know, align everyone to their roles and making sure that they are motivated to get the job done. So these are what we have. So we weren't doing that to play to the galleries or anything. We are just doing our thing. And the governor is focused on these deliverables.
So you're simply telling us that you were not surprised by these ratings by Phillips Consulting?
That we were not what?
You're not surprised?
Well, it's not that we are not surprised. All right? While we do our things, we don't know what any other person might be doing. All right? But we do our things, and we focus on our things, doing them. You see all that the governor is doing. So we are focused on our thing, you know. But if these things occur to us as leaves to a tree, it's not that they just occur to us as leaves, naturally. It
becomes natural.
Yeah, as leaves would to a tree. So we will appreciate it. Right. And we are not going to rest on our oars and say, look, we have achieved this. All right? We are still going to continue to do the best we can, you know, focusing on these three objectives, you know, revving up the GDP, bringing in investors, and reducing poverty to that 0% level.
Okay, you know, let me officially offer my congratulatory message to you. You know, it's not easy when one looks that amongst states, you know, you outperformed other states. But let's get to this. Philip Consulting, they said Enugu emerges fastest improving state. And my question is, do we equate fastest improving state as simply the best performing?
Well, it is not wrong to equate it. If we are the fastest growing or fastest improving state, that is to say that, you know, we are on a speed lane. And if you look at what the governor has done so far in terms of development, you know, because they tie these things to certain developments. They tie the momentum to, they looked at human capital development, they looked at infrastructure, they looked at social services, and all the governor has done. Do you understand? That informs that decision, all right? Because those things are founded on statistics. Exactly. All right, so it is not wrong to say that we are the best state in Nigeria. If you look at all the indices, Enugu is on its own because of the kind of governor we have, the leadership we have.
Okay. Let me ask you a pointed question. You know, on the inside, so don't hold back.
No,
Let me ask you a pointed question. You know, it has taken a while, and I've been reading, listening, interacting to comments concerning this. And I'm asking, is this a PR emanating from the government? Is there any sort of influencing Enugu State emerging on this position, despite the data?
You know, when I was in Urban Radio the other day, on Urban Radio, and they asked me the same question, and I wondered, say, PR for what? PR, what are we doing PR for? We don't even, you know, like I said, things occurring to you naturally as leaves to a tree. Governor has won so many awards. We didn't ask for those awards. The governor has not even received all the awards that are coming to him. He's even dropping them. So he say this, that I don't. These awards. Let me just focus on my what I'm doing. But
Doc, are you saying people are not involved in any sort of PR?
How are we? What kind of nonsense PR?
No, because we are talking about awards coming in, and amongst
so you are discrediting Philip Consulting, a reputable, credible institution like Philip.
We understand that this is based on the index.
They gave you the indices upon which they based their assessment. So look at those indices. Are they wrong? Are they not visible enough in the state? These are visible indices, things that the governor is doing. So we are not involved in any way. This thing just came to governor, came to His Excellency. He came to him, and we say, well, yeah, he has come to us. Yeah, it will just make us to motivate us to work harder. We don't rest on our oars, and we are doing our thing, focusing on these deliverables. That's one thing, if you know His Excellency, he's focused. This is what I want to do. He wants to achieve them. Okay? So nobody is doing any PR for any. We don't have time for that.
All right. Let's tie this to policies and decisions. Let's look at what, from where you sit, what are the policies or the choices, you know, that have pushed Enugu State to the top of the momentum index, in your perspective?
Well, like I said, these things are based on indices, and they named those things. They named them. They talked about the smart schools that the governor has built, 267 so far, more are coming. All right, it's no mean task to execute 267 smart schools.
Abia State is doing similar thing.
How many have they done? 17 or how many? I don't even think it is up to that. And if Abia State is doing similar thing, it's not a crime. Imitation is not a bad thing. You can imitate, even though they say imitation never rises above the original. But if you see something that is good somewhere, that's happening somewhere, you can imitate. So if Abia imitates Enugu, it is in the interest of the Southeast. It's in the Southeast region. So we encourage it. If you see anything good that your colleague is doing, you can also imitate it and do it, replicate it. But I don't think Abia State has done as much as Enugu, because we are talking about 267. I don't think Abia has done up to 17. And then we have the Type 2 hospitals, 260. You have the Enugu A. Okay, you have the transport interchange terminals. You have the CNG buses. You have the new Enugu Smart City that is priced to raise up to 300 billion. All right. We have the ICC. We have Hotel Presidential. We have Enugu International Hospital. We have all the revamped assets, ranging from Hotel Presidential, Niger Gas, Sunrise Flour Mill, UPPL, and so on and so forth, that this government has done, which are, of course, contributed to. They talked about the IGR. The Enugu IGR as at 2023 was about 34 billion. But in 2024, it astronomically rose to 180.5 billion. And then in 2025, it rose to 406 billion. These things are as a result of intentional, approach, intentional decisions that the governor has taken, and they led to these things. The Philip Consulting also mentioned the IGR, that IGR for a state that was in 2002 getting a patri 24 billion, in 2002, in 2003 34 billion, 2004 180 billion, and 2005 406 billion. Can't you clearly see that the state is fast improving, very, very rising steeply in the momentum?
All right, Doc, I had conversation with people who, though rightfully acknowledging Enugu State's performance, especially in regards with this Phillips Consulting Index, but they also said that much of this success shouldn't be credited to your administration, that rather it should go to the president who has engineered a national fiscal change.
Okay, if it should go to the president, there is no problem about that. It is the same APC government. But let me say that much of what we are doing here as a subnational is order. It is order. And the president himself acknowledges it. Remember that the governor himself had, while we were even in the PDP, had won 2 awards in the presidency, award of excellency from the presidency. All right, so, and Enugu came tops in fiscal viability in Nigeria, on a subnational with fiscal, which means that Enugu has the capacity to clear its operating expenses without a recourse to FAC. I put it in the essay I wrote, which I shared this morning. All right. So that tells you that what we are doing, if you look at the subnational, other states, aren't we all in the same space? Some are even receiving higher FAC. Remember that Enugu is not even an oil-generating state that benefit from the derivatives. All right? But it's just because of the creative nature of the governor and his fiscal intelligence, his financial intelligence, that he sees money everywhere. You know, where we can't even see money, the governor sees money. He has what Raymond Williams calls complex seeing, the ability to see more sights than any other person of your own experience. And that's what the governor has done. What the governor does is that place where you think nothing will come out of it, he will trigger a chain of reaction that will bring out something from it. All right? And that's why you see Enugu is becoming that buoyant. Enugu, once called civil servant state, is now doing well. So it's not because of the presidency. Do you understand? But we must also acknowledge the president, because you saw what the president did when he stopped fuel subsidy and then channeled the proceeds to states. So states now get more than what they used to get before. So states can now comfortably pay salaries without resorting to borrowing. All right, and do all these things. But here, we are even looking at Enugu State having its own IGR, 406. We are looking at 800 billion in this fiscal year, in this 2026 fiscal year. That's what we are looking at, 800 billion. All right, and the state is generating 406 billion. Was it the president, the national, that gave us the money, or how did the national government, the federal government, contribute to this IGR? Because we are talking about internally generated revenue. And it is not because of tax, because tax is not even anything. It's because of already built assets. The governor was intentional. He knew what he wanted to do and executed it. He has this fiscal discipline. I think that is even one of the indices, fiscal discipline.
Yes, fair enough.
Yes.
I read that in the indices. They said that you're recognized for strong financial management.
Yes.
Revenue generation surpassing federal allocation.
Yes.
However, we were talking and you mentioned the article this morning, and something struck me in that. Let me read. It says, and you in particular, is your article. You say, let me start from, Enugu had never had it so good. Governor Mbah has disruptively transformed Enugu in unimaginable terms. Is these are so visible, you can feel it, touch it, eat it, or stamp on it with your feet. And I'm asking you, from your writing, are you saying that this is the best performing governor since the history of this state?
Arguably. Arguably, yes. What Mbah has done in 3 years, I don't think anybody did it in 4 or 8 years.
Doc,
yes.
Is it not because other people has laid the foundation?
No, there's no foundation. Nobody laid any foundation. What foundation? For what foundation did anybody lay that in 2022 we are getting 24 billion IGR? What foundation? It's not any foundation. It's just that you put somebody. Or you see, if Mbah weren't this creative, we would just be waiting for FAC. Whatever that comes, we will take from Abuja and then share and all that. No, but this is an entrepreneur. You know, Mbah is coming from this background where you have to think. There's also, he brought it to bear on governance, that you have to think and act. And that is what he does. He thinks, he acts. Every day he's thinking. This is a thinking governor. Every day he's thinking, what do I do? And as you are looking at what he has done another. He has done more. All right? So that's what we see. That's what we see is as a result of his creativity and his financial intelligence.
All right. Let me still take you up again. You know, speaking to GDP, and you did mention it, $30 billion
yes.
is the target. And you wrote this morning, the target to rev up the GDP of the state to $30 billion, make Enugu the first choice of investors' destination, tourism and living, and reduce the poverty to 0% headcount index in 8 years of Mbah administrations.
Yes.
Let me just pause here a bit. When you look at the number, this is a drive to raise the revenue to the GDP of the state to 30 billion. Is this no antithesis to bringing in investors?
How can it be antithesis?
People talk about thesis.
Excuse me, do you know when you bring investors, when investors come in here, these multinationals, they come into Enugu, do you know the job creation implication in Enugu, because it means that more people will be getting employment. It means that even if you are paying pay as you go tax, it means more money to the state. Do you understand? But because those employed will also have to pay their tax, which I also pay, they deduct from my salary. All right, tax must be paid. All right. So how is it antithetic? If anything, it is a good thing if you bring in all the investors, and then it also lead to development, because those investors who establish their businesses here, it will also encourage local raw material. For instance, maybe they use cassava. People will go into cassava production because they know that when they harvest this product, they already have a market for it. All right. So what we are doing is actually mainly to attract investors, because the investors will lead to a viable economy and will lead to the GDP rising. Look at Lagos, for instance. What makes Lagos big? If you go to Lagos, that's why you see the multinational, the manufacturers, everybody's in Lagos. And so you see that Lagos is a big economy, just like Port Harcourt. It's also a big economy. So what ndlea wants to do is to make Enugu one of the top 3 subnational economies. And you see that it is playing out already. It's playing out already by the statistics that Philip Consulting gave out. These statistics are there. These things are there. So you could see them for yourself.
Right.
That this is where Enugu is headed for.
You know, Philip's Consulting is a private firm.
Yes.
No.
A reputable and creditable one for that.
We're not arguing that.
Yeah.
But when we look at the fact that this ranking is coming from a private institution or organization, and I'm asking, does that mean, or to translate that, governance is working well on the ground in Enugu?
Well, that's what it means, that governance is taking place in Enugu, and a good one at that. Like I mentioned it, that what ndlea is doing is committed to consensus governance of the state, and intentional, right? There's there is a difference between that somebody is groping in the dark, I am a governor, anything that comes. This is well thought out, planned programs and activities that the government is implementing, and also knowing very well the impact of these activities and programs, that if I implement this program, this is what is going to come to the state. Because there is a target. And the target is, look, very simple. The target is the GDP must rise. And it is rising already.
I agree with
you.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you, though.
All right.
But I asked this question, you know, when one goes into this report, they told us that 70% is based on infrastructure, public service, the development, you know, that we'll see. We agree with you on that. We could see, you mentioned the smart school, type 2 hospital, and the rest of them. But that's 70% infrastructural development and the likes.
Yes.
The 30% was based on interaction with the people. And I'm asking you, is that enough to measure a government that is working for the people? 30% from people's opinion.
Now, when you measure government, I don't know if there is any other parameter by which a government is mentioned. If you take away infrastructure, are you going to measure a government by its recurrent expenditure, how much is spent in paying salaries and all that? Of course, no. But you need to actually look at, you know, the development trajectories of the government. You need to look at what has the government done to improve the lives of the people. That's what it's about, the people. The human capital development. It's about this infrastructure. The infrastructure that the government is building is for the people. The people is at the center of everything. That is why the third objective is to eradicate poverty to 0% headcount index, so that everybody in the state will be comfortable. That is what the governor is doing. And you will agree with me that this will be achieved earlier than 8 years as projected. It will be achieved because if you look at what has happened so far, and this is morning yet on the creation day, because the governor is not looking back. If anything, he will bring in, and you know, he's very innovative. That's what confuses people, because it's not just doing things the way it has been done before. If we were to do things the way they were done before, we will still be where we were before. All right, but you have to innovate. In leadership, innovation is important. If you don't innovate, then you can't rise. All right, so if we must rise, we have to innovate, bring in new things, new ideas, to bear on governance. Do the unheard of things. Those things you think that are impossible, bring them on board. Try ideas, juggle ideas. These are what the governor is doing, and you can see that the result is coming. We are not static. We are not saying as it was in the beginning, so shall it be forever. No, 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 no. There must be new things that you are doing to rise up to this level when Enugu doesn't even have what it takes to rise to this level. All right. They understand. But here comes a man who came on board and said, no, I can't afford to be static. I can't afford to rest on my oars or to just relax and say whatever comes. I must do things to get to a place. We are targeting Enugu being one of the top subnational economies, top 3 subnational economies.
Top 3 subnational
economies in Nigeria. Do you understand? That's what we are doing. And you have seen it play out in this assessment. You also saw it play out in Enugu winning the best governor in terms of fiscal viability.
You know, when you talk about top 3,
yes,
you'll be wanting to take after Lagos.
Lagos is the target. Lagos is the target. If we are like Lagos, it's not good.
You don't have any seaports.
We have seaports. You know, that was what they said, because before Mbah came on board, he studied Enugu. People were saying Enugu was landlocked. Enugu is not landlocked. Look at Uzowani. Look at Uzowani. Uzowani, we have water. During the colonial days, they brought in goods and services through those. That's why we are revamping this Ogrugu jetty. So Enugu is not landlocked. And what the governor is doing, you know, within this space, we are entering the next phase. And that next phase is when you are going to get even the University of Agriculture built in Uzowani. And then the waterways will be opened up for you know, transportation of goods and services. And then the rails that His Excellency has talked about connecting the state. These things he would do. So anybody who thinks that they have seen all is thinking what never is, was, nor ever shall be.
You know, one thing is, when one listens to you, it's like listening to the, you know, the drum, you know, sounding to the best of tunes, and one would want to dance to your voice. However,
but I'm saying the truth.
We'll take a short break. When we return, we'll continue to look at these indices.
All
Stay
right.
with us, please.
Okay.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless. It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching The Insight. And with us is Dr. Ruben Onyishi, who is a senior special assistant to the governor of Enugu State on new media. And we are taking a look at Enugu State, you know, emerging Nigeria's fastest improving state, according to Phillips Consulting Index. Doc,
yes.
While we were having this conversation, you outlined rightly the target, growing the GDP to $30 billion US. You talk about investments, and the third one, poverty, you know, eradicating poverty. You said to a 0.0%
headcount index.
Yes. Let's talk about eradicating poverty in Enugu.
Okay.
From where you stand, are you making any seeable impact in that regard? Because we could see the infrastructures. We can't argue about it. We could see investments, for example, in Enugu Air. That we cannot argue. And arguably is the fact that the GDP is growing as well. So let's talk about other measures.
You see, when you talk about eradicating poverty, right, there are so many ways to eradicate poverty. For instance, look at, let me just use as an example, the transport interchange terminals and the CNG buses. Now, do you now know that the CNG buses, that they charge far cheaper than any other transport system? All right, so when you do that, you give the people residual income. the people have residual income because you look at from Nsukka to Enugu is 1,005. But other buses, by now, they should even be charging about 6,000. But I think, I don't know how much they charge now. It's border between 4,000 and 6,000. But that's CNG. Everybody's following that CNG buses. And then the buses, that's ambient. You enjoy yourself. You have access to the internet through Wi-Fi and all that. That's not a way to eradicate. Give you more money in your pocket. The money you would have spent, you spend less. All right. And then we are talking about this much national and job creation. The government is creating jobs. Look at the asphalt plant built the other day. It employed about 500 people. That is taking away poverty from the people and empowering the people. Look at the garment hub. Look at the Notre Dame tractor. Look at the Heya group that we attracted the other day, which also employed so many people. Employment is one of the ways of empowering the people. Now, when we get these investors we are talking about who come to Enugu and establish businesses here, they will engage our people. And when they engage you, give you a job. Is it not poverty eradication? You who had nothing to do, who aren't anything, and you now earn up to 300,000-400,000 in a month. Is it not poverty alleviation? So we want to do things. These are the things we want to do, because one of the ways to measure a thriving economy is employment, jobs creation. That's one way to. When people are jobless, it means they are poor. But when people are engaged, look at farmers. We are empowering farmers. The other day, the governor gave out tools, fertilizers, and all that to governors. What billions to give to farmers in Enugu. So when they now engage in farming, and moreover, we have the Enugu Marketing Board. We say, go and plant your whatever you are planting. During harvest, bring to Enugu Marketing. Enugu Marketing Board is the off-taker. They will buy it up from you. And then they process these things and sell to the people at cheaper rate. So when we have food security in Enugu State, where food is everywhere, it means that it will be comfortable. You can, any little money you have, you can buy enough to feed your family, isn't it? These are the ways of eradicating poverty. So the governor is intentional about what he's doing. And it is paying off. It's paying off.
All right. That's quite...
Just like the roads we are talking, the government is building. The roads also have a way of impacting your residual income. By the time the road you ply on is paved, do you understand? Which means that your vehicle will be spared. Because if you run on these bad roads, you are shocked, you are bushing, your that will always get spoiled. But when these roads are built, it means that it will not easily get spoiled. So you now have residual income. All these things are ways of, giving it to the people. But people think more of sharing money. Share money. And if you give people, and then you share money to a few people and leave the others, and then people will be suffering. All right? All right. And then the strategic way of also pushing money into the economy of the state by the projects the government is doing. By the time government pays these roads the government is embarking on, by the time they pay the contractor will pay the workers. And it is Enugu people that, look at those people that are working on the road now, they will give you contract and say, build this gutter. If you build it, this is how much we will pay you. Then that subcontractor will also employ people who will do it, the mason and the what do they call them? Those that serve the mason. They're also getting money. That's how you put money in people's pocket. When they are paid, these people receive money. Right? These are the various ways of, just like you look at a market, for instance. Okay, those days at Nsukka, they say once they pay university workers, those at Ogige will sell. Because they will all go to the market to buy.
So today the story has changed.
So that is it. They also get something. That's how this is economics. All right, it's all about the people and empowering people and giving money in the hands of people so that they'll be able to spend and get value for what they spend.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me track back to what you wrote this morning as well, as we continue to have this conversation. You said Mbah has connected 3 senatorial zones in Enugu through a network of roads.
Yes.
Rural roads in various places are also being paved.
Yes.
But what interests me most, and that's where I am going, the state is set for 660 megawatts of coal-powered electricity.
Yes.
Let's talk about that a bit.
In fact, it's that program is starting in September.
September.
Yes. We are going to generate 660 megawatts of electricity. And the time is coming for us to bundle from the national grid. You understand? Because if we generate that, I think that's going to serve a large chunk of the people of Enugu State, especially the economic clusters. Okay. All right? So it's a heavy, good development that is coming. And you know that once Mba says something, he does it. He doesn't look back. He's a go-getter. He's a fighter. You get what he wants to do. So we want to, because power is key to a developed economy. All right. If you don't have energy, it's going to be a problem. So if investor is coming, and investor knows that he will not be paying much, you understand, or using the generator, investor will easily come because he knows that he has an easy access to affordable electricity that will help in business and whatever he produces. Quite interesting. But now that we're talking about projects, I was speaking to someone the other time, and the person said, wow, commendably that Enugu has turned into a massive construction site. But besides that, people are worried that some of these projects may be abandoned projects. How would they be abandoned? The projects will not be abandoned. Somebody described it as putting the 5 fingers in the mouth. That there is a massive construction, unarguably credited to your administration, but they are worried that your administration may not be able to see it through. Which one has been abandoned since all the roads in Enugu, all the roads in Emene, Transekulu, New Haven, everywhere, they are all being paved. Is anyone abandoned? None is abandoned. The Open Suka-Ogogo road that is being dualized and constructed now, has it been abandoned? Is ongoing. The AMA, because when I talk about linking up the 3 senatorial zones, you know that Mba has done that. Mba has linked Enugu West to Enugu North through this AMA, Olo, Ezago, Umolokpa road. That is almost completed. You understand? So if you are going to Uzo 1 now, you can easily, people of Uzo 1, instead of coming through Nsukka, they can now come through that road to Enugu. That is linking them. Or linking, if you can also go to Nsukka through the other way. Now, you also linked Enugu East to Enugu North through the road Owo, Obaho, Amankano, Omalo road going to Ubolafo. That one is completed now. Do you understand? That's linking the Enugu to even the north. All right? So anybody coming from that Ubolo axis can easily access Enugu through that road. All right, so the 3 senatorial zones are strategically linked. You can also cover the 3 senatorial zones in a day. That's another thing. It's very strategic and intentional. All right, so that's what we've done. All right, let's come back to Southeast. Yes. Speaking to your performance, and I'm asking, what does this performance, speaking to Enugu's performance, say about governance trends in Southeast? Yes, I like what is happening in Southeast because, when people talk now, I remember those days just like Jim and Sam Mbakwe. Do you understand? They were in MPP then. And they will say Jim is performing, Sam Mbakwe is performing. There is this kind of, what I call it, competition in terms of performance. And it is good for the Southeast, because now Mba is performing. People say, you just told me now that Abia State is also building smart school. Yeah. So you see there is more or less this kind of mild competition among the 2 states. All right, everybody is trying to outwit the other in terms of outdo the other in performance. That's a good thing for the people because any other governor wouldn't want to be called a laggard. Any other governor would also want to do something for the people, and that is good. And you see that in that rating, Southeast has the highest momentum. Yeah. And it's a good thing for us in South. Another thing that's remaining is just for us to also through rate to link up the various states in the Southeast with rail lines, and then kind of subnational kind of what do I call it? When with a collaboration, you collaborate developmentally, to bring development to the Southeast. So that's one area that... while we were talking about this, something struck me. Yes. And that's the argument people make. And I really
listen to that and then observed as well that the southeastern states, the governors rarely come together to embark on same developmental projects for the region.
The governors come together. They have their Southeast Governors Forum. You understand, where they now bring up ideas and all that on development. But we have yet to see that collaboration in tangible terms. Right? It's something that might come, like we're looking at collaboration in terms of security, like, see what Enugu has done. Somebody else could say, okay, this command and control center, extend it to Anambra State. It's all about technology. Get the cameras extended, get it extended to Ebonyi State. We can collaborate. Enugu becoming the center. Or you could replicate the same thing in your state. All right? So the collaboration in terms of, if we are talking about rail lines, so okay, do your own up to this point, then I will link it up with my own at the borders.
Like,
okay?
You read my mind. That was going to be my next line of question.
Yes.
And I wanted to ask, you're in the inner circle of this administration in Enugu State. I ask, are there times where people moot the idea of having a rail network connecting all the southeastern states together?
That is something that is desirable. It's quite very desirable, but I know that
it's not attainable.
No, it's attainable. Why not? It is, but for now, I can't say whether there is such a contemplation in the offing. If there is, I do not know. But I know that my governor and my state intends to build rail lines connecting the various places in Enugu State. Enugu, Nsukka, and other places will be connected. That I know.
Let's talk about the model of governance in Enugu State and the things you're doing, and I'm asking, is it possible for other states to be able to replicate Enugu's model, especially this unique progress tied to political and fiscal conditions?
Yes, it's quite very possible, and that's why I'm saying that though imitation never rises above the original, but imitation is also good. If you see something that is good, you can replicate it in your state. Nobody will come and say, why are you replicating what I did? Will anybody say that? Nobody will say that. So if you see something that is good, if you don't have the idea, you understand, you don't have the creativity, but you could see that somebody is doing this in their state and you see that it's paying off, you could imitate it. There's no crime in imitation. You could say, okay, let me do this also. Like the idea of smart school. OT might not be doing as many as we are doing, but OT has started. So any other person could say, okay, I'm going to build smart schools. I'm going to build type 2 hospitals. Do you understand? I'm going to even get Anambra A or Abia A or whatever you call it. Or the interchange terminals. You could say, look, Enugu, that's why I say that Enugu offers itself for a gaze. And that is the place of aesthetics. It offers itself for a gaze. So you are looking this thing and you marvel and say, what is this? So if this person can do it, I can also do it in my state. You could also come and learn from Enugu how all the moribund assets are revamped. You can revamp them and then you begin to get high revenue yielding assets that will also help to put more money in your hands. Look at the new Enugu city and what is coming from it. Who says anybody cannot imitate that and do it in your state? If you imitate that and do it in your state, it's in the interest of the people of Southeast, and it will be better for us. All right, because before now, before the Tinubu administration, Southeast cried marginalized. There are people who said we were being marginalized. And then somebody said, look, what are you telling me? Look at how much you have received. It's just left for you to develop your place. Develop your place. Don't wait for anybody, because if you develop your place very well, like what the governor is doing now, paving roads and all that and constructing new ones, it is for the people of the Southeast. Nobody will say, why are you doing this in your state? But if you are waiting for Abuja to do everything for you, like Mbake now, who told you that Enugu in its life will rev up to 406 billion. 406 billion as internally generated revenue, which means that without even collecting anything from the federal government, Enugu is home and dry. So who would have thought that? It takes a man. It takes a man to think order, to say, look, I'm not going to be like any other person. I need to innovate. I need to do something that is quite different to arise at a certain level. And that's what the governor has done. And it's paying off.
All right. Doc.
Yes.
What we're seeing, is this as a result of seeking to be re-elected into office when you go for second term? And you know why I ask this question? When we look at the indices, you see that some states where the governors are already enjoying their second term, they are now seeking re-election. In the indices, they didn't come close to the likes of Enugu, the likes of Abia State, and the rest of them. Imo State, for example, is another APC.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. The headlines. President steps in as resident doctors move to call off nationwide strike. Defense Minister commends historic pay raise for 250,000 troops. Nigeria Army Force neutralizes 12 insurgents in precision Borno airstrike. Details of the news. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors is set to call off its planned August 10th indefinite strike, following a decisive 3-hour meeting with the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, at the Presidential Villa. The high-level session brought together key cabinet members, including the Ministers of Labour, Health and Finance, to resolve long-standing disputes over unpaid salaries, allowances, and workplace safety. Government officials and union leaders agreed on firm timelines to clear outstanding salary and promotion arrears, alongside a new directive guaranteeing that house officers receive their monthly pay before the 10th day of every month. The administration also committed to immediate security enhancements at public hospitals to protect health personnel, with plans for legislative reform to clarify and classify assaults on health care workers as aggravated offences. Although NARD President Dr. Mohammed Suleiman noted that formal suspension of industrial action remains subject to ratification by the union's National Executive Council, insider sources confirm that private assurances were given to the presidency that the strike will be shelved immediately. The Federal Fire Service has unveiled a new medical intervention scheme and enhanced welfare initiatives for its officers, including an upgrade of its interest-free loan limit from 300,000 naira to 500,000 naira. Controller General Olumode Adeyemi announced the reforms in Abuja during the inauguration of a newly constructed quarter guard at the national headquarters, emphasizing his commitment to prioritizing staff well-being. Adeyemi revealed that he redirected funds originally intended for a grand reception in his honor toward purchasing essential items, including mattresses for firefighters across the country. The newly introduced healthcare scheme aims to subsidize medical expenses for personnel operating in high-risk environments, alleviating financial burdens associated with job-related hazards. The leadership observed that the welfare measures have significantly boosted morale, inspiring personnel to voluntarily fund and build the new quarter guard facility without official directives. In response to this gesture, the Controller General directed the Awards Committee to document exceptional contributions by officers nationwide for formal recognition and honors. The Bauchi State Government has escalated flood preparedness efforts following a severe alert from the Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency,
warning residents against building on waterways or dumping refuse in drainage channels. Commissioner for Housing and Environment, Danlami Kawule, issued the charge in Bauchi during a stakeholders engagement organized by the Agroclimatic Resilience in Semi-Arid Landscapes project. According to the Hydrological Agency's National Advisory, Bauchi ranks as the most flood-vulnerable state in Nigeria, with over 1,840 communities, 145 schools, 101 health facilities, and 8 markets at risk. In response, Governor Bala Mohammed ordered the immediate activation of emergency mitigation protocols and approved physical intervention projects across high-risk locations to protect lives and infrastructure ahead of peak rainfall. Government officials emphasized that public awareness campaigns are being extended directly to traditional rulers, religious leaders, and grassroots organizations to enforce environmental compliance. Environmental protection agencies have been mandated to enforce regulations strictly, with officials warning that individuals who violate drainage and building codes will face legal sanctions. The Senate has assured Nigerians that ongoing work to harmonize the state police bill will proceed uninterrupted despite the National Assembly's annual recess. Senate spokesman Yemi Adaramodu confirmed that parliamentary committees remain active, ensuring that joint harmonization work with the House of Representatives stays on track for completion before lawmakers return to plenary on September 14th. The Deputy Senate President, Baral Jibrin, leads the Constitution Review Committee handling the harmonization of the bill, which lawmakers isolated from broader constitutional amendments due to urgent security demands. The National Assembly has secured broad backing for the measure, having engaged speakers from all 36 state houses of assembly and received supportive commitments from the Nigeria Governors Forum to ensure swift state-level ratification. Parallel to the constitutional amendment, the Presidential Working Group, chaired by Chief of Staff Femi Gbajabiamila, is finalizing an executive national policing bill to set out operational frameworks. With public consultations underway through a dedicated digital portal, federal authorities plan to submit the complete operational roadmap to President Bola Tinubu on September 3rd, paving the way for a major reconstructing of Nigeria's policing architecture. The Abia State House of Assembly has passed House Bill 34 into law, establishing the Abia State Property and Tenancy Regulatory Authority to curb exorbitant rent prices and unethical practices by landlords and property agents. Presided over by Speaker Emmanuel Emerowa, the legislation was sponsored by Deputy Speaker Augustine Okeze alongside lawmaker Mandela Obasi. The legislative intervention comes in response to public outcry from residents in Umuahia and Aba over skyrocketing costs for residential and commercial rentals, driven by alleged collusion between property owners and house agents. Beyond shielding tenants from predatory practices, the law safeguards the legitimate rights of landlords when dealing with non-compliant tenants or breaches of lease agreements. During the same legislative session, the Assembly passed 2 additional bills aimed at reforming the state's justice system. The lawmakers enacted a law to modernize criminal administration for faster case dispensation while securing fair hearing rights, along with a restorative justice framework requiring individuals who inflict harm to take direct responsibility for their actions. The Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, retired, has commended President Bola Tinubu for approving a salary increase of between 30 and 80% for armed forces personnel. In a statement released on Wednesday through his special assistant on media, Lie Katong Babatunde, Musa described the approval as a historic move that will significantly elevate troop morale and sharpen operational effectiveness across all military theaters. The salary review takes effect September 1st, 2026, benefiting approximately 250,000 personnel across the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Under the approved structure, junior ranks from private to staff sergeant will receive an 80% raise. Warrant officers to colonels will get 50%, while senior officers from brigadier general to general will receive 30%, raising annual personnel costs from 660 billion naira to 924 billion naira. Minister Musa urged officers and soldiers to view the enhanced remuneration as a call to redouble efforts in combating insurgency, banditry, and oil theft across the nation. He reaffirmed the commitment of the Defense Ministry to support federal initiatives aimed at modernizing military hardware, advancing technological capabilities, and providing continuous welfare support to service personnel and their families. The Federal High Court in Abuja has dismissed a suit by the National Democratic Congress challenging provisions of the Electoral Act 2026 regarding candidate qualification and disqualification. Presiding Judge Muhammad Umar ruled that the suit lacked merit, holding that the contested statutory clauses complement rather than contradict the 1999 Constitution. The plaintiff had sued the Attorney General of the Federation, the Clerk of the National Assembly, Senate President Godswill Akpabio, and the Independent National Electoral Commission, seeking to invalidate Sections 138 and Section 77, Subsection 5 of the Act. Striking out the action against the Clerk of the National Assembly for procedural failure to serve a pre-action notice, Justice Omar affirmed that challenges regarding candidate qualifications arising from party primaries must strictly be ventilated at the pre-election stage. Addressing the substantive argument, the court held that while the Constitution sets general qualifications for elective office, the Electoral Act lawfully establishes the procedural timeline for resolving pre-election disputes. The judge also declined to alter interpretations of Section 77, Subsection 5, noting that judicial precedent established by the Court of Appeal remains binding on lower courts. Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke has raised an alarm over an alleged plot by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to freeze state government bank accounts. The governor claims the move is aimed to disrupt state operations ahead of the upcoming August 15th governorship election. The allegations were detailed in a statement issued in Osogbo by the Commissioner for Information and Public Enlightenment, Kolapo Alimi. The state government contends that any attempt to freeze its operational accounts is politically motivated and aimed at crippling administrative functions on the eve of the crucial state polls. The Diocese of Jebba, Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion, has urged federal and state authorities to step up military operations and rescue residents abducted across Kwara State. The call featured in a communique issued at the end of the Diocesan Synod, presided over by Diocesan Bishop Oluwaseun Aderoba in Jebba. The Synod specifically demanded the immediate rescue of victims taken from Woro community in Kayama, Ikerimpi in Ekiti, and Latana in Patigi local government areas. While commending Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak for ongoing infrastructure projects and the establishment of a military barracks in Omuaro, the church appealed for equitable road development across Kwara North. On national matters, the Synod praised President Bola Tinubu for supporting state police
to boost community security architecture. The church also expressed strong concern over proposed legislative curbs on public preaching, warning that restrictions on street and bus evangelism infringe upon constitutional right to freedom of worship. The chairman of Otukpo local government area in Benue State, Prince Maxwell Ogiri, has called for a united front against the renewed wave of attacks on local communities. Speaking during a condolence visit by journalists following recent killings by suspected armed herders, Ogiri urged residents, traditional leaders, security agencies and the media to collaborate to end the violence. The local government chief declared that communities have resolved to clear forest and farmlands of unidentified occupants, insisting that anyone wishing to reside in Otukpo must live within recognized settlements. He emphasized that farmers must be allowed safe access to their fields, stating that while the town remains open to peaceful residents, illegal occupation of rural bushes will no longer be tolerated. Describing Otukpo as a historically peaceful administrative heartland of the Idoma nation, Ogiri rejected claims that the violence stems from routine herder-farmer clashes. He characterized the incident as organized banditry targeting innocent citizens in nighttime assaults, urging residents to report suspicious movements and maintain high vigilance to restore stability across the region. Ekiti State Governor Biodun Oyebanji has directed the establishment of a new military base in Eda-Oniyo within the Ilejemeje local government area to fortify security and prevent future criminal intrusions across state borders. Receiving a community delegation led by the Eleda of Eda-Oniyo, Oba Julius Awolola in Ado-Ekiti, the governor also ordered the accelerated completion of the town's ongoing divisional police station project. The security intervention follows an April attack where gunmen invaded a local church, killing a pastor and kidnapping 16 worshippers, who were later released after weeks in captivity and extensive medical care funded by the state. Governor Oyebanji assured community leaders that joint security patrols would remain active along border corridors to deter cross-border criminals, while also welcoming federal momentum behind the creation of state police. Responding to community requests to utilize surrounding land for agricultural projects, the administration reiterated its commitment to economic development alongside military protection. Community representatives, led by Dr. Rufus Ojo, expressed gratitude for the state's prompt intervention, free medical treatment for rescued victims, and ongoing steps to stabilize the border settlement. 6 people lost their lives on Tuesday when a speeding black Toyota car crashed into a group of traders and commercial motorcyclists at Umuika Junction along the Enugu-Aba-Port Harcourt Expressway in Isialangwa South local government area of Abia State. 7 other individuals sustained varying degrees of injuries, while 6 motorcycles were wrecked in the collision. Eyewitnesses reported that the vehicle, traveling from the Umuaya axis, lost control at the junction and plowed through female traders and motorcyclists before ramming into a nearby building. Emergency responders evacuated the deceased to the mortuary following confirmation of death, while injured survivors were rushed to nearby medical facilities for urgent treatment. Local residents suggested that excessive speeding or mechanical brake failure might have triggered the fatal crash. Federal Safety Corps Sector Commander for Abia State, Ngozi Ezoma, confirmed the tragic incident at Umuika Junction on Wednesday morning as authorities begin investigation into the disaster. You are watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Presidency steps in as resident doctors move to call off nationwide strike. Defense Minister commends historic pay raise for 250,000 troops. Coming up shortly, Nigerian Air Force neutralizes 12 insurgents in precision Borno airstrike. Stay with us.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. The Nigerian Air Force has destroyed a suspected terrorist enclave and neutralized 12 insurgents during a precision airstrike carried out under Operation Hadinke in Borno State. The operation targeted a forested hideout in Kiralia following intelligence reports indicating renewed terrorist movement and logistics gathering in the area. Military surveillance aircrafts deployed to monitor the terrain identified multiple insurgents alongside hidden structures utilized as operational shelters and staging posts. Upon positive target identification, fighter jets launched precision strikes on the encampment, recording direct hits that triggered secondary explosions and destroyed concealed weapons and equipment. Security sources described the mission as a vital intelligence-led strike designed to disrupt insurgent operational capabilities and eliminate safe havens in the northeast. Troops maintained sustained offensive operations across the theater to prevent terrorist groups from regrouping or launching fresh attacks against surrounding communities. Personnel from the Nigerian Navy ship B. Croft and the Nigeria Customs Service Western Maritime Marine Command have intercepted 4 boats carrying 518 bags of contraband parboiled rice along the Badagry waterways. The joint crackdown followed actionable intelligence tracked by naval surveillance systems, monitoring criminal networks operating within coastal transport routes. Naval officers alongside elite special boat service operatives supported customs officials when smugglers attempted to resist interception during the operation. Western Marine Command Comptroller Patrick Ntadi confirmed the successful seizure without weapon recoveries, praising the swift tactical reinforcement provided by naval personnel to secure the cargo and impound the vessels. Commander of NNS B. Croft Commodore Awiyo Adams Aliu revealed that continuous tracking by the Falcon Eye Regional Control Center made the interception possible. He reaffirmed that interagency operations will continue to intensify across Lagos waterways to neutralize illicit maritime networks and safeguard national economic security.
Bauchi State's Governor, Bala Mohammed, has charged military forces under Operation Safe Haven to intensify intelligence operations and show zero tolerance to criminal elements across the state. The governor issued a directive during a courtesy visit at the government house in Bauchi by Major General Maxwell Dangana, the newly deployed general officer commanding 3 Division of the Nigerian Army and commander of Operation Safe Haven. Mohammed identified illegal mining as a major catalyst fueling terrorism and rural violence, warning that illicit syndicates are directly financing banditry and disrupting local agricultural activities. Stating that even high-profile figures or close relatives implicated in illegal mining should face uncompromising enforcement, the governor urged total military focus on neutralizing armed groups threatening public safety and food security. General Dangana confirmed that his familiarization tour follows his recent assumption of command, aimed at assessing operational needs and reviewing security strategies across the region. He assured the state government that military formations are actively revising tactical approaches to neutralize armed threats and restore complete stability to agrarian communities. The Jigawa State Executive Council has approved 586.26 million naira for the renovation of facilities at the Maigatari Border Free Zone and the government guest house in Gumel. Announcing the decision in Duse, Commissioner for Information Sajir Musa highlighted that the strategic investment aims to revitalize commercial infrastructure and stimulate regional economic integration. The targeted renovations are designed to optimize operations at the Maigatari zone, positioning Jigawa as a primary gateway for international trade between Nigeria and the Niger Republic. State officials anticipate that the upgraded facilities will lower operational barriers for businesses, expand local commerce, and draw fresh capital from both domestic and foreign investors. In tandem with the free zone upgrades, the overhaul of the government guest house in Gomel will provide modern accommodation and administrative support for visiting dignitaries, investors, and development partners. The dual infrastructure projects form a core part of the state administration strategy to enhance the ease of doing business, generate employment, and secure long-term economic growth across border communities. And on to sports news. 10-time champions Nigeria clash with Egypt in Rabat on Wednesday for a crucial spot in the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations quarterfinals. After a shaky start with the 3-2 defeat against Malawi, the Super Falcons revived their title defense with a hard-fought 1-0 victory over Zambia. A win today moves Nigeria to 6 points, though qualification remains tied to the outcome of the parallel fixture between Malawi and Zambia. Coach Justin Madugu faces tactical adjustments following suspension rulings against defender Tosin Demain and midfielder Jennifer Echegini. Demain's red card against Zambia leaves Christy Ucheibe likely to anchor the central defense alongside Osinachi Ohale. In midfield and attack, Tony Payne and Captain Rashidat Ajibade are set to push forward, supporting target striker Ashishat Oshoala. With Malawi leading Group C on 6 points, and both Nigeria and Zambia trailing on 3, a 3-way tie remains possible. Should all 3 teams finish level on 6 points, Confederation of African Football tie-breaking criteria, including head-to-head records and overall goal difference, will determine which 2 teams advance to the knockout stages. And on entertainment news, Nollywood actor Charles Okocha has dismissed allegations by street pop singer Habib Okikiola,
popularly known as Portable, claiming he beat him during the recent celebrity boxing rematch in Lagos. Speaking on TVC Entertainment on Tuesday, Okocha refuted the claims, stating that wearing a mouth guard throughout the bout made any biting physically impossible. The bout took place at the Balmoral Convention Center, with Okocha emerging victorious after Portable was disqualified for rules violation and subsequently walked out of the ring. Portable later accused his opponent of biting his back and locking his neck during the contest, insisting the match was unfair. Okocha urged the singer to accept his defeat gracefully, rather than spreading false reports. The actor added humorously that he had no reason to bite Portable, noting that he would choose chewing grass over biting his opponent. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. The presidency intervened directly in the national health sector dispute to address key grievances regarding doctors' allowances and working conditions. Following top-level federal engagements, leadership within the Resident Doctors Union initiated internal discussions to suspend their nationwide industrial action. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu approved a 30 to 80% salary hike for military personnel, raising annual defense personnel costs to $924 billion. Defense Minister Christopher Musa lauded the decision, stating the enhanced remuneration starting in September 2026 will significantly boost troop morale and combat capabilities across active operational theaters. We told you airstrikes launched under Operation Hadinke destroyed a hidden insurgent enclave and logistics base in the forested area of Shiralia, Borno State. Intelligence-driven surveillance confirmed direct hits in concealed shelters, neutralizing about 12 suspected terrorists and detonating stored weapons supplies. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 0703 043 7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidima Sogwa and the entire news team, I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or busyness. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Nigeria, and good afternoon, enugu. How you guys doing? Today is, Women's Crush Wednesday. It's always my Wednesday to give a shout out to the ladies out there. All my ladies, I'm giving a big shout out to you guys. I know you guys had a splendid day, and I know the day is going so beautiful for you guys. And today I go by the name Gift of Buddha, popularly called Sheshu Lawyer, aka all kinds of spicy pepper. And today you can always watch us live on Aneke TV. Go on our socials. You can always send in your comments, be part of this conversation actively. And somebody's here with me, and always my co-host, and he is my commissioner of enjoyment. Commissioner, how you guys doing? Clock it.
First of all, clock it.
I don't know, his hand is always like this, and I don't understand. Are you not clocking us?
Then we'll clock it.
Are you clocking the women?
Clock it. Today is Women's Crush Wednesday.
So clock it.
I know we're going to crush some women. Clock it.
No, we're not going to crush some
women. What are we going
women.
to do to the women?
We're going to give a big shout out to them.
Okay, big shout out to the women out there. If you are doing whatever you're doing and you're doing it very
Do you have someone that you're giving a special
Yes, I have
shout out?
someone I'm giving a special shout out. I call her Habibi.
Oh, Habibi.
A special shout out to you. Hi, Habibi. A special shout out to you. How you doing? I hope you're catching up. Don't fall sick. Just,
kind of stand up and have your day wonderful. And I also want to give a shout out to everyone who has really been amazing to me, talking about the women, not her. She has been very wicked.
Duh!
Very, very wicked human being. But she's amazing. I want to clock it for her.
Clock it!
Yeah.
So actually, I'm going to give the men the space to have our day with us today.
Okay.
I'm not going to be selfish. I'm not going to be self-centered. I'm going to just be the gift, the lover, the gift, the habibi. So I'm going to talk about Davido. He said he actually earned $1,700 in less than 20 minutes on TikTok Live.
Wow.
Aye.
That's amazing.
There you go.
$1,700 in less than 20 minutes on TikTok Live.
Yeah.
That's OBO, that's the king. And he's the king of music in Nigeria. Davido music world, of course. I would always say that Davido has a lot of ingenuity, just like the tortoise.
But wait, there's a lot of money on this TikTok. What are we doing here?
What are you doing here? You ask yourself, what are you doing here?
No. What are we doing here?
Okay, what are we doing?
I don't know.
MTN asks that question every day. What are we doing?
Every day, everywhere you go.
What are we doing today?
Everywhere we go.
First of all, it's because of his Davido. If you can't get that kind of money in 20 minutes, I hope you know it's because of...
In less than.
Okay, imagine he stayed there for an hour.
Ice.
He would have just... And that's what I'm telling you. People like Davido can never be broke. There are people that wealth has invested itself in them. So David can never be broke. And this David...
God, when will I get to that point where...
wealth has invested itself
deeply.
Yeah, it's very nice. Davido, he came on live and then had $1,200. Do you know what it means?
Yeah.
It means that he is the king.
Yeah.
In this streamline of a thing, and it's amazing. Really amazing.
So, but let me give you the main shocker of my gist today, because it's like these big men, like they have their own subtle way of making us feel like we're not working hard.
Okay.
Like I don't want to talk about Don Jazzy. Someone just actually criticized Don Jazzy for an advert he did, and he said Don Jazzy if you do anything for money, and his reply came like a cold iceberg for me. And he said, he said something. Nobody in the entertainment space has ever paid me a dime for promo. You think say I be done for mouth? The Don's blessing are free, bro.
Yes, the Don's blessing are free, bro.
Oh my God,
the Don is amazing. I want to bring Don one of these days, because Don is one of our
You want to bring who's Don?
Yeah, because
Don
as a king in
your baby and more.
Well,
is inviting you
as a king in my constituency, and also a community leader and a commissioner for enjoyment. What I do is to help the
less privileged,
the less exposed, to expose them to the Don. And looking at this reply, this is telling you, his kind of elements. This man is in his own element, and you cannot even categorize him anywhere. So he's saying that he has not taken any money from anybody from anybody in entertainment industry. That means nobody came out to say, the person brought a receipt and say, I paid you $10,000. You see, he's the guy, he's the big guy. And let me just give an estimate. His money could be up to 900 billion naira.
Yeah.
And then that's one account. The other account is $700 billion.
Jesus Christ, this is money we're talking about.
Then the other account is $700,000, $1 million. How much is your account?
Sorry.
No, how much is your account? Because I want to know. I don't know, my constituency, I have the
God has just inspired me with the amount. Like,
okay.
You can actually see $1 million in my account.
$1 million of encouragement. Is that what you mean?
Yes, and in faith.
$1 million of encouragement.
I have them. I speak it into my future.
Yeah,
my back account.
You have them in your back account because I gave it to you. That's what I do in my constituency.
Commissioner, of recent, I wanted to ask you. You're no longer the commissioner I know before, because unlike you just bring out,
my,
empty ATM.
No. I am trying to listen. I upgraded and I uploaded, because when you talk about what's happening where I am in my community, I do a lot of projects. I dig borehole. I dig toilets. I buy wheelbarrow. I support and I help the poor. That's what I do.
Why haven't you supported me for?
Well, I do need toilets, borehole, or barrow. Choose one. And my
this is all you can offer. You are just poor.
No, I'm not poor. I a project allocation of $900 billion. So when I do something, it does not really matter. And I give you what you want. Then what do you want?
I don't know. But before I talk about what I do, I want today. I just want to just give men the grace to sign on Women's Day.
Okay.
I just want to give men the grace.
Well, give men the grace.
Bella came out to say that a lot of dollars that was spread on his wedding day were all fake. It's not by force to spread dollars. So why would someone bring fake dollars to his wedding?
Congratulations, Bella. A lot of dollars fake. And he's even looking at touched up with the dollar. I mean, is he making call with the dollar? Or is he part of a $10, you know? But really it's bad for people to come and spray. Just like in your wedding, what I will spray? Yeah, I will spray perfume. It's perfume I will spray in your wedding. Well, it's also important to see that Bella is coming out to call out those who spread fake dollars. And thank God he even has a fake dollar. It's bad, but people know how to do one or two things that does not make sense. But we want to see what happens at the end of the day. It's just like Jarvis and Pella, they look good together.
Yeah, they look good together.
They really look good together. And the young man who is just 21 years old has tied the knot. I know many people are jealous of him.
Yeah.
I'm not jealous of him. In fact, I celebrate him. It's not easy for him to take, such a drastic action. And you know how him and Jarvis started. They started with wahala, fighting, and he had to hit that his Benz CLA,
The level he wanted to commit suicide.
Yeah, he wanted to commit suicide.
There was a show, Bobby was inside it, so he was actually making jest of Pella. He was like, if Pella actually wanted to commit suicide, he wouldn't even keep the camera in his face, looking like, I want to kill myself, I want to kill myself, I want to kill myself. And he was driving, looking for a safe place to hit his car. And when he felt that maybe, like, he wants to be sure that no car is coming, he actually switched the camera to the back to be sure that there was no forthcoming vehicle at the back. When he saw there was no forthcoming vehicle at the back, he switched it to the front and actually just saw a roadside and just
hit it. It was very.
Bobby was like, if you actually want to kill yourself, you don't know where.
Enter bush.
You don't know
cross and the thing is that love is strong.
Yeah.
See love, I think my brother Guregua. In Kayana feature Chinyarudoma. Love Bugomo baby. Who feature Quadomon somehow. Hame for labor. Now that guy that ministered that song, he's a very serious human being. Because let me tell you, it's people that have not experienced good love that are kind of thinking. I told you yesterday that they are thinking these things doesn't exist. It exists. Imagine that just because of Jarvis, he wants to enter Lagoon. Imagine he died because of a woman.
Bobby, let me tell you now. Bobby says he doesn't know if actually he should try to give Pella moral support, or he actually needs to give Ned moral support at this point. Like, one is the young guy who is heartbroken, one is an old man who is disrespected by his wife, a younger wife. This one is older girlfriend. That's no balance.
It's what we see in life, and anyhow it comes, we have to really take it, because we don't have the monopoly of life. I used to tell my guys, I tell them nobody has the framework of life. However you wake up, whatever comes to you that day, you just hit it. Nobody can tell you this is the manual or the formula of life, because nobody has even lived your life. You are the one that is living your life. Did I motivate you?
Yeah, you did actually do that.
I motivate. I do.
So actually, somebody has come online to say getting married after 30 is the best thing. Even if for women, if you're in your 20s, you don't know anything yet. It's just, you are still young. Just chill and enjoy yourself.
Well,
rapper fouls.
The problem is that
rapper
fouls. Well, the problem is that the people who he's talking to is not the people he should be talking to. Saying that is when they get into 30s is making a big mistake, because I don't believe him. Of course, 30 is actually a good time, but for women, no.
Okay, let's talk about this clergy woman, Christy Battle. She said, I don't get excited when girls get married at 21 or to 23. They don't even know themselves yet.
Okay, guess what? I want to go all out now as the commissioner for enjoyment. Listen, nobody has the manual for life. I say this, and I am saying it with all due respect. Nobody has the manual for life. If marriage comes to you at 21, now enter. If it comes to you at 30, enter.
Well, what if you don't have the like?
That's the problem. Now the problem is not that you don't have, because there's information.
No, like I was saying,
unless maturity.
Let's liken it to school. Do you understand? There are some things they say school is when you come to a particular set of age, you can now be able to cope with this particular. Your brain is widening. You are getting exposed. Now you just imagine that you jumped your primary school to enter secondary school, or you jumped secondary school to enter university. Don't you think there is a vacuum gap that you need to fill at that point? It's just like marriage. You leave the required age to do that, and you go below.
Well, let me ask you.
You can't jump. You can't jump from A to Z.
Let me ask you.
That is the life gap.
No. Let me tell you something. Yeah. Let me ask you something, or even let me state it categorically. First of all, how old is good? Is old enough to marry? Now, Women Crush Wednesday for a woman. Let me give you a life cycle, because I do biology too, and also as a person of enjoyment, I teach, and I'm a mental mechanic.
So after doing your biology, I'll still judge you on that, because I'm a liar.
And sometimes I'm the war, and then I say,
yeah,
I'm the war. Now look at it. Let me just give you something very clear. A woman at 15. Let's say she's just finishing secondary school, she's getting into university. 21, she's done, Abi?
No.
Now, 25. 21, she's done. What's she doing 22? NYSC, Abi? You Abi now. Now, the problem is Nigerians.
Okay.
Because you should not stop. Let's say it's education. You should, while you are even doing business, you should go for your masters. You should go for other degrees. You should be getting better enlightening. Getting enlightening on these matters. But what do you do? What do you see them do? They just stop there and quit. They're not good. They're not going to school again. So now, what are they waiting next? Marriage. That's why it does not work here. But you will see a random, citizen of in a foreign nation telling you, okay, I'm done with this. I'm going over to the next degree. You see that they learn till they are old. So there's no age as old enough as young to marry. One thing you see is the experience. What has this person learned in their little years? That's where I'm wrapping my words this afternoon.
Okay, let's give a big shout out, congratulations to Chief Obi, who gets engaged to his partner in Greece. The comedian Chief Obi, who got engaged to his partner in Greece. And also there's something that Polo, the chief executive, music executive, have come. That's Iyaboju's current husband. He has come to say Afrobeat is dead. The current system is becoming harder to sustain music. Music executive producer Polo raises concern over in the industry failure or future.
Can we talk about the other lady that got engaged, the guy that got engaged, got someone engaged?
Okay.
I think there's something we're trying to understand here. It's very clear. It's a beautiful thing. It's really beautiful. And I wanted to ask you, Gift, do you like this kind of a thing in the moon? You go to the moon and wonderful. I beg.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
To the moon. You go to the moon, or you do it in the spaceship.
It's
nice. Now you travel to Mars.
Why are you taking me to stop
before you are done solving the Mars? It's good. It's good. But secondly, on the second note, Afrobeat is not dead. His reasons may be his reasons. I used to tell people something. See, that's my mantle, or my motto, or whatever it is. Nobody has the formula of life. What he's saying is from his own perspective. Afrobeat is not dead. So you mean Burna Boy, Whiskey, Davido, and the rest of them?
Who are cashing out on a daily.
Cashing out on the daily. Ruga came out to say that he has not made any song for 2 years now. Well, he has made $2 million.
This is money we're talking about.
Yes, now, so when you say Afrobeat is dead, who are those people listening to Afrobeat? Afrobeat. The thing is that the guy, he's not dead. It's just that maybe there could be some silence. Have you listened to Davido's album? The one he just released?
Yeah, I did.
Of course, the songs somehow, sounds somehow. But there are songs that you can pick, because not every album will be banger.
Yeah.
Is he not made in Lagos that they put out there? Is he not ODG? What's that song? African Giant. Is he every song in the African Giant that you can remember now?
No.
Songs happen now. And then that African Giant is talking about the only song people can relate very well It's all this common person, 28th of October 2020, and some songs that are very relatable. Okay, it's amazing.
Yeah, we have amazing things on that album. But anyway, we are going to draw the curtain close today. What do you have for the people of Enugu?
In Enugu, we're drawing the curtain close today. That's why I have for you people. Because if we leave this curtain, it will open and other people will enter. As the Commissioner of Enjoyment, enjoy your life. I have food tomorrow.
Tomorrow, same time, same station. I go by the name Gift Obodo. We'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine. For in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape. Popularly known as Japa, the term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched. Universities lose experienced lecturers. Industries struggle to find qualified hands. Productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of Japa are rooted in everyday realities: High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity and economic diversification. Retention strategies in essential services must also improve. Competitive pay, safer work environments, modern equipment, and clear professional development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward: better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and backing, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies, and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home, valuing talent, and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of Japa into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
We have evolved, but it seems to me that our ideas of gender have not.
I actually detest this behavior more than I detest politics.
I think including women in leadership is essential.
Particularly how we educate girls. That is
5 daughters is what he had, and that's not such a big deal in northern Nigeria. Where's the son?
The only thing I can do is to match them on the field of politics. And my husband said, finally.
If there's any way I can improve myself, I'm on that journey.
You're welcome to our program Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Today we are going to host a topic that is of national discourse, which will be making waves around in the national discourse. There is a problem within the presidency where a phantom agency came into being and was given a budget of 1.3 billion in this year's 2026 appropriation bill. Yet, it is said that the agency does not exist. That is the admission of the presidency, that they did not set up any such agency. And therefore, whoever has started propagating or doing things about an agency that is not recognized by law is culpable. That is Matthew Adeyemi, who said he is the Director General of that agency, and that his letter of appointment was issued or signed by the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila. But as it goes down, Adeyemi is under investigation, such that the police has investigated and of course would be may be arraigning him or would have arraigned him today. Then we have the ICPC mandated by the president or ordered by the president to investigate the problem that gave birth to such a PF, the Presidential Economic Advisory Council, or PFIPC. That's a commission that has that acronym, the Presidential Advisory Council, to investigate and find out how the agency came into being and was incorporated and given a budget incorporated in the activities of government, such that both the Office of the Accountant General and the Central Bank are all aware of that agency, including the head of service that actually gave them an office at the Federal Secretariat. So that is where the mystery or the puzzle behind this agency starts from. While Gbajabiamila says, wrote the police a petition about that fake agency, Adeyemi named Gbajabiamila as being in the know and being in the know of what he's doing, and that his letter of appointment came right from his office. Today, the House of Representatives, which is still sitting on the matter, is investigated. However, people have actually condemned the fact, or people, express skepticism on the fact that the House of Representative Committee, led by Gaji, said they are not going to invite Femi Gbajabiamila, who has been named as being part of that process, and as well refused to get Femi Adeyemi to give his own side of the story. Sometimes, or in law, they say, hear the other side. But his lawyer, Adeyemi's lawyers, came and made a submission that if Adeyemi is not heard by the House of Representatives, then, of course, whatever outcome from their investigation would have been flawed, because he has been denied his constitutional right to say his own side of the story. Today, I'm hosting a very popular face on this program. We all know who he is. Ozo Nnadume Ofokansi, barrister at law. He is here to lend voice to this topic. He has always been here to lend voice on several of our topics, and of course, our viewers from feelers and the feedbacks we give, you have always enjoyed him having to analyze one of our programs. Also, is a public affairs commentator and analyst. Also, Nnadume, you are welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
You always wish to be called a farmer. I forgot that you wish to be called a farmer.
It's all right.
So I'm sincerely sorry.
Okay.
The farmer is here.
Okay.
To give us an insight on the PFIPC debacle.
Now you see, Rex, this is almost getting the third time I'm got to discuss this PFIPC or DC or whatever they call themselves. This agency, you know, tries to extrapolate the kind of rot that is now in the Nigerian system. You see Benga Collins saying that he also paid 400 million to Adeni for a contract, to facilitate a certain contract. Why I think Adeni is talking about the money actually, yes, was paid, but it was routed to somebody somewhere in the presidency so that it can stay cover whatever agreement they have. So all these things make up to what to say that this tinubu administration, what is it called it? Buhari planted deep-rooted corruption. Others actually sometimes are afraid. At least Obasanjo, even if people in his government were corrupt, they do it half and half, you know, trying to be afraid of whatever they are doing. In Yaradua, there was very serious control over the issue of corruption. During Jonathan's era, Jonathan hardly controlled some of his aides, and that led to marginal corruption, but it has never gotten to the level we are seeing today in Tinubu's administration. Buhari might not know anything, because he will always say, I'm not aware, because his own is that age has played a lot of role on his own side, because many people mistook him for the Buhari of 1983 and thought it was the same Buhari, and they were disappointed. But now, back to our discourse that is on this fake agency. You find out that if you tell me that the president doesn't collude or is not aware of that agency, I'll tell you it's a lie. Because why is the House of Reps? Because Abila is like, he's untouchable. He's not like Dave Omai and yes, on wike. These are people who do whatever they like and get away with it. Like Dave Omai said the other day, that after the allegations against him, that people thought that Tinubu will fire him. And Tinubu told him, Dave, go and construct more roads. And Wike, during the Amak election, told his supporters, just go and vote, leave the rest to me. And they left the rest to him, and he did the unthinkable, and nothing happened. The same thing goes for Badjabi Amila, the chief of staff. Because these are partners in crime, let me put it that way. Because Badjabi Amila has a lot of scores to settle in the United States where he practiced law, where he embezzled about 25,000 pounds or dollars of his clients. And they pursued him, debarred him from practicing law in that state, and he fled to Nigeria. Lo and behold, he became the Speaker of the Nigeria's House of Representatives, from where he now became the Chief of Staff to the President. And now this scandal now arose on his head. Now, House of Reps that is investigating it, you're now telling us that why they are inviting Adeni, the purported DG of the fake agency, who is in detention now, why even his mother is in court, for another grail at the National Assembly. They are not going to invite Badjabi Amila. So what does it tell you? It tells you that it is an orchestrated cabal that is walking around a circus. Because if they invite Badjabi Amila, maybe whatever they are getting from the presidency, that one will stop. Because the House of Reps are not even better off. You can see our brother, who is Deputy Speaker of the House of Reps, they budgeted the panel and said that whatever they put in there is for assistance of religious institutions and places of worship, so that the youth can listen to music and change from smoking in their home. You can find out the very ridiculous things that happen in this country. So the irony of the whole thing is that the reps failing to call Badjabi Amila or whoever is mentioned, whatever they are doing goes to nullity, because that is the hallmark of law. The law is that you must hear the other people. That is what you call a law. Out the utter and pattern, let the other man be heard. If you know somebody you have not heard, you cannot condemn him. If you write any report now that Adeni is culpable in the allegations against him, you are making a mistake, because no, every law court will throw it away. Even God in his infinite mercy observed fair hearing. You recall that God actually, when he saw, put Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, Eve, how he know that how serpent deceived only Eve? Of course, doesn't know. But Eve having taken the fruit, he went and gave it to Adam. So God now wanted to hear from Adam's own voice to what actually happened. God said, where are you? He now started blaming God. That is what the woman gave me, and I ate. So God wanted
defense.
Yeah, so God put away defense. So God wanted to hear from Adam. So he doesn't want to condemn Adam without hearing from him. So that's the principle of all the alternate parties. The other man must be heard. So if you have not heard from Bajabi Amila, you cannot exonerate him. You cannot also condemn him. Nor are you going to condemn Adeni. Because if Adeni says, yes, it's not like you here who is a staff of Aneke TV. All of a sudden you go to government house in Lion Building and they carve out a very spacious office space for you and say you are now in charge of monitoring input and output of people who buy land in Enugu. Inside government Lion Building. Or let us say in the secretariat, let us leave Lion Building. Let us be in the secretariat. And the secretariat is now controlled by the head of service. And head of service has approved an office for you. And the state government puts a budget and bring it to the legislative assembly and it is approved. And we have about 114 workers in that very place that was assigned to you in the secretariat. Somebody will come to me and say, no, Rex, that your agency is fake one. Which kind of fake one? What we are even saying is how many more agencies like that are floating in Nigeria unnoticed? Because when these people do to siphon our money, our national wealth, we can nobody even thought about that area. Because since my imagination, I have been wondering, how did these people connive at this idea of floating an agency, giving it an insignia, giving it a sale, giving it an office, put it in the national budget, and the budget being approved for that agency. And now money disbursed. And opening an account at the central bank, 2 accounts. My brother, this country don't go advance for fraud and criminality. There is no kind of crime Nigeria cannot devise. Where can you hear such a thing? Every ordinary in advanced crimes, where every agency has to be coded, it has to be in a code, so that even if you are preparing a budget, remember these budgets are defended. Who defends the budget from the presidency? Is it the president himself that is supposed to defend it? Or at best, the head of service? Or at best, chief of staff now, which Obasanjo introduced? You know, it is darling to our constitution. Because constitution doesn't even recognize chief of staff. It is Obasanjo who imported it from the United States. You don't know what is chief of staff. It was Obasanjo who imported it and gave it a role. And ever since then, it continued to flow. So, ordinarily, my brother, I do believe that a lot of people still have more and more questions to answer. We are still going to come to discuss about the signatures of the document that were tendered before the House of Representatives Probe Committee.
Okay. Thank you for your input so far. The agency, Wayland, had worked with the office of the Secretary to the Federation, wrote a letter to represent Nigeria in Canada, which of course he actually attended. They gave an official vehicle. They also gave an official residence, which Collins was supposed to renovate or reconstruct. That was the contract which made Collins to pay 400 billion. Benga Collins paid 400 billion to Adeni. Now, then we go back to Adeni. Adeni mentioned a go-between person between himself and Femi Gbajabiamila. And the go-between was said to have died in a hotel
fire accident.
Thank you. Now, that's a hotel owned by an Igbo with one lender. Now, that hotel had that inferno. Police must have investigated it. it must have been seen. Of course, there will always be footages of cameras, installed cameras, because most hotels, in fact, all the hotels are installed with cameras in Federal Capital Territory. Therefore, but soon after the young man died, they held a service of songs in one of the Anglican churches, and he was buried. And soon after it, the hotel was demolished and leveled, and there are no traces. Then we want to ask if police has any record of how the man died, any forensic examination, that is in terms of autopsy, and other investigations that has to do with why the hotel fully burnt, who were the workers, is it only him that died in the inferno, and so on. What are the circumstances that surrounded his death and all that? The police ought to have such information. But the House of Reps, when they invited the man that represented the Inspector General of Police, did not make any link to what happened to Tamino, in that circumstance. And that is another link with which Adeniyi can now stand that he has a go-between, because he claimed that he never met Femi Gbajabiamila himself. Now the link is missing. Died, hotel demolished, and we have not heard about police footages or investigation or details of investigation made by the police. Anyway, the House of Reps on their own did not care to ask for any such evidence. The House of Reps, who is Tamina? What are his records, phone? What are the people he contacts on phone? And what are his accounts? How has money moved? If money was moved to Tanimo or Tamina, or what has Collins, the places Collins paid 400 billion, which accounts did they go to? Who are the owners of the account? Those people should be interrogated as well. But House of Reps did not. So what does that supposedly point at in the circumstance?
Yes, you see, when people talk about police, I tend to laugh. Which police? Is it police from United States or police from Scotland Yard? Is it not Nigerian police that is employed and paid by the presidency? Remember, they are part of the executive. The security agencies are part of the executive. And who has the pipe dictates the tune. Elementary investigation, and that's why some of us were advocating that private dictators, what do you call it, private dicks in the United States concept, should start emerging in Nigeria. People that were private investigators. They are, in the United States, they are just like we lawyers set up our chamber, people who are private investigators set up their own office. If you want to investigate your matter, you come and pay them, then go ahead. What stops the police, like you rightly pointed out? Go and get the phone number of Tamuno, who is now late. Now, Tamuno died doesn't mean all his dealings and contacts are dead. They are not dead. Because this telephone has made a lot of things easier. Just get the phone number, that's all you needed. Click it to MTN. It is in the sky in Amazon. Even if anybody deletes the one in his phone, or even if his phone was burnt, the one in the database is still there. If they delete it in Nigeria, the one in Amazon in the sky, if you go to Amazon in the United States, they will download it today. So you can't say even if you come to MTN of in Nigeria and delete the one in Nigerian database, it doesn't touch the one in database in the United States. It doesn't touch the one in the sky. So what they needed to do, the police could have done, is to go and download the phone account of Tamuno from 2023 when Tinubu got into power. Let them not even go beyond that. Let them start from 2023 till the day he died. Anybody has had contact with will be there. Anybody has had discussion to will be there. And if you want to translate them, you just press print or record, whichever one you want. If it is voice, you pick it. if it's record, it will not, even if it's 10 billion calls, the thing would, or you can now even link it, this phone number and this phone number. It will now isolate other phone numbers. You can link phone number of Bajabi Amila with that of Tomno. Then the system will isolate every other phone number he has. You now check what he has discussed with Bajabi Amila. Now voice clip with phone number of Bajabi Amila. The system will isolate it and they give you the ones you want.
With Denny, the son.
And they will no, leave for Denny alone. Let us talk about Bajabi Amila, who is now trying to be the man Friday, man ego, who doesn't want to be touched, the untouchable. So, and the people, everybody's pointing accusing fingers at him. Because it was, like Denny said, how the 1.3 billion or trillion that was put in the budget will be shared, that actually sparked the problem, because they have not finished paying the 400 million that he was charged before that appointment was given to him. So he said, okay, if you have not, then I will stop what you are doing. That's what the man is saying. And that is more akin to the truth. Even though law is not interested in truth, law is interested in facts. And the fact relevant to the fact in issue, not even every fact. So when you talk about truth, you go to the priests and the pastors and the imams, let them tell you the truth. But if you want to talk about facts, and the facts must have to be facts relevant to the fact in issue. So the fact there is that Bajabi Amila is being fingered by somebody. And what he said, he has a go between. And that go between, again, you can also investigate the phone number, like you said, of Adeni with Tamuno. What did he discuss with Tamuno? Vis-a-vis, what did the Tamuno discuss with the Bajabi Amila? This will,
and that will expose everything.
Everything will be open. So what are you saying? In this modern world, see, if you use this your phone and keep posting nudes, remember it is in your phone. No, let somebody sees your phone or you open your phone for a person. But whatever you post in this phone is in the database. If you tell someone says, my brother, you are not religious at all, or you don't like to watch pornographic, he says, no, I don't do that. And he said, can you bet? If you bet, you go to MTN and Zik, and they will just print it. Consent of two of you by affidavit. They print the whole thing you have watched and show the man. And it settles the matter. So I don't think this investigation is something that will even last more than 1 week. Digital technology has made everything easy for people. I keep on telling people that somebody stole your money through telephone. If you stole your money through telephone, you definitely look at that your phone and know where the money went to. Or somebody came, there were cases I was doing in court. Somebody came and picked somebody's ATM card and then picked his money from the bank. I wrote, I don't want to call the bank's name so that it's not be a bad market for them. I wrote the bank was trying to grandstand. I petitioned them to the central bank. Central bank ordered them to produce the picture of the person who, because as you are picking money in ATM, it's picking your face. At the same time you are picking the money. They produced the picture and lo and behold, it was one of his closest allies. So I told him, well, my friend, give me my money. He was saying, no, I didn't, because you have to put in the PIN. The PIN doesn't tell the number of the person who took it. Once you put the PIN, you bring out cash. So you put in the PIN, because the man's PIN. He brought cash, but his picture was there. Then 100,000 naira, that was in 2007. It wasn't a big money. It isn't a big money now, but it was a big money then. And that was the entire savings of the young man I'm talking about. So this digital crime is not something anybody should be writing verbose things in newspapers and online magazines. No. There are General Chase. If you have been a student of General Chase, he says in every crime, first of all, you have a name. With a name, you look for a face. With a face, you make an arrest. This thing has sequence. You don't just you want to arrest somebody and you don't know the name of the person you want to arrest. You have never seen his face. How do you start? You can't just come to arrest everybody in Aneke TV. If you are looking for vacancy, you come to your first and ask them, is there any vacancy working here? They'll tell you yes. Where is he? He's having a program inside now. You wait. 4 of us goes out. So which of them is don't know the vacancy here? Then the next one is arrest. So the space of doing this investigation is ordinary. So why should they make it extraordinary?
Okay, the investigation would not have lasted that long.
Yes.
If it were in syncline when things
when people move to fast.
That is, of course, the submission of our guests, also Nadume of Vacancy. We are going to pause for a break. after that, we'll continue. Thank you for still staying, and don't go away.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV. Yeah, welcome back. We're still on our program, Arena, on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. I still have my guest, also Nadume of Okansi, the farmer who has come to lend voice on our program today. I'm still your anchor, Rex Arum. The topic of discourse is PFIPC investigation. House of Representative ignores Adeyemi and Bajabiamila's statement. And that has elicited a lot of backlash and people viewing whatever the outcome of that investigation with some form of skepticism. They say that it maybe have a fundamental flaw because there would have been a fundamental rights abuse in that circumstance. Now, also, Nadume, let me, paint this little picture about this agency. Government said it did not establish it. Yet, the agency had earlier worked with the House of Representatives, had earlier worked with EFCC, was given aids, that is security aids by possibly the Inspector General of Police or whatever police formation that has right to do that, was given an official vehicle, given an official office, and also, given the mandate to represent Nigeria at various places, and also approved for opening of accounts. Initially, the office of the Accountant General of the Federation says he did not open any account. Much later, they now said an account was opened, courtesy of their own approval. And when they opened 2 domiciliary accounts in Central Bank. And before you open such accounts, an agency of government, of course, the Accountant General of the Federation must approve of it, discuss it with Central Bank, and give approvals for such. Beyond that, and then he opened several other accounts with various commercial banks for the agency. Today, the claims by the people who has sat at the Committee of House of Representatives says that Adeni was a con man who convinced them through forged documents. I remember that the National Security Advisor was written when there was skepticism about the agency by the Ministry of External Affairs. The National Security Advisor did not do anything. In fact, we do not know up to today
what the reply was.
What the reply was and what they did. And you are talking about a fake agency, and which is an issue of national security. That is to say that Nigeria could have been sleeping and somebody will come from the backyard and kidnap their president without the security actually knowing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then the House of Reps did not invite this same secretary to the government of the Federation who did an approval for him to represent Nigeria in a conference in Canada. They did not ask him. How did he approve? Others, the head of service said they did not know what the paper he brought. That it is only now they have looked at it and seen that the paper he brought is fake. I didn't know it was fake. So, what does that tell you about the activities of government? You pointed at the fact that there may be other fake agencies which has been made to become conduit pipes with which Nigerian Nigerian money is being siphoned. What a Nigeria. Also for country.
Well, you see, I am not more surprised at any level of criminality in this country. You see, I always try to refer most of the time to my good friend peterobi and mentor, let me say, my political leader. He often tells people that you say you have a structure. That structure is a structure of criminality. Because the structure we have in Nigeria, the organization, they are all structures of criminality. You open an account to Central Bank of Nigeria on the approval of the Accountant General. You run an office when the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the criminal financial watchdog of Nigeria, police with you, takes pictures with you, approve whatever you do. You have some line of connections with ICPC, and then we don't more talk about the National Security Advisor who controls all security agencies, including the police. Now, you run an office. This is one thing I have ever been saying wherever I go. Let people now ask themselves, how did this scandal even blow up? What blew it up? That is the question nobody has ever addressed. If it has been existing for a number of years, whether 1 year or 2 years, who discovered it? And why was it discovered? That's the question nobody, everybody trying to look at signature of Miller, signature of signature of Okafor. No. Who discovered that this agency is fake in the first place? Is it not because the man wanted to blow the whistle? Yes, because the pressure on him was high. And then the pressure on Adeni was high about the money that has been approved by the budget. And that he will not touch the money until at least he has paid the one that is outstanding, which according to him says it's about 200 million. The man has said, let me collect this one now. From there I can pay. They refused, and that was where the problem started. So it's not as if police one day woke up and discovered that this agency was a fake agency, or that ICPC woke up and discovered it was a fake agency, or that the EFCS is now accrued. No, it was the disagreement which Adeni said that led to them now labeling him fake. And when they labeled him fake, they dragged him to court quickly, wanted to show the whole thing in secrecy.
Okay, some people said that whatever investigation that has been done is the executives investigating themselves.
But that was it.
And how can executives properly investigate themselves and come out with what will not be flawed? Therefore, that various people have called for various inquests or judicial panel of inquiry or external, inquest into what is because that particular thing has turned to shreds the image of the federal government.
If there was any image,
you subscribe to an independent forensic inquiry into all these circumstances?
But I've never said it, Rex, that the people investigating that matter have no jurisdiction to investigate. You cannot be a judge in your own case. So you can't also do what you don't have. If Adeni has committed an offense, let ICPC or EFCC arraign him in court properly, or let the police, according to them, increase the number of charges. It is not EFCC that gave Lucky Binedo almost 100 something count charge in Enugu Federal High Court here when they arraigned him. EFCC, can they craft 200 number count charges for Adeni and arraign him? Why should the House of Reps start the trial? What is their interest when it was their former boss that is being fingered? You can't be a judge in your own case. The Majambila is being fingered. Every finger is pointing to the presidency. And that finger pointing to the presidency has been corroborated by the Accountant General of the Federation, has been corroborated by EFCC, has been corroborated by ICPC, has even been corroborated by the police, by virtue, even the Minister of Foreign Affairs, by virtue of the various relationships they had with Adeni and his agency. So if they feel that the agency was fake, why were they dating with the man?
Were the documents presented by Adeni all forged?
No. How can it be all forged, the Rex? How can Adeni from his father's house start forging documents with his signature, the logo of Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the signature of everybody, including the chief of staff? No. These things cannot be possible. You don't just wake up and walk in. As I am now, who am I? With all my height now and my learning, walk into the secretariat and maybe beg the head of service to give me an office space. I want to be a legal advisor on foreign intervention so that they can create office for me. And they will not tell police to get me arrested. So leave those things. The man had clearance before he did whatever he did. And why it blew open was because of the disagreement over how the money that was put in the budget shall be shared.
So what do you suggest that should be done?
What I suggest, they should look the matter in court as it is in court. Let them increase the number of charges. If they feel the man committed an offense, let the man defend himself. Let them not be trying a matter that is already in court in an independent panel. The court is always jealous of its own jurisdiction. The court has already taken seizure of the matter. So why are you trying it again in a panel in the House of Representatives that is not even ready to do justice?
The court has taken jurisdiction of that matter, yes. And therefore the trial of Adeni should not be replicated at any place. Let them continue with the trial. Possibly they could do amendments, so submitted. Yes. Also, Nadume Ofokansi, our guest on our program Arena today. We are very grateful. We thank you for the insight you have given. This is the much we can take from today's edition of Arena. Thank you also, Nadume.
Thank you guys for having me this afternoon.
And for you, continue join us on this on the next edition to still have very wonderful insight on whatever topic we are set to discuss. Thank you and God bless you.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV. In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
To have you join Youth Focus once again on Aneke TV. It is a program that beckons on all young people from all walks of life to come together and air their views on this platform on everything that concerns them as young people that grow and survive together in a particular climate. To achieve this, we make opinions, we give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and lots more. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our X, our Instagram, our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Thank you so much for being there. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi. And today our focus is on the message of fashion. Yes, message of fashion. Permit me to introduce to you, as a matter of fact, fashionable set of people who are also young people on this show today. By my left is the Executive Director, Seda Group Limited, who is also a personal brand advocate, Nancy Amarachi Ngene. Nancy, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, sir.
Again, I have an admin lead. An admin lead Network Africa, who is Mr. Samson. Samson, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right, good enough. I have an administrator and I have an executive director. Yes. That's wonderful. What a perfect match.
Yes.
Now, executive director, let me start with you. What does fashion stand for you?
Okay, let me start from our society. In our society today, people tend to see fashion as wearing expensive and beautiful clothes, but I believe fashion goes beyond just that. Personally, I feel fashion represents identity and communication.
Administrator, let me come to you. I don't know how much you believe in the definition of fashion as being provided by Amarachi.
Yeah, that is, she just said what it is you communicate who you are to the world by the way you dress. It's more like packaging, right? When you have a product and you want to bring it out to the world, to sell it to the world, to market it to the world, you dress it up, right? You package it. It's more like presentation, right? So that's basically what fashion is. Of course, over the years, it has progressed, right? We know how our forefathers used to dress, and things has gotten more modern. You know, we in Africa, we like to copy what is over there in Europe, right? So we've copied it down here, the sense of fashion. But at the end of the day, it's all about how you communicate who you are, how you package yourself, how you market yourself, knowingly or unknowingly.
Okay, the only thing I think I understand about fashion is outward appearance.
Exactly.
Now, looking at Amarachi now, look at the way she's appearing.
Yes.
And I think I can see one fashion on her. Are you in any way fashionable the way you are?
I wouldn't say I'm a fashionable person, but I try my best to address the way I want to be addressed.
Okay, to dress the way you would want to be addressed.
Yes.
Okay, who is a fashion designer?
Of course, it's more like a profession. They specialize in packaging people, right? Let's say those of us that are into politics, right? There is a way you're expected to appear as a politician, as a man of the people. So there are people whose work is to brand you, to package you. Now, those of them that are into, maybe you want to have a ceremony, you want your wedding to be the talk of town, right? There are people into that line of business to brand your wife. Of course, most of the time, we, the men, we bring the money and the women enjoy the fashion. Yes. Right? So there are people, it's a line of business. You have what you want to communicate to the world. You might want to communicate royalty, right? You might want to communicate wealth. You might want to communicate dominance. You might want to communicate freedom. Like our ladies want to communicate they are free, they are not under anybody, right? You might want to communicate. Yes, you might want to communicate elegance. You might also want to communicate that you are available. You may also want to communicate that you are in the market. Anybody can buy, right? So when you go to these fashion designers, they look at what you want and they give it to you.
I understand from your own line of thought that everybody, including myself, have the potentialities of being a fashion designer to a particular magnitude.
Yes.
I may not really be a professional fashion designer.
Yes.
But I fashion and design myself.
Yes.
My own
Every morning.
Every morning.
Yes.
That's true.
Okay. You mentioned before that you try to dress the way you would like to be addressed.
Yes, I do.
Tell me about this dressing.
Okay. What I'm putting on is just a two-piece. It's a professional attire. When I'm putting it on, I'm just wearing it because it suits my elegance. Let me give you an instance. Before now, when I was younger, I'm much attracted to all these classy and elegant ladies. So as time goes on, I tend to like emulate that because that is what resonates with me.
With this, would you take yourself to be a fashionable person?
I can be fashionable, yes, right? Yes.
What's the difference between a fashionable person and a stylist?
A stylist is a profession. You can say I'm a hairstylist, I'm a fashion stylist. There are also people that style interior locations in a building. So it's more like a profession. But when you are fashionable, you mind your fashion. There are some people that don't care what they wear as far as it covers them, especially men, right? Most men, once you have your shave, your haircuts, which will take you like 1,000, 2,000 maximum, you are good to go. But women are more like very much careful with the way they appear, right? They're careful with the way people perceive them, from their hair to their finger, not just to their lips, to the toe finger, to virtually everything in the body of a woman is fashion. But for men, not in the more people look at your pockets, your bank accounts, what you have, what you can show, not really the fashion.
But there are some men.
Yes, there are some.
Actually some men who are very fashionable.
Yes.
Or they are interested in what they wear.
Of course.
Or what they are put out to the public as fashion. Don't you think so?
I think so, and I've seen
Okay, what kind of man would you like, have you cherished before, in a way he plans himself, fashion himself, and all of that?
Okay, me as a person, I like someone that looks presentable, someone I will not be shy while walking on the road with. I want you, as I'm looking good, you should also look good, so that when we are walking on the road, I will be proud of you the same way you are proud to be with me. So that is the type of men I want.
Okay, thank you so much. God will give it to you. Hey, Administrator.
Yeah.
Is there any way you think fashion can change or can influence people's mindset?
Yeah, once you see somebody, like you've not seen her before, but the way she dresses communicates something to you, it influences the way you react to her. Right? If I'm on the street and I see a lady that dresses like a professional, right? If I'm talking to her, there is a point I'm coming from. Probably she's a business person, or she works maybe in a tech company, in the bank, and all the rest. So it has influenced the way I communicate to her, right? But if I saw her and everything is out there for me to see even before I ask, right? Then I may not want to do real business with her. I might see her as a person, maybe we could have fun, we could chat, she can make me happy. I have 30 or 1 hour to spare, and I want to have a fun time. So because of the way she has presented herself, it influences the way I react to her, the way I communicate to her. In fact, in the world of business, there's a way somebody dresses, and it influences how you price the person. Right? I'm an employer, and there's a way somebody will dress and walk into my office. I could start, maybe I could ask this what we pay. But there's a way you dress, the person begins with asking you, how much do you want to be paid? So there's a difference between this is what we pay and how much do you want to be paid. It's all about packaging and presentation.
You're making me believe strongly that fashion sends messages every day.
It sends a signal.
Sends signals every day.
Of course.
No matter the type.
Of course.
If it is moderate, it sends a different message.
Yes.
If it is corporate, it sends a different message.
Of course.
And all of that. Then Amarachi, let me come back to you.
Okay.
Okay, supposing, is it not a possibility that, like you mentioned in an interview session, somebody dresses very well, maybe puts up this suit jacket with tie and all of that, and it's a young man. You will say this person has dressed in such a way that you say, yes, this is the person I'm really looking for. Is it not a possibility that someone else who didn't dress like this will be knowledgeable in the field, will be more intellectual, will have the skill to perform better? How much will this message of dressing continue to be real? In that case, is it not deceiving? In that case?
See, there are a lot of guys, depending on the field you play in. Right? You can't tell me that you are coming to apply to work in a bank or in a corporate setting like a school. Those of us that are school proprietors, I dress a certain way. It already reduces your acceptance in that field. But there are certain other spheres that you don't need to dress corporate, like tech fields, right? Some of these guys that develop applications, work in the tech space, remote work, these guys, content creators, media people, freelancers. You don't need to dress corporate, right? So you see some of these guys that do great online. They have their dreadlocks, so they wear their shorts, they don't wear shoes. Some of them put on singlet, but they are gurus. They may be making thousands in dollars monthly. So it depends on the field you are playing. That determines how you present yourself.
Okay, that's taken. Amarachi,
Okay.
is there a possibility, like today you are here
Yes.
in our studio, you are dressed like this? That is wonderful. You're so gorgeous.
Thank you so
Are there
much.
places you'll be going tomorrow, if it's not for a television discussion, you dress anyhow you like?
No, I'm someone that never dresses anyhow I like. I'm always, anyhow I like means that I'm always elegant, 247.
Like if you want to go to club now, yes, would you dress like this?
Okay, the thing is that in as much as we have clothes for different occasions, if I'm to go to a club now, I'm not going to dress like this. But the truth is that I don't even go to clubs, so I'm never going to go to club.
Have you seen people who go to club before?
I've seen. And
that's the way they dress?
Yes.
It's the club that dictates the way they dress?
Yes, it's the club. Because even if you are going for, let's say, burial now, you don't wear shouty colors. If you do, maybe they will think you are the one that even killed the deceased. Do you get?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Administrator, what's the relationship between fashion and communication?
Basically, we have verbal and non-verbal communication. There's a way you dress into my office. I become more careful with my properties and my money. Right? There's a way somebody dresses into your office, you know the person is a robber. The person may be innocent, but there's a way the person...
may be actually innocent?
Yes. There's a way you dress into somebody's office, and maybe as a lady, and the wife becomes uncomfortable. You have not said anything. You may be innocent, but The wife is uncomfortable because of the way you dress. Right? There's a way you dress into a place, and men won't look at you. They're not going to send you because of the way you dress. There's a way you dress. People know that you are approachable. Right? So it's non-verbal communication. There's a way you dress into a place, somebody knows this is a serious-minded person. There's a way you dress into a place, we know you're a loose person. There's a way you dress into a place, somebody knows this one loves sports. There's a way you dress into a place, we know you're a church type. Right? There's a way you dress into a place, we know this one is no-go area. Don't approach her, don't approach him. So it's all about communication. Everything is communication. Everything, including your smile, everything is
your facial expression can be.
Of course, yes. It's not just about the clothes you put on, right? Many professionals, content creators, media personalities are trained the art of smile, right? The way you smile, there's a way to smile, right? There's a way to frown your face. There's a way to express non-approval without saying it. There's a way to express approval without saying it. So you must not talk. In fact, one of the greatest form of fashion of communication is the non-verbal communication. You say a lot without saying anything.
You say a lot without saying anything.
Yes.
But is it not possible that fashion or dressing can be deceptive to an extent? Because somebody can just walk in, like what you said.
Yes.
You will begin to gather your property when the person has not spoken.
Yes.
And in actual sense, the person may be innocent. Is the message of dressing in some cases not deceptive?
Yes, in some cases the message of fashion can be deceptive in the sense that maybe I can be wearing a black and be walking on the road because that is my favorite color.
Or that's what you have.
Or maybe that's what I have. And someone that is looking at me can think I'm attending a funeral. Do you get? So sometimes it can send the wrong message, but in all honesty, everything about fashion is communication, because whether you realize it or not, you are sending a message across, and that is what matters.
Okay, let's come to the psychology of fashion.
Yeah.
Something. What about it?
The way you dress affects the way you think. If you are a young man and you are walking, you have your shoe polished, right? You have your clothes ironed. It affects the way you walk. It affects the way you carry yourself, right? This mentality it gives you that you're a serious-minded person, that your life is together. Right? It affects it. That's why most of the time, if we're going for something serious, we tend to be careful with, is our shoe polished, is our clothes ironed. The ladies will look at, is my hair well kept, basic things. So it affects your mind before even people begin to receive a message from your fashion. There is a message that fashion passes to you, right? If I'm walking on the road and my shoe is not polished, maybe I wasn't able to iron my clothes, I will know something is wrong. It sends a message to me. So this psychology it gives you, look at the way bankers walk, because of the way they dress. If you come into a bank, you see the way she walks, a banker walks, there is this serious-mindedness that it communicates because of the way they dress. That is why many of us that are employers, we are oftentimes careful with the way our staff dress to work. That is why some employers have a certain dress code. As you are entering into an organization, they tell you this is the way we dress. Because the way you dress affects the way you think about yourself. Look at it. Most people putting on suits as a guy may find it very difficult to fight. That day you are wearing your suit and your tie, even when people provoke you, you may not want to engage in physical blows because that suit you are wearing communicates to you that you are dressed as a professional. But when you dress the other way, a little provocation, you might want to react.
I would want to know if this happens at all times. Because if you say from the psychology of dressing or fashion.
Yeah.
That the way you dress affects the way you see yourself and the way you think. It is a possibility.
Exactly.
But one of the case scenarios where, for instance, you receive a distress call and your mind is placed to where you're going. Just pick your shirt as a man.
Yeah.
You pick your shirt, wear your palms.
Yes.
You didn't mind if your hair was combed or not.
Yes.
You didn't mind. Sometimes when you are buttoning up, you miss the arrangement.
That's an emergency.
That is an emergency.
Yes.
And your mind is placed to where you are going.
Yes.
How then would that? Now somebody, you are passing people along the road.
Yes.
And people are looking at you.
Exactly.
Good. How could that send or begin to speak to you that this way you are dressing is speaking to you and you're receiving the message about yourself, both in your confidence and all of that in that situation?
Okay. In the case of emergency, me, for instance, I'm using myself because I know myself better than anyone. So me, for instance, most of the clothes I have, they are the same kind of wears in the sense that they communicate the same thing. So even if it's in a case of emergency or something, I can just quickly pick up one and put on and I will still look good. So I feel like it's a habit you have to cultivate. It's a habit you need to cultivate. When it is already a habit, it will be very difficult, even in the case of emergency, for you to drop.
Okay, we've established the fact in 2 dimensions.
Yeah.
One is that the way you dress affects the way you think.
Exactly.
It affects the way you see yourself.
Exactly.
It has something to do with your confidence.
Exactly.
For that day.
Yes.
If you dress the other way around tomorrow, what happens?
See, you must not dress serious all the time. If I'm going out with my wife, there should be a way I dress, right? If I'm invited to speak to an organization, there's a different way I will dress. If somebody is going to the club, it's a different ball game. If I'm going to the church, it's a different ball game. Those of us that do politics, we are going for a political rally. It's a different ball game.
That means that dressing speaks different messages.
Yes, where you are going.
It's a particular message at all times.
Yes.
It does. And it can be interpreted by different individuals differently.
Okay, differently again.
Yes,
okay.
yes. Just like the example I gave you earlier, I can be wearing black because it's my favorite color and I'm going somewhere. Someone that is seeing me can just see that, okay, well, that this person might be attending a funeral. So it's sending a different message. Other people can still see me and feel like, okay, this black looks good on this lady. Maybe it's her favorite color. So it can be interpreted in many ways. But most of the time, it sends a central message to the audience.
Okay, from what I said before, I said we have established 2 dimensions.
Yeah.
Now she has given us the 3rd one.
Yes.
The first dimension is what you're dressing speaks to yourself.
Yes.
The message you are getting as a person.
Yes.
That is one.
Yeah.
The second is how people see you.
Exactly.
And she has mentioned another premise where one person sees you differently. Another person sees you differently.
The same
and
fashion.
all of that. Does it have anything to do with the way you see the society or even the people?
Most of the time, how you dress communicates to the world how you see yourself. Right? If you see yourself as being poor, as your own world is the worst, sometimes you show it with the way you dress, with the way your hair is made, right? With whether your shoe is polished or not. I mean, simple things, right? The way you feel about yourself. There's a way a bank manager sees herself or himself that informs the way he or she dress, right? Most of the time, you see some graduates that dress differently from those that have never been to the 4 walls of a university, right? That is not a general rule, right? Yeah. But the way you see, if you see, I am going to somewhere, I'm going to be great tomorrow, I'm going to somewhere, I'm going to be a governor tomorrow, I have a great future. Most of the time, it begins to affect the way you dress today. So most of the time, it is your mental state that dictates what you buy when you enter into the shop to buy. If you see yourself as being so cheap, so available to anybody, it influences what you buy, what you wear. Because most of the time, you are not forced to wear these things. These are personal decisions we make in our rooms. You dress up before you come out for the world to now see.
This tells me that message of fashion can as well determine our future.
Yes, of course. The way you dress determines your future. There is a, like I've said, there is a way you your dress. In fact, you can be in a place where the Nigerian police want to search people. They say, where you dress, they won't search you.
Yes, exactly.
But they say, where you dress, they will search you double. Right? They say, where you dress, you look accused, even without committing a crime. They say, where you dress, you look innocent, even though you may be the one that committed the crime.
Yeah, that actually reminds me something. When I was younger in secondary school, because I'm always properly dressed, my clothes are usually ironed and everything. Sometimes when I even do something in the class and the teacher enters and asks, the teacher doesn't even need to ask. The teacher will just pick the child that is always badly dressed. You get? Yeah. So sometimes when the students now start making noise that Nancy is the one that did the thing, the teacher even find it very difficult to believe it because of the way I carry myself and the way I'm always dressed.
Yeah.
Okay, why is it that, for instance, this reminds me something that in a secondary school setting, when supervisors are in the school and maybe they're in the office, they are meant to see some students.
Yes.
And selecting some students who are going to stand them,
yes,
you start selecting from those who are well dressed.
Of course.
Who are neatly dressed.
Of course.
Why?
And most of the time, that is also the way life works. Because you want to put your best foot forward. You will not want, as a corporate setting, a school, I'm a proprietor, I've been a teacher for many years. A school setting is a corporate setting. There's a code of dressing. That is why there's uniform. So students are meant to be on a uniform. There's, you're stocking your shirt, you wear a certain kind of stockings, certain kind of footwear, and all the rest, right? So if you now have externals, supervisors from the Ministry of Education or from wike or NECO, it is reasonably expected that you present your best students, those ones that listen to you, those ones that comply with the rules, because they best represent the standard of the school. You will not want to, of course, every school always have those that you say go left, they go right, they go left. Right? These are not the ones you want to present because they do not represent you.
But do you know it is a possibility that even though the most intelligent is or looks dirty, you will not appoint him or her? Or see the supervisors.
Of course, the intelligence in this case is not just about academic intelligence.
I'm talking about academic intelligence now.
Okay.
The intelligence is the dressing is part of the intelligence. It sends the message.
Yes.
Good. And it is appealing. It is welcoming.
Yes.
Very good. But when a star in a class, for instance, sometimes all of these supervisors, they don't tell you when they come.
Yes.
If they happen, they come the day when the best student in the class is not well dressed.
Why?
When you present the student to them? I'm talking to you as a proprietor now.
You must understand that when externals come, they are not just looking at intelligence in terms of the ability to read and write. They're also looking at social intelligence, emotional intelligence, right? For instance, if you get somebody that is so smart, can solve all the equations, but seeing an external, the person begin to shake or cry, you might not want to present the person. So intelligence, we have that mental intelligence, ability to read and write, but we also have social intelligence, we also have emotional intelligence, we also have the intelligence that makes somebody able to stand before a crowd to talk. So these are the things we check as teachers and proprietors before we pick our best. If it was just about reading and writing, then it becomes easy. But somebody that is very, very brainy, but can't obey simple instructions, right? Like come on time, come to school on time, dress a certain way, copy your notes. You might not want to present the person.
It's not really brainy.
The person is not wholesomely intelligent. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. We want to observe a short break now.
Okay.
When we come back, we will tactically look at the benefits. Okay. If there are other benefits we have not mentioned, we'll mention the rest of the benefits of the message of fashion, or benefits of fashion, so to say. Thank you so much. Our viewer, thank you also for being there. We've discussed at length on the message of fashion. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Please let us go for a short break. Don't go away.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Much back from the short break is still the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Thank you so much. Topic for today is the message of fashion. And I have intelligent, fashionable people on the studio. I have the executive director, Seda Group Limited, who is also a personal brand advocate, Nancy Amarachi Ngene. And also have an admin, Lead Network Africa, Mr. Samson Poku. Thank you so much. Let's continue.
Yeah, thank you.
Before the short break, I was talking about the benefits of fashion. Please take it off from there.
Okay, I believe fashion has a lot of benefits to humans. But before I dive into the benefits, I would like to ask you a question, which is, just imagine a world where there are no fashions, where everyone is wearing the same kind of clothes. Let's say a jean and a t-shirt. Everybody is just wearing the same thing. How do you think such society is going to be?
Of course, jean and t-shirt are still contemporary. But I know there was a world before now where people, when there was no clothes. Mm-hmm. Yes, people go on touch whatever leaves and cover themselves. And they lived happily then.
They lived happily.
Yes.
Okay, the point I'm trying to make is that in such society, you will notice that there won't be order. In a society where there is no fashion, there is no uniform, there are no uniforms, no traditional attire, there are no graduation gowns and all those stuff, you find out that there won't be orderliness. Everything will just be scattered. If a policeman stops you on the road, you won't even, how can you differentiate between a police person and a kidnapper? So it will be chaotic to me. So the first benefit of fashion
Before you continue, I think why she's speaking like this is because she's we're in the modern age.
Yeah.
Those days, the place she's talked about was masquerades.
No, we are not.
And there was orderliness.
We are no longer living. We are not living in that time.
Of course, I know.
Yes, of course.
But she's citing instance using that period.
Yes, they lived in their own time.
But there was orderliness then. There was rules and regulations.
Yes.
But
and they kept to it.
You won't actually use it to compare the orderliness in today's society.
Nobody is doing that.
Yes.
Okay, go on.
So the first benefit of fashion is orderliness. Order. Okay. It helps keep order in the society. The next one is that it creates opportunity, job opportunities. For instance, just like my boss here just mentioned earlier, fashion creates employment, job opportunities for millions of Nigerians. A lot of people are into fashion designing, tailoring, fashion influencers. We also have fashion influencers, and they make a whole lot of money just doing that. And you can even think about the most famous fashion designer in Nigeria, which is Vicky James. She makes a lot of money just to sew one clothes. So having said that, I also believe that fashion boosts one's confidence. Okay, I will give you an example. I'm the type of person that if I make new hair, and I don't really like the hair, I'm not going to be confident to carry the hair and go anywhere. Sometimes I even tend to lose it within a couple of days. But whenever I make a hair that I really cherish, that I believe looks good on me, I tend to carry it confidently. When I was in the bank, sometimes when I make such hair and I'm dressed professionally, I tend to look for reason to stand up so that people can see me and compliment me. Do you get? So I know that the female viewers can actually relate to this. And the next one is that fashion actually helps preserve culture. When you see someone putting on isiago, okay, you've already known, where the person is coming from. So there are a whole lot of benefits of fashion to humans, but I will just stop here for the words of time.
Okay, thank you so much. You've done well. If there are other benefits she has not mentioned, I want you to continue from there.
She has said most of the things. Fashion is very important because it communicates. It's like branding, your way of saying who you are without saying it. Right? Your way of communicating who you are to the world. It's basically the way you carry yourself to the world, right? So it's more like a tool for personal branding. This dispensation where people dress the way they want, right? A dispensation where there's freedom, right, to do whatever you want, dress whatever the way you want. So when you dress a certain way, you tend to stand out. You make yourself unique, right? You bring yourself, you make yourself stand out in a world, both in the social media world and in the physical world, right? Imagine right now that a lot of guys dress anywhere they want. We have a fashion confusion, right? Right now, where most of the guys want to dress like females.
Okay.
And majority of the females are not comfortable with dressing like females. They want to dress like us that are guys. And the bad thing, negative effects, we that are men are having is that our clothing materials are now costly. Because the women are also buying it in the way we are. Yes. So there's this fashion confusion. Boys want to be men. I mean, boys want to dress like fine girls. Fine girls want to leave female fashion to dress like men, right? But when you now carve out your own fashion niche, this is the way you dress. Me personally, I like to dress traditional African attire. That is the way I want to look. I don't want to look like a white person because I am not one. I don't want to always be on suit because I am not a white person. I'm in Africa. I'm proud of my heritage, right? So you can carve out a brand for yourself, a niche for yourself, just the way you dress. Look at the Super Eagles, there's, the Super Falcons. There's this women African WAFCON there about when they landed in the nation, they were in our native attire as Africans, as Nigerians, right? So it stands you out. If you are an Igbo person in diaspora and you come down, maybe you are in the airport and you're putting your red cap. It distinguishes you from others, right? You might find your Igbo brother somewhere, just like our language. When you have your kind of attire somewhere, it brings you out, right? And if you are in a place where a lot of persons dress indecently, and you don't decide to package yourself in a certain way as a guy, as a lady, it stands you out, and you'll be surprised the kind of respect you could command, right? The kind of opportunities that will come your way, the kind of tragedies that may never knock at your door because you package yourself in a certain way.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Amarachi, you talked about fashion influencers. Who are they?
Fashion influencers are simply people that influence fashion. I don't know if it makes sense.
Go on.
Okay. They are mostly on social media pages. They tend to promote fashion, the idea of fashion, and they make money from it because the social media are paying them.
Yeah.
Okay. You talked about this most recent fashion clashes.
Yes.
Or fashion mixture where women want to dress like the male folk.
Yes.
And then the male folk in turn want to dress like the female folk.
Yes.
What's the reason for that? Have you found any reason behind that?
We have a generation, we live in a social media generation, right? And we in Africa, in Nigeria, we tend to want to copy whatever we see the Westerners do, right? Look at this concept of ass level, right? Because maybe we've watched these foreign artists, they began to dress that way, and we want to copy it. We do not ask ourselves, how did these things originate, right? This could be artists that want to depict the way prisoners abroad dress, because, of course, most of the attires are not measured. Most of the shorts they wear are not measured. You're a prisoner, you're giving one. Most of the time, it's not your size. So you have to pull it down to your ass. But now, when the popular musicians, wear those things to depict such message, we leave the message they are trying to communicate and we copy it. Because here in Africa, instead of exporting, we could say, okay, let us import their culture of innovation, technology, but we could see that the Western world has lost it in the area of morals, fashion. I mean, there's things that should be sacred. In those world where we're not talking about things like gay marriage, men marrying men. These are the things we copy. Instead of the other way around, we should still retain our sense of decency as Africans, right? Men, they say, well, we should dress as men. Women, they say, well, you should dress as a woman, right? Especially now that we are growing up, we have, like she said, these influencers. We actually have a world where people, social media influencers, influences both where we go, what we eat, businesses we patronize, what is trending, right? I remember a football star could have a certain kind of hairstyle, and before you know it, all his fans go with that kind of hairstyle, right? We have a popular artist dresses a certain way and comes out, and everybody is doing the same way. So where it's your brain, we have a society where majority of the youth do not think for themselves. That is the tragedy of the 21st century.
Before you continue, Amarachi.
Okay.
Supposing, or how do you always feel, or how do you value these men who dress like women?
Those are called transgenders.
I don't know what they are called.
That is transgender. So
okay.
Whenever I see such people, I'm a Christian. Let me start with that. So I try my possible best not to judge people because I don't know their reasons. Yeah. I try to focus on myself. I don't judge anyone. In as much as they don't look so okay to me, I still not judge.
Okay, supposing your crush turns out today to start dressing like you, will you judge or not?
You called him a crush, right? Crush are supposed to be distant admirers, so they are not supposed to get so close to you. So the person can, as long as the person is crushing from afar, I'm okay with it.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
How could fashion build a community?
Yeah, if you in the olden days, if you come into a society, an African society, you just coming down give you that sense that you are in an African society, right? So if you go abroad, just what you see in the airport gives you this sense that you're already in a different society, a different community, right? So our fashion, the kind of fashion we promote can give us a sense of uniqueness as a community. If you notice right now, most schools will have begun to promote using our native wears as school uniform, right? Okay. If you come to my school and some other schools, we have begun to adopt African attires. You see some schools using siago as native wear. So you see some use kerekere style.
As school uniform?
As school uniform. You see, like my school, we use jumping horse, the popular African jumping horse.
But you mean because in some schools,
yes,
you have the Monday wear.
Yes.
You have the Tuesday wear differently.
Yes.
The Wednesday wear differently.
Yes.
Then the native attire outing uniform and Friday wear differently.
The modern schools, but for us, we do the normal school uniform 2 days in a week.
Okay.
Monday, Wednesday.
Okay.
Then we have the native wear Tuesday, Thursday. You know why? Because we need to begin to communicate to these young ones, that our fashion is also relevant. Our fashion as Africans, we should not place it by the side. I mean, we copy everything from the white. We copy the way they marry. It's only in Africa that we do white wedding, traditional. We do the traditional marriage, and it's not enough. We now want to do the one they do, not knowing that it is their culture. Right? So we must begin to hold tight our sense of dressing, our sense of fashion as a people. As Igbo, as Africans, we value decency. Right? We value decency. If you are feminine, you dress in a feminine way. If you are a male, you dress in a masculine way. Right? So we must guide it jealously. Our asoke, we must get it jealously. Our isiago, we must wear it with pride, right? As this is what makes us a community. We are losing ourselves as African youths, as Africans, we must not in the way of trying to. I think what we're suffering is inferiority complex. Everything the whites do, we want to do. The way they dress, we want to dress that way. The way they talk, we want to talk that way. But at the end of the day, we're Africans.
Okay, Amarachi, do you sometimes dress in a native way?
Yes, of course. I'm a Nigerian. Yes. I'm an Igbo lady, so of course I do dress in a traditional way once in a while.
Once in a while?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I want you to speak to the viewer who is before us now on the benefit of dressing the way it should be to pass a message that is better off.
Yeah, because most of the people watching us are youths. There's really no reason to begin to think that decency is old-fashioned. Right now, especially our ladies, we feel that covering your body properly is already old-fashioned, right? But I often wonder why we do that. I mean, some of those things you show us with the way you dress, we know that they are there, right? As a young man, I don't need to show my ass before you know that the ass is there. Right, as a young lady, you don't need to show some part of your body before we know that you have those things, right? So you might have been trained in such a way that you don't know these things are wrong, but we need to begin to be conscious of the message you pass. There's a way you dress, people begin to think that you're a prostitute. You may not be one, but you communicate that you are runs gear, that you are cheap, that you are for anybody to come to, right? So I believe that after watching this, you become more conscious with the way you package yourself, with the way you brand yourself. Personal branding is very important. And why we make this mistake is that sometimes we are never taught. Most of the influencers you watch online, they do not dress that way in real life. They do not allow their kids to dress that way. They do not allow their spouse to dress that way. But because they are influencers, they want to make money.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much. You are the admin lead, Lead Network Africa. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
And Amarachi, our executive director.
Thank you
also
so
for
much,
coming.
sir.
Viewer, thank you also for being there. It's been a nice time we had with you discussing on the message of fashion. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi. I want you to get this message properly. We'll see you again.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Nigeria's governance challenge is best understood as a deep and persistent crisis of institutional trust, supported by consistent empirical evidence, global governance indices, and everyday lived experience. Despite its significant human capital, natural resources, and economic scale, there remains a widening gap between state authority and citizens' confidence in its fairness, predictability, and effectiveness. International governance metrics consistently place Nigeria in the lower tier of global corruption perception indices. Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index typically scores Nigeria in the range of about 24 to 26 out of 100, indicating a sustained perception of high corruption and weak institutional integrity. This is not merely symbolic but reflects a broader pattern of diminished public confidence in governance structures. Survey-based evidence reinforces this picture. Afrobarometer findings over multiple rounds show that a large majority of Nigerians believe corruption has increased over time, with some surveys indicating that up to 80% of respondents perceive rising corruption. Trust in key institutions remains low, particularly in the police, where as many as 70% of respondents in some waves consider officials to be corrupt. In addition, only a small minority, around 10% in certain data sets, believe that reporting corruption can be done without fear of retaliation. These figures point to a systemic trust deficit that extends beyond perception into behavioral reality, where citizens often expect inefficiency or bias before engaging with public institutions. From an economic perspective, trust functions as social capital, an invisible infrastructure that determines how efficiently a society operates. In low-trust environments such as Nigeria, transaction costs rise, informal payments become widespread, compliance with public systems weakens, and investment confidence declines. The World Bank and IMF have repeatedly emphasized that weak governance structures reduce the effectiveness of public expenditure, especially in critical sectors such as health, education, and infrastructure delivery, even when physical allocations are significant. The absence of institutional trust limits their developmental impact. At the level of everyday experience, this distrust translates into behavioral adaptation. Citizens increasingly bypass formal systems in favor of informal alternatives. Public services are often supplemented or replaced by private solutions, while access to bureaucratic processes is frequently accelerated through personal networks or unofficial payments. This reflects a gradual informal substitution of the state, where formal governance structures remain present but are no longer fully trusted as the primary mechanism for solving public needs. The drivers of these trust erosion are structural rather than incidental. A major factor is the widespread perception of inequality before the law, where accountability is seen as selective and dependent on status or influence. Another is persistent service delivery failure, particularly in electricity, healthcare, transportation, and education, where repeated reforms have not consistently translated into reliable outcomes. A third is weak enforcement credibility, where misconduct is not always met with consistent or visible consequences, reinforcing public cynicism and normalizing institutional avoidance. Philosophically, this situation represents a weakening of the social contract between citizens and the state. In theory, citizens surrender compliance and taxation in exchange for fairness, protection, and predictable governance. However, when institutional performance becomes inconsistent, this contract shifts from a shared moral agreement to a transactional relationship. Law is no longer perceived as universally binding, but as selectively applied, and governance becomes something negotiated rather than accepted as legitimate authority. The cost of this trust deficit is multidimensional. Economically, it reduces efficiency in public investment and weakens long-term growth potential by increasing friction in both public and private transactions. Institutionally, it undermines meritocracy and contributes to perceptions of patronage in recruitment and promotion within public service systems. In terms of security, low trust reduces cooperation between citizens and security agencies, limiting intelligence flow and weakening preventive capacity. Socially, it fosters generational disagreement from formal institutions, encouraging reliance on informal systems as a default mode of survival. Ultimately, Nigeria's governance challenge is not defined solely by the absence of reform policies, but by the absence of credible and sustained institutional trust. Without this trust, even well-designed reforms struggle to achieve their intended impact because citizens do not fully believe in their implementation or continuity. Trust, therefore, operates as the underlying condition upon which all governance outcomes depend. The central conclusion is that Nigeria's development trajectory hinges not only on economic planning or institutional reform, but on the gradual reconstruction of public confidence in the state's ability to act fairly, consistently, and predictably. In practical terms, governance becomes effective only when it is believed to be legitimate, and development becomes sustainable only when citizens are willing to engage the state, not out of necessity, but out of trust.
The silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals, They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution. Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Here are the headlines. WIKE releases 2026 SSC results, withholds 167,000 scores over widespread malpractice. Police arrest female native doctor following the discovery of 3 dead children in Anambra. Imo Police Command detains 4 officers over viral trunk detention incident in Owerri. Now the news in details. The West African Examinations Council WIKE has released the results of the 2026 Senior School Certificate Examination, withholding 107,000 results due to widespread examination malpractice. Announcing the release in Lagos, the head of WIKE Nigeria, Dr. Amos Dangote, revealed that the withheld results represent 8.59% of the total candidates. He identified illicit mobile phone usage and organized cheating syndicates as the primary drivers of the infrastructure. Despite the sanctions, overall performance showed that over 61% of the nearly 2 million candidates secured credits in at least 5 subjects, including English and mathematics. Dr. Dangote confirmed that over 94% of candidate results have been processed, adding that complicit supervisors have been handed over to security agencies for prosecution. The Nigerian Army has flagged off its 2026 senior staff course qualifying examination for eligible officers across test centers in Kaduna State. Opening the exercise on behalf of the Chief of Army Staff, Major General Petermbah, charged the examination panel to maintain absolute integrity, objectivity, and professional rigor throughout the assessment. The qualifying examination serves as a critical career milestone, determining officer eligibility for selection into prestigious senior staff courses, both locally and internationally. Military authorities assured candidates that comprehensive security and logistical arrangements have been executed in Jaji and Kaduna to ensure a seamless exercise through mid-August. Police operatives in Delta State have forwarded a kidnap plot targeting a local pastor and a retired school principal in Ueli. The spokesperson for the Delta State Police Command, SP Bright Edafe, confirmed in Warri that officers attached to A Division arrested 26-year-old Jeremiah Kwane following intelligence on his attempt to recruit a gang. Security forces apprehended the suspect at his duty post, recovering a single barrel gun alongside 2 live cartridges during a search of the premises. Reacting to the operational success, Delta State Commissioner of Police CP Yemi Oyeniyi reaffirmed the command's commitment to dismantling criminal syndicates across the state. Tragedy has struck the Ideani community in Idemili North local government area of Anambra State following the discovery of 3 dead children inside the residence of a female native doctor. A 4th victim found alive at the premises in critical condition was rushed to a nearby hospital for emergency medical treatment. The police public relations officer for Anambra State Command, SP Tochukwu Ikenga, confirmed the arrest of the female native doctor by operatives attached to the Ogidi Police Division. Preliminary investigations indicate the deceased children were aged between 6 and 15, as homicide detectives work to establish their identities and exact cause of death. Operatives of the Federal Road Safety Corps Anambra State Sector Command have recovered a stolen Toyota Camry through the National Vehicle Identification Scheme, NEWI. The sector public education officer, Margaret Onabe, stated that the desk officer flagged the vehicle on July 31st, 2026, when duplicate documents were submitted for database upload. Verification confirmed the vehicle belonged to Mr. Ndem John Okori, a police officer attached to 55 PMF Aba, who reported it stolen from his compound in Omaya in June 2023. Following the confirmation, Anambra State Sector Commander Corps Commander Bridget Asekauno commended the officers as the suspect was arrested and handed over to the area command for prosecution. Operatives of the Enugu State Police Command have rescued 4 kidnapped victims during joint intelligence-driven operations conducted across Enugu and Benue state borders. The Commissioner of Police, CP Maman Bitrus Giwa, confirmed that 2 brothers abducted on August 3rd at Ezimo Ulo were rescued on halt at Ikele Owa community, Benue State, after a gun duel. In the second operation at Obozara community in Soka, police teams rescued 2 additional victims, though the decomposing body of a 3rd victim shot by the captors was recovered from the forest. CP Giwa commended the joint tactical teams comprising the police, military and local vigilantes, ordering a sustained manhunt for the fleeing gang members. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here's a recap of the major stories making the headlines. The West African Examinations Council has released the 2026 SSCE results, withholding over 107,000 candidate scores due to widespread malpractice and unauthorized phone use. Police operatives in Anambra State have arrested a female native doctor following the discovery of 3 dead children inside her residence at Idani. Coming up shortly, the Imo State Police Command has arrested and detained 4 officers seen in a viral video forcing a suspect into the trunk of a car in Owerri. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us. Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. The Ebonyi State Governor Chief Francis Nwifuru has directed contractors handling the Trans-Saharan Highway project to adhere strictly to global engineering specifications. Governor Nwifuru gave the charge while inspecting the 118-kilometer road corridor transversing Afikpo, Onweke, and Ishieke in Ebonyi State to its terminal point in Boko, Benue State. Speaking at the proposed flyover site in Ukwachi, The governor commended President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for approving critical infrastructure projects across the southeast region. The acting federal controller of works in Ebonyi State, Engineer Maxwell Oko, briefed the governor, explaining that the flyovers were engineered to eliminate traffic gridlocks along the transit corridor. The Imo State Police Commissioner has ordered the immediate arrest and detention of 4 officers involved in a viral video forcing a suspect into a car trunk in Owerri. The spokesperson for the Imo State Police Command, ASP Henry Okoye, confirmed that the incident occurred during a drug enforcement operation along Human Race Road in Nekede. ASP Okoye stated that the detained personnel, comprising 2 regular officers and 2 supernumerary officers, have been transferred to the state CID for internal disciplinary proceedings. Police leadership condemned the action, characterizing the arrest method as inhumane, unacceptable, and a direct violation of standard operational procedures. Security forces have arrested a primary suspect linked to the physical vandalism of 6 power transmission towers along the Yola-Jalingo 132 kV line. The Transmission Company of Nigeria confirmed the arrest following a joint task force operation with local vigilantes within the host community. TCN engineers discovered during patrols that over 100 structural bracing members had been unbolted and stripped from the national grid infrastructure. Management warned that targeted attacks on power infrastructure compromise national grid stability, assuring that security agencies are tracking remaining members of the syndicate. The Kwara State government has flagged off a climate-smart agricultural training initiative designed to enhance regional food security and crop yields. The project coordinator disclosed that the capacity-building program is executed under the Agroclimatic Resilience in Semi-Arid Landscapes project in partnership with Ahmadu Bello University in Itan. The scheme equips agricultural extension workers and local farmers with resilient agronomic techniques, certified seed production strategies, and digital climate monitoring tools. State officials confirmed that practical demonstration farms and field schools will be established across participating local government areas over the next 10 months. Musician Peter Okoye has revealed that his elder brother and former manager Jude Okoye has initiated legal proceedings to restrict him from performing P-Square hit songs. In a social media broadcast, Peter confirmed the court action alleging that his twin brother Paul Okoye is aligned with the legal push to restrict his performance rights. Rejecting claims regarding the group's origins, Peter denied assertions that Jude brought the duo to Lagos in 2005, stating their debut album launched independently in 2003. Jude Okoye has yet to issue a public statement regarding the fresh allegations as legal disputes over brand ownership and royalties persist. The Nigerian Fencing Federation has formally launched Africa's first wheelchair fencing academy in Victoria Island, Lagos. Organized under the Enable initiative alongside World Ability Sports, the 3-day program drew international athletes and certified coaches from Brazil, United States, and the United Kingdom, Liberia, and Nigeria. Hosted at Rugby School, Nigeria, the landmark clinic provides specialized instruction in adaptive fencing techniques, of officiating protocols, and Paralympic athlete classification. Federation officials emphasized that the establishment of the Continental Academy creates a structured pipeline to develop adaptive sports talent across Africa. And now to end news, here are the main points again. WIKE resists the 2026 SSCE result, withholding over 107,000 scores over widespread malpractice while recording a 61% pass rate in English and mathematics. Anambra State Police arrest a female native doctor in Idani following the tragic discovery of 3 dead children inside her home. Imo State Police Command detains 4 officers captured in a viral video forcing a suspect into a vehicle trunk in Owerri. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Good afternoon.
Kano State occupies a unique position in Nigeria's history as one of the country's eldest centers of commerce, learning and civilization. Situated in the northwest geopolitical zone, the state remains a strategic economic hub whose influence extends beyond Nigeria into West and Central Africa. With one of the country's largest populations, Kano continues to shape national conversations on politics, trade, agriculture, education, and culture. Historically, Kano traces its origins to the ancient Hausa city-states, with documented history spanning more than 1,000 years. The famous Kano Chronicles recount the reigns of successive rulers who transformed the city into a thriving commercial and administrative center. Today, the ancient city walls, the emir's palace, and the centuries-old Komi market remain enduring symbols of Kano's rich heritage and resilience. Politically, Kano has consistently played a defining role in Nigeria's democratic evolution. Since the return to sovereign rule in 1999, the state has remained one of the country's most politically influential voting blocs. Its large voting population often makes Kano a decisive factor during presidential elections, while its political leaders have continued to shape national discourse across party lines. The state's leadership structure reflects a balance between constitutional governance and traditional authority. The executive governor oversees civil administration, while the emirate institution continues to serve as a respected custodian of culture, tradition, and conflict resolution. This dual system has enabled traditional institutions to complement government effort in community mobilization, social stability, and grassroots development. Religion occupies a central place in the social life of Kano. Islam is the predominant faith and influences education, commerce, family life, and public administration. At the same time, Kano is home to Christian communities and adherents of other faiths who contribute to the state's economic and social development. Religious leaders across denominations have continued to advocate peaceful coexistence, tolerance, and dialogue as essential ingredients for national unity. Economically, Kano remains one of Nigeria's strongest commercial centers. For centuries, it has served as a major gateway linking Nigeria with neighboring Niger Republic, Chad, Cameroon, and other parts of the Sahel. Its extensive markets attract traders dealing in textiles, grains, leather products, livestock, household goods, and manufactured items, making the state a critical driver of regional commerce. Agriculture remains the backbone of Kano's economy. Farmers cultivate crops such as rice, maize, millet, sorghum, groundnuts, tomatoes, onions, and vegetables, while livestock production contributes significantly to food security and rural livelihoods. The state also supports irrigation farming, allowing year-round agricultural activities in many communities. Industrialization has equally defined Kano's economic landscape. The Chalawa and Sharada industrial estates have historically hosted textile manufacturers, leather processors, food industries, and pharmaceutical companies. Although The textile industry experienced setbacks over the years. Government and private sector investments continue to promote industrial revival through improved infrastructure and business-friendly policies. The informal economy is another pillar of Kano's prosperity. Thousands of small and medium-sized enterprises operate across markets, workshops, and neighborhood clusters, creating employment opportunities in tailoring, metalworks, leather processing, transport services, food processing, and retail trade. These enterprises contribute significantly to household incomes and local economic growth. Education has remained an important component of Kano's development journey. The state hosts numerous universities, polytechnics, colleges of education, and research institutions, alongside centuries-old Islamic schools that have preserved scholarship in Arabic and Islamic jurisprudence. Government reforms continue to focus on expanding access to formal education while strengthening technical and vocational skills for young people. Healthcare services have also expanded through investment in primary healthcare, specialist hospitals, and disease control programs. Public health interventions targeting maternal care, child immunization, and infectious disease prevention continue to improve health outcomes across urban and rural communities. Kano's cultural identity remains one of its greatest assets. Traditional festivals, colorful horse riding displays during Eid celebrations, indigenous music, crafts, architecture, and cuisine reflect centuries of cultural continuity. The globally recognized Dobo Festival showcases the splendor of the Emirate tradition and attracts visitors from within and outside Nigeria, reinforcing Kano's position as a leading cultural destination. The state's rich aesthetic traditions are evident in leatherworks, embroidery, weaving, dyeing, and metal craftsmanship. These industries preserve indigenous knowledge while providing livelihoods for thousands of artisans whose products reach international markets. Socially, Kano reflects Nigeria's diversity. While maintaining strong traditional values, the state continues to embrace innovation, entrepreneurship, and modern governance. Community institutions, youth organizations, women groups, and religious bodies play significant roles in promoting education, conflict resolution, and social development. Security remains an important priority. Successive administrations have strengthened collaboration among security agencies, traditional rulers, religious leaders, and community groups to address emerging security challenges and sustain peace across the state. Kano's strategic location on top of rural population and extensive commercial networks continue to position it as one of Nigeria's most important investment destinations. Ongoing infrastructure projects in transportation, energy, housing, and industrial development are expected to further enhance its competitiveness within the national economy. Beyond its economic strength, Kano remains a symbol of Nigeria's unity in diversity. For generations, people from every region of the country have lived, traded, and built businesses in the state, contributing to its cosmopolitan character. This long-standing tradition of commerce, cultural exchange, and peaceful coexistence continues to reinforce Kano's role as a bridge between Nigeria's diverse peoples. As Nigeria advances its quest for sustainable development, Kano State remains central to the country's future, leveraging its historical legacy, economic resilience, cultural richness, and human capital to contribute meaningfully to national integration, inclusive growth, and shared prosperity.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Okay. Welcome, viewer, to your program, The Mysteries of Life. Life itself is a mystery, but still we try to understand the mysteries of life. Today, you are one little boy or little girl in primary school. The next day, you are an elder, and people are looking up to you. You are sometimes you even become something that people get afraid of. But that is not the kind of thing we are looking at today. We are looking at a food complement. Food. But it is so important in the culture that sometimes people fight even to the point of being ready to sacrifice other human beings because of that particular food. And that food item we are trying to understand is kola nut, oji, particularly among the Igbos, oji Igbo. I know that kola nut is a West African staple, but among the Igbos, there's something about it, and they don't play with it. They even give, interpretation to the numbers. Is it obaleto, obaleno, obalise, obalesa, and so on and so on. So, which means they say to look at this kola nut so that we'll be able to understand the spiritual quality of it. What is this kola nut all about? A lot of people talk about its, chemical compositions, but the spiritual quality of that kola nut. We have our brother who is in the business of understanding and resolving conflict so that we have peace, because peace comes before progress, or peace and progress. We have our brother Mazi Gabriel Nemeka Anichukwu. You're welcome to the program.
Prof, thank you very much.
And then, of course, by my right, we have our regular brother here who handles the growing ones in the Assemblies of God Church. Very, very important, because the future, the child is the father of the man, according to Milton. So, Reverend Carlo, you're welcome to the program.
The pleasure is mine, Prof.
Thank you. So, kola nut. What is kola nut? I know I've tried to play around, but what is kola nut? And why do we even put so much import on this kola nut in Igbo land and maybe other parts of the world?
Kola nut, our people call it, Igbo people call it oji.
Oji.
Oji Igbo.
Oji Igbo.
Oji. Kola nut is a native food or fruit consumed, that could be consumed ordinarily, but most of the times kola nut has more spiritual symbolism than its material symbolism.
Okay.
Is given significance based on its spiritual function among Igbo community. Even in West Africa, Yoruba, Edo, Ishekiri, Ijo. But I'm talking of we Igbos. It has a great role to play before God Almighty, the indigenous deities, and the holy ancestors.
Okay.
Yeah, kola nut is not a mere fruit. It represents the connection between humanity and divinity. It represents a traditional Eucharist an indigenous Holy Communion with which we, the mere mortals, communicate, have interaction with the spirit beings to negotiate issues, peace, conflict, marriage, negotiation, and even petition. So, Kola North has a very prominent role to play in conflict resolutions between man and man, man and God, and deities and men, and ancestors and men.
Yeah,
that's why if you watch it, if you see it, whenever Colonel is brought, he said, he that brings cola brings life. And if you just support it with the Christian faith in the Holy Eucharist, he said, whenever that cola represents the body of the deity, whenever it's brought up, he said, you see it whenever an Igbo man brings you this is Nkaboji as only with an then the church will respond. So it is an amalgam. It's a point of amalgam between the living and the dead, but mostly the holy living and the holy dead.
Okay, that's your own view. So, Reverend, you have heard him. What do you have to say?
Yeah. Kola nut is quite a mystery seed, a mystery fruit rather, that to me, it opens the window to discussions. It is a doorway to engagement in discussions, either spiritually or physically. Is a doorway. You cannot, there are certain discussions that before you commence it, there must be a breaking of kola nut. So kola nut is not really something you have to think in the order of Eucharist or something like that. No. It's just a fruit that is on its own, but it has a very strong spiritual significance. Because if you go into it, you discover there are ones that doesn't have branches
at all.
There are ones that are 3. There are ones that are 4, 5, and 7.
Yes.
And these are spiritual numbers, and they have spiritual connotation in application whenever you want to use it. Even if you want to do like marriage or whatever issue on table, and you break the kola nut and discover that because there is a clothing over it that covers it, you don't know how many it is until you remove the clothings. Then when you now open it, you can exclaim. There can be exclamation.
Thank you.
And when it is 7 like that, it signifies completeness. It signifies a rest. So people will be happy to break it and eat it. And in divinity, we have God the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. So you now try to, there is always a way of bringing spiritual inclination.
Like it's not enough.
It's not enough. That is God and humanity.
Yes.
That's God and humanity. You are finished with God the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. And then you come into man, extension.
Or the 4 market days.
There must be a way people interpret the segment of kola nut based on their own cosmology. Yes. So that is it. It's not something you just have to. And again, when you need to go beyond it. There are people that doesn't have kola nut in their house when you visit, and when you go, they say akolamonoji. They are trying to tell the importance of that kola nut. They can bring other things like drink and say. Yes. They are trying to tell you that kola nut is the one that should stand, not what they are giving to you.
Good. So now that we have it, because we are always looking at the viewer, particularly the younger ones, trying to make them understand some of these things. Like Reverend mentioned, you have
a number of segments, whether it is three, whether you call it lobes, whether you call it whatever, and you have 5 and you have 7 or more. The strange part of it is that before you open it, you may not even know that they are up to 6. You may think it is just 2. And then you open it and you start seeing that. So why has nature imbued color out with such quality? Why is it that it's like that? Sometimes you just think it's 2. And particularly the Ojibo, because they're nothing, the Hausa or whatever, is always like 2.
Magic.
It's always 2.
Magic.
I don't know whether it is magic. But why do you have Ojibo and Oji Hausa?
As you said about the looks and the spiritual connotation given to them, the sections or the lobes. As the man of God rightly said, Kola is shrouded in deep mysteries. It's a mysterious thing. It's not ordinary. I was to ask, why can't somebody know how many that are inside? So the only person that can interpret it is unless the person had the spirit of the gods. You get me? It's not something you. So that covering shows that it's shrouded in mystery. Which when you uncover, you see what the mystery will dissect it through according to ethnic cosmology, ethnic interpretation of meanings. Okay. So, like whenever you open, like if you open, that's called what they call Ikenga. 3 Ikenga, that is 3 poles. Well, you know that whenever something has 3 poles, it has stability. Okay. Everything. So it's a good omen. When you open it, it's good omen. Then when it has 4, Eke, Ole, Afo, Unko, that is north, south, east, and west, the 4 cardinal poles of the earth where the cosmic powers are concentrated. Then when it goes to 7 means perfection and dominion, fertility, prosperity. But in Igbo cosmology, whenever you open a kola and it's 7, it must be kept. Then you get a good native cock, because it means 7 means that it brings good luck, extraordinary fortune. So it must be celebrated, because we believe that the spirit control the physical. That color that is 7, that something great, good is coming. So we welcome it, because that's why Igbos are they know what faith is. Because even the Bible said faith is seeing what is in future now. That is faith. That is no faith. So that means that our Igbo understanding about color says whatever you get when you open that color, even it's used in Alpha in divination. Have you seen? So, and there's a kind of color you get if it's only one path, or job. That one is left to the deity. It's not an ordinary. It's really a mystery. So there will be no segment. It's not, you can't eat it.
There's no segment. Yes,
you don't. It's used by top traditionalists in some spiritual works. Okay. As they know, I'm not an expert in that field. So what I'm saying that the covering of a collar means it is really mystery, which only comes out when it is opened. Then how the people who opened that mystery receive it depends how it will manifest in their lives.
Yes, we call it breaking the collar now.
Breaking the collar. When you break it, and you don't break it with knives or with sharp objects. Don't break. That's like even the Holy Eucharist, the bread in the communion. You don't break it with knife.
I think Reverend has warned you about trying to try the two.
No, we know what they call comparative religion studies. Okay. Listen, so you need to. So I've not seen a Reverend Father, a priest of the Christian church, using knife to break.
We're not talking about that. We don't do it.
That color knot is the living body of the deity. Then why represent the blood of the deity? That is why in the interwoven, when the body and the blood are interwoven, that's why when you take Holy Communion, you receive a strange power in you to do what is impossible. It means that the divinity has entered in you to become a spiritual being. So whenever you order kola nut appropriately, you can pronounce the unseen, and they will become flesh.
Okay.
Then turning the world into flesh. So there are a lot of things surround kola nut in Igbo traditional understanding. So it's not something you play with. It's something that you use to determine your present and your future in life. So and it's something you can even use to address your past so that you have a better future.
Yeah. So let me go back to the Reverend, because some Christian faithful, some people, some sects, they do not believe in kola nut. What's the problem?
Well, let me start from disabusing the mind of my good brother.
If you can disabuse it now.
Because some of the issues he raised was tending to be superstitious.
Yes.
There is as much as I know, there is no issue where you use knife to break kola nut, it will devalue
its wrong.
strength. No, that I said as much as I know. And I said, let me disabuse you.
Kola is a mysterious fruit. You can't use knife to break it. Okay, no problem.
I agree with what you said, but I'm saying, let me disabuse your mind. Now, that it's even in rare cases now, you don't use nail or your hand to break kola nut because people fear you can poison the other by doing such.
Yes.
So the truth of the matter is that kola nut, the actual proper name of kola nut is the beginning. The beginning. You cannot start anything, conversation with human to human, with human to gods, human to spirit, without bringing what? Kola nut. Even in libation, you use kola nut first. I'm not a native but for those that practice it, you use kola nut first before you bring in a drink.
Yeah, but we wear what we wear before the,
even the only communal one is libation
and Christianity.
The only communal one is libation.
Our parents before there is a commencement of matters, they bring what? Kola nut. That one you mentioned, the non kola nut, the one that has no segment. They use it to do rituals.
That's what you said.
And when they use to do it, it means stagnation. They can use it to manipulate somebody. You will just be revolving like that. No, I happened to join someone in a vehicle, and the person was telling me issues about kola nut.
Okay.
And that was the first time I heard it, that if they use a kola nut without segment to conduct a ritual on somebody, that person go anywhere, that person will remain like that. No increase, no advancement.
Stagnancy.
Do you understand? So we understand too well that of all seed, kola nut is special. Even there are ones that will try to break themselves on their own in that their segment, and they use rope and tie it. When you come to buy it, they use rope and tie it.
Put them together.
It means that kola nut speaks. Even on their own, they speak. And when you involve it with gods, there must be a communication. Do you understand?
That's what is called divination.
Yes, there must be a communication. And it is the spirit that understands the voice of the spirits. It's only that we as human beings, we try to, it's either we abuse a process or we undermine the importance of that very, very particular thing. Kola nut should be respected. Kola nut should not be abused. And you mentioned of we as Christians, how do we respond to it? Now, we do not place too much importance to it. Reason is that the blood of Jesus Christ speaks better things than any kind of material things. You understand? But because of the foundation we are all coming from, you still have to observe that you count one before you count two. And in discussion, in matters, anywhere you go, if you don't have kola nut, you have not started. You bring an egg, it's conventional. Even though it's a seed, they will still ask you, where is kola nut, even to the point of getting a bitter cola. They are all fruits that are very, very important. And so in Christianity, we give respect to that seed, kola nut, but we do not give it to have a preferential advance more than our faith.
I understand what you're saying, like, Reverend, because part of why I'm talking with you is that I don't want the Peter commitment to mix up things for me, in my mind's eye. Now, because a friend of mine, a professor, he had an occasion and he refused to bring kola nut, and the Igwe was, but even the Igwe stayed though.
Okay.
He stayed, but he wasn't. At the end of the day, when he made his comment, he said, "Look at that Igwe is here. You didn't even bring kola nut."
Okay.
Why should the Igwe stay? That's how this worship. A traditional ruler stays where there's that kola nut represents the throne that gave him ordination as an Igwe. But the kola nut is a synergy, is symphony with the deities and ancestors. So there's no way Igwe will stay where there's no kola nut. The Igwe is the traditional pope, the traditional archbishop of Canterbury. So how can a pope stay when you tell him that you bring a deity to pray with it? So that Igwe who stayed there, ethically, is wrong.
But the Igwe should have also
what
the component of meeting,
and that's
component
why
of meeting, so that you now tell them these things are supposed to be there. Not until when it comes and you now react to it.
Prof, if a great man of God, as I call it, I call them, or pope, or archbishop, or GO, attends the ceremony.
Okay. Now we are going to take a break. When we take a break, we come back and continue with the discussion. We continue with you when we come back.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Okay, so we want to continue from you, really, Mazi, because you said something, but I also respect the interjection, his own view about it, that the Igwe should have told them what would be there for him to
the component of meeting.
Yes, for him to be there, because it's important. Even though my brother was too, I don't know whether to call it straitjacketed, but he believes that there should be no orgy, that he is a born again, and so on and so on. It confuses me.
Yeah. It is very wrong.
Why is it that people talk about being born again, they don't want to bring orgy, they don't want to bring palm wine? I mean, are they fighting the tradition? What's happening?
When Jesus was talking to that woman of Samaria, he told her that a time is coming when true worshippers will worship God in truth and in spirit, not in location, not in appearance, not in methodology, but in genuinity.
Yes, in essence.
In sincerity. Now, what you eat, what makes a ship to sink in the ocean is the water that gets into it, not the water that surrounds it. Believers need to understand that our character is more important than what we say. That you bring a kola nut in a meeting does not defile your identity. That you bring a kola nut before a meeting as a beginning does not make you a herbalist. It's a fruit that has been culturally, traditionally, morally ordained to spearhead a discussion, a gathering, activities. So what is the need than to give it the honor it deserves. And when you don't do that, people even begin to question your credibility of a person. I say, this thing that has been before this person was born. And you will not have any verdict to defend it. That this is why you don't. There is no amount of garden egg you will use that will defeat the emblem of kola nut. There is no amount of granite you will bring that people will say, just that kola nut. You see how people will honor it. So when you bring it into being, you as a person will you create credibility on yourself.
Good. Yeah. So now, because you are trying to speak about that, my friend that refused to bring kola nut, and he sees that he's a Christian.
The refusal to present kola nuts to the traditional ruler that attended
to the people.
To the people is a gross disrespect, an inexcusable disrespect to himself and to his roots, because the kola nut represents the Igbo roots, and even the Bible said charity begins at home. And let me remind us, Christ was never a Christian. Yes. He did not come to teach us about, they called him the Christians. It's not even from, Christ did not call them Christians. The normal thing to call people who follow Christ is disciples of Jesus Christ. Disciples. So what I'm not saying is that, why would someone who claims to know God doesn't know the roots, his roots, that brought him to know God? We invited a traditional ruler to an occasion and failed to bring kola nuts. And it is even abnormal for the traditional ruler should not tell him to bring the kola nut. He or she, as any Igbo, knows that the first thing to bring to traditional ruler is kola nuts, because he represents the traditional roots of the land.
Yeah, but so you don't like the idea of the man telling you what he has to come with.
No,
I think it's important.
No, it's important.
The time that God signed made the covenant with Abraham, he told him, bring this one, bring this one, bring this one.
How we didn't know if they don't have anybody to
okay, it's important. But do you know that when an Igwe or even an Ozo comes to your occasion, there's something you have to give to him. What is going on? Igwe or an Ozo is a priest. He's a priest. Igwe is the head of the whole priest that serve the deities of the land. He's the whole priest. So that's why whenever I say an Igwe is a Christian, born again, I become disturbed. It baffles me.
Why should you do something?
No. There is nothing concerns, it's a topic for another day. There nothing concerns a traditional ruler with the throne of Jesus Christ. We treat it, another topic we treat it.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Hello viewers, good afternoon and welcome to the program Aneke Brief. If you're just joining for the first time, this is the program where we bring to you conversations as it affects us here in the Southeast, be it economical, financial, social, cultural, spiritual, whatever it is, cutting across all 5 eastern states, Enugu, Abia, Imo, Anambra, and Ebonyi State. I'm your host, Princess Ken Ochama. So sit back, relax, as we bring to you a conversation that is refreshing, educating, and instructive. Now, before we get into the conversation for today, we're bringing to you highlights from the news bulletin as it appeared here on our station. My guest is already seated with me right here in the studio. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, I'll be introducing him, and then we'll get on with the conversation. Stay with us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. Now, on today's edition of Aneke Brief, we're bringing to you a conversation based off on our economy and economic growth in the Southeast. My guest is an expert, an economist expert, and a financial analyst. He will be bringing to us insight on this conversation. But before we get into the conversation, we'll be bringing to you, reviews of our news bulletin. He is Mr. Jude Ifani Ihekoroyi.
Thank you for having me. Yeah.
Welcome once again. It's good. It's been a while. Yeah. It's been a while. How are you doing today?
I'm all right. I'm good.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just look at some of the stories as it has appeared. Something that has happened over time in the past 24 hours in the Southeast. Starting from Enugu, we saw that the Nigeria Union of Pensioners Enugu chapter has appealed to the governor to urgently implement the new minimum wage pension structure tied to the national minimum wage, as against the 447 naira monthly pension that was being shared amongst government workers. They are proposing 32,000 naira baseline monthly pension, and asking that also the gratuity allowances and arrears dating back to 2006 be paid off for both government workers and school teachers.
I mean, this is rather shocking because dating back to 2006, so the first question would be, where has the government been all this while? Why should there be such a backlog against the government for all these years? 2006 is 20 years from now.
Yes.
That's very shameful. Even the 36, you say it's 36,000.
Yes, 32,000.
32,000
naira.
Even the proposed 32,000 is, to me, is a shameful lot.
But as against 447.
That is a wrong benchmark to use, because if you look at the economic realities today, okay, people should not be allowed to retire into eternal penury. You retire just after working for government, laboring for the government for 35 years of your life, most productive years of your life. Then you go and retire into a squalid lifestyle just because you are no longer working for it. It's not supposed to be so. So that call the government should not even allow the public to hear this. I think they are supposed to have handled this indoors and quickly upgrade their pension stipends as proposed. And unfortunately, 20 years is a lot of time. I doubt if the government can offset this once. Do you understand? But a concerned government will also calibrate the payment in such a way that you will be able to conclude this payment within your tenure. And then there should be a law, enact a law that this should not repeat. Every government should pay off its retiring workers. You don't leave the backlog for the incoming governor. Because this present governor has an argument that why should he be expected to pay off what the other people couldn't pay? Why didn't they pay it? It's like they abdicated on their duties. But be that as it may, he should still go ahead and pay them. Yes.
All right. On the next story, still in Enugu, the National Population Commission has launched the nationwide digital registration of births and death on its Vital Reg platform in Enugu under the Electronic Civil Registration and Vital Statistics System. So this is to know how many people are born and how many people are dying in the state?
Yeah, this is a good news, a very good news, because you don't move the economy forward without statistics. You have to have the data on population growth, population dynamics, and it helps you to plan your economy. Do you understand?
Yes.
So when you know the number of people exiting the economy via debt, and then the number of people who are
born into it,
who are being introduced into the economy through birth, it helps you to plan your education system, your social welfare system, and a whole lot of other areas of your economy. This should actually have taken off a long time ago. It's long overdue. Every state should have this, because overseas these things have been there. They've been there for decades, and it makes planning easy for them. They don't need to indulge in annual population census in order to know their population.
Yeah.
They just need to factor in all these things, and every year they update and they know their population on the average. Do you understand? And then it can help them to capture clusters of economic planning, how they plan each cluster, how they furnish each cluster with the required economic materials to support them in employment, education, transport, and what have you. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And so it is
commendable.
Yeah, it's a good one.
All right. In Ebonyi State, the host cities in the Nkalago industrial belt have declared support for the state government's multi-billion naira Abakaliki cement factory revival initiative, and they've signed a memorandum of understanding with the international technical partners to reconstruct and modernize the historic industrial complex.
And this is another good news, because I have always, argued that I don't understand why Ebonyi State should be sitting on so much wealth and still be struggling financially. Ebonyi has, in the calibration of the 5 southeastern states, if you map their solid mineral endowment, you'll find that Ebonyi State, ranks first.
Okay.
Yeah, they have the most when it comes to solid minerals. Nkalago has one of the finest deposits of what is it? Natural resource needed for cement production. Nkalago cement, those days when we were small, used to be the best cement in the country. It's binding agent. It's a binding agent that when you use it, you can use the block molded with it to break canal. Those days when we were small. But today, Dangote cement has flooded the market. And Dangote cement, even the best ranked politics of Dangote cement, has shown that, unfortunately, it cannot in any way match with Nkalago cement. And I don't understand why all the previous governors of Ebonyi State overlooked that sector. This is a sector that can create over 3,000 to 4,000 employment opportunities in the state. And it has a very huge multiplier effect in the state. If you manufacture cement in the place, the cluster of small sub-industries that grew up with the cement factory, those who supply the cement workers and all the contractors that work with them. So, but the governors have carefully or artfully or deliberately overlooked this vital area.
Or maybe they tried, but didn't, quite complete it before their tenure ran out.
Okay, that may be, but I don't really give them that excuse, because I don't give up. I don't like those who give up in vital things like that. Remember the First Republic, during the reign of Simon Bakwe in Imo State, Jim Wobodo in Enugu, and old Anambra State, and all those people. If you see what they achieved with little resources, if you see what they achieved, you will not accept these excuses for these current governors. Excuse me. So, you see, Nkalago cement is an industry worth venturing in by any governor in that state. because it will alleviate their suffering of their people.
Okay. Now, our last story for today. This is in Abia State, where we see the House of Assembly passing the House Bill 34 into law, establishing the Abia State Property and Tenancy Regulatory Authority to curb exorbitant rent prices and unethical practices by landlords and property agents in the state.
Yeah,
Finally, a state implements something that
yes,
or starts off something that we want to see.
That is a very thoughtful one by the governor, because ordinarily the argument of the landlords would be that cost of building materials skyrocket every year, and that you don't blame them, they have to recoup their investment, they are investors. And that is a plausible argument to make. But be that as it may, you also know that investment in real estate is an investment that outlives you, the investor. In fact, it even outlives your children. So it is not something you hurry to recoup within 5-10 years. Because if you look at the trajectory of rent increases in the country now, you find that rent increase outstrips the percentage increase in your ordinary income. So only the upper middle class and the bourgeoisies are the people who can comfortably afford rented properties in Nigeria. Most people are struggling, and it shouldn't be so. But then I also invite the government. The government has a role to play. It is not enough to enact this law. The government normally provides low-cost housing units to the public. The government can come for in Enugu now. One part of the projects of this sitting governor may be to provide 2,000 accommodations for people within the 8 years he will be in power. And these 2,000 accommodations doesn't need to be a very bogus ones. It can be a skyscraper, each of them containing up to 300 residents.
Okay.
If you build if it happens in so many other developed countries, all you need is have power that will always power the elevator, and that's all. Then provide the sewage system, quality facilities to support such large residential area. Do you understand? And this will minimize, it will downs the demand for commercial houses. And those ones provided by government are usually highly subsidized. So if the government is not helping in any way to cushion the demand for rented apartments, and they leave it totally in the hands of the private sector, it will be the private sector will treat it as a normal commercial good.
Yeah.
Yeah, they will get the best from it if you don't intervene just like the governor has intervened now. So fine, it is a good policy by the governor, but I also call on the governor to do more by personally intervening in the property market. The governor should, overseas, there's always what we call government residential areas, council buildings in UK. Those council buildings are properties owned by the government but rented to individuals at low, and they can be so massive. So it helps to reduce the price of rent. Our governors should copy this. Do you understand? Because as long as our population continues to increase, demand for housing will certainly
increase.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's all we have on the news bulletin segment. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be delving right into the conversation for the day. Stay with us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. Now to the conversation of the day. Today we're turning a spotlight to one of Nigeria's most industrious, trade-driven and entrepreneurial regions. And we're looking at the economy that shapes one of the defining issues affecting the lives of millions of Nigerians. For decades, the Southeast has been the engine room of small and medium enterprises in Nigeria. From Onitsha's sprawling markets to Aba's manufacturing hubs, to Nnewi's auto parts and Enugu's growing service sector. The region thrives on grit, innovation, and commerce. SMEs here don't just create jobs. They move the entire national supply chain. They are the engine of job creation, innovation, wealth generation, and community development. They range from manufacturers to artisans to traders, transport operators, agro-processors, technology startups, fashion designers, and service providers. Across the Southeast, where commerce, entrepreneurship, and small-scale businesses have traditionally been the backbone of economic prosperity, the realities of doing business are becoming increasingly complex. Rising inflation, fluctuating exchange rates, high energy costs, power infrastructure, poor infrastructure, insecurity, and shrinking consumer purchasing power have combined to create a business environment that many entrepreneurs describe as both challenging and unpredictable. Now today, the question we are asking is, the Southeast economy, is it an opportunity or additional burden? On one hand, we have massive opportunities. The Southeast sits at the intersection of trade routes in the North, South, and even West Africa. On the other hand, many business owners say the burden is getting heavier. Tax implications are one major talking point. Multiple taxation from federal, state, and local governments, levies by market associations, and new compliance requirements are squeezing margins. For an SME that's already battling with high cost of diesel, logistics, and raw materials, how much more can it absorb before it breaks? And that's where the heat today comes in. How will small businesses thrive in this environment? Can we create a tax regime that encourages growth instead of stifling it? Can we harmonize levies, improve access to finance, fix power and roads, and leverage technology so that Aba manufacturers and Onitsha traders don't just survive, but scale? Can the Southeast government turn these challenges into deliberate policies, industrial clusters, export processing zones, and SME-friendly tax incentives that transform burden into opportunity? And what role should financial institutions, business associations, and the private sector play in building a more resilient and competitive Southeast economy? I've already introduced my guest. He's an expert economist and financial analyst who has deep insight, who will give us deep insight into the Southeast economic landscape, policy, and small and medium enterprise development. Welcome once again.
Yeah, thank you very much.
It's quite apt that we've already had some of our news headlines help us introduce, the basis for the conversation we're having. So it's just going to be, from all angles. We're just discussing Southeast economy. It's a broad conversation that we wouldn't even know where to start from. So I'll just let you start. I mean, how has the Southeast economy transited from, being the biggest business hub, in the beginning of era, and then there was after the Civil War, people were giving 20 cents to, 20 cents to establish business, and then it has grown into what it is, and then we experience a decline. So how do we, with the evolution, taxation, innovation, science, technology, how has the Southeast economy, how would you say it has been able to scale in this, varying seasons and development stages?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, Southeast, before you analyze an economy, you look at the pillars of the economy. And the pillar starts with the individuals who are the Southeast people. These people are naturally traders and entrepreneurs. That is, it is in their blood.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Southeast itself happens to be at the crossroads. We are, insulated within a place where we can easily, commune with our brothers in the west
and in the north.
and our brothers in the north. And prior to the Civil War, Southeast actually incorporated the entire South-South, the place we call South-South today. Do you understand? It was the divide and rule, policy that carved out the South-South from the Southeast. And that was a political move in order to, suppress the Igbo man. Otherwise, the Southeast is also an ocean-facing economy. Our economy is also an ocean-facing economy. Coastal economies are known to develop rapidly because trade begins from the coasts. The ship carrying all sorts of trade items from distant parts of the world will always navigate through the coasts before they enter the hinterland. And that is why Lagos is what it is today, just because it is a coastal area. Remember what Lagos is today, Calabar used to be prior to our independence. What Lagos used to be, Calabar used to be, because, in fact, ships coming from Europe to Nigeria, for instance, vessels coming from Europe to Nigeria normally navigate across the South-South and Southeast before they get to Lagos. Do you understand? They normally, navigate across the Southeast before, betting at Lagos. So, when the South-South was eventually severed from the Southeast, it now looked like the Southeast is a landlocked area. But even with that, we know Onitsha is a coastal area. We know that Delta State, which is part of the Southeast, is a coastal area. Delta State is significantly part of the Southeast. It is a coastal area. So the Southeast economy has struggled mainly because of unfavorable government policies. And the glories of the Southeast, what we have achieved are essentially out of our own making. Not, we don't have much credit to give government and their policies. Like you rightly said, after the Civil War, an average Southeast that has a bank account was only given £20.
Okay, £20, yes.
They were only given £20. And the £20, you see people who were already very rich, like Sir Louis Odumegwu Ojukwu, who was the richest West African, even richest African at that time. It was his Rolls Royce that the country, Nigeria, hired. They begged, he didn't rent it to them. He gave it. It was a gift to Nigeria. Used it to carry Queen Elizabeth when she came to Nigeria for our independence. You can imagine how rich he was. He was lending money to the government. And that was why during the Civil War, it was essentially his stock of wealth that helped to fund the Civil War.
Civil War.
Yes. So whatever happens, we should be grateful to that family. So now imagine people like that being given just £20 after the war. And they still told us that there was no victor and no vanquish. But fast forward to today, I am very proud of the economy we have built. Yeah, we have not gotten where, to our destination. We are still, migrating to our destination. But I am proud that the economy of the Southeast has seen significant improvement in almost all its ramifications. Now, when you mentioned burden, the burden of taxation, I see that as a new, it's still new, because this taxation essentially entered the equation with this current government. We have not been known to tax our economy, our businessmen in the Southeast to death. except in this current dispensation. So the burden of tax, I would not say is the main problem that is creating burden on the Southeast before now. What has created the burden in the Southeast is the federal government policy. Now, the Southeast, we are traders, we are entrepreneurs, and by virtue of that, we import a lot. We trade with all parts of this world. We go to ends of the earth to trade. And for such people, if you don't have a seaport around them, you are not helping them at all. They understand. If you don't have a seaport to support trade, you are essentially stifling the growth, shrinking their margins and making life difficult for the traders. And now, why there's this huge migration to Lagos is because when you consider the cost of transporting your products from Lagos to the Southeast, you consider the shrinkage in margin, the risk on the road, and everything put together, you will find that trading in Lagos gives you a lot of advantage. And people are forced to go to Lagos. And by residing in Lagos and doing their businesses in Lagos, they deny the Southeast. They much implemented the policy that, banned almost the importation of nearly everything we were importing here in the Southeast. But he left the importation of lace, fabrics, and a few things that are basically used by our Western brothers. He left them still on the list that could be imported. I was then working with Citizens Bank, and I was in charge of, importing and exporting department of the bank. I stopped seeing businesses instantly. There was no month I wasn't processing up to 150 Form M's. Form M is the form you process for importing goods, and Form A's are the ones you process for exporting. I used to process up to 10 to 15 Form A's every month, and up to 150 to 200 Form M's every month. My table used to be a beehive of activities. But as soon as that policy was implemented, in a full month I will process only 5 Form M's, from 150 Form M's to 5, and I will process only 1 or 2 Form A's. Subsequently, our people sold their factories, sold their businesses in Onitsha, and went to Lagos. The VGC, there's a city in Lagos called VGC. If you go there, it is just Igbo people. The VGC you hear in Lagos today are just people who migrated from Southeast within this period and went and developed that place. They stayed there and started doing other businesses in Lagos. They couldn't continue with importation. You see how one single swipe of government policy can kill a people. And that is why it's important that your people are in government, because the political power sits above the economic power.
Okay, so that we often do not, publicly talk about or often discuss is the informal business. Because when we talk about taxation, we're talking about registered businesses. Now, we have lots of informal businesses that go on in the Southeast. People are selling water, people are selling, things on the street that if these people remit taxes or are properly documented and formalized, it will help boost. So why isn't there like a concentration on informal businesses to help boost the Southeastern economy?
Now, the informal businesses, honestly, most of them are struggling.
Okay.
Now, statistically, there is this baseline, there is this seeming agreement among analysts and economists that 1 out of about 8 or 9 informal businesses that start today will be there in the next 5 years. And 1 out of 10 will be there in the next 10 years. That is to say that the rate of atrophy is very high. That is the rate of death, decay and death in that area, in that informal sector is very high. And why is it so? Because the economy is very harsh.
Okay.
You are in an economy, you have mentioned that they are not properly documented and taxed. Yes, they are not, but they are taxed informally. And perhaps they are even taxed more than proportionately. Because if the government were to have a proper record of the informal businesses, the government will also know their needs. Because if you want to record them, it will not just be what are you doing, where's your address. You will know what he's doing, his needs, how can he be supported by the government, what does he want, where is he expecting to be in the next 5 years. Do you understand? What are his constraints? What does he see as his weaknesses? What are the threats around his business? So if some of this information could be obtained via proper documentation of the government will not only tax them properly, the government will also know they have a responsibility to support them to grow. Because you don't just see a business that is worth, let me say, 2 million naira in Nigeria today. And you know that if I'm doing a business worth 2 million naira, an informal business worth 2 million naira, you know that in a month, I may not be making more than 150,000 profit from that business. I may have a family of 5, so that even the 115,000 cannot in any way sufficiently support that family. So government that is well advised will then know that you cannot just tax these people anyhow. But rather what government does is immediately you open a shop here, they see a shop, however you manage to open it, you may have borrowed money from your community. You may have gone to your church to borrow money. You may have gone to money lender to borrow money. However, you have raised that capital to start that small, corner shop. The moment you open it, within 1 week, they will come. First of all, they will come and say, stop work. The following day, they will come and ask you and give you a receipt. You don't know who produced it and ask you for money. And the levies they ask you are varying. They can come tomorrow and ask you for registration, business premises, this, S1, they call it any. So by being so haphazard, do you understand, in approaching the tax structure of these people, you don't support them, you rather kill them. So I think the government is paying lip service to the informal sector. The government has not come out with a blueprint, a standard plan to support the informal sector. Because if you want to support the informal sector, you will link them to financing system. There should be a financing model to support them. In some countries, there are informal sector that are very crucial. Like I come to Enugu, I see that the kernel crushing subsector is very powerful in Enugu here. These people buy kernel from all over the southeast and beyond and crush it, and the vegetable oil we use here is essentially produced by these people. But you know why the atrophy rate in that sector is very high? Because you buy kernel at 10 naira today, tomorrow, in fact, the price of kernel can change 3 times within a day. And if the price of kernel can change 3 times within a day, then the big companies that are buying from you, that finally refine it into vegetable oil, they are big, they determine the price they buy. So you, the producer, is a price taker. You go to the market, the raw material person tells you how much he's selling his raw material. You have no control over that. And you buy it at an exorbitant price, you come. The person who takes it off from you tells you the price he's taking it. And they are a cartel. You know what I mean by a cartel?
Yes.
The buyers, those who offtake it from you, are few and big, individually big. They have formed a cartel that will influence the price. I'm just using this as an example. So this happens in so many other parts of the informal sector. So they are left to their own devices. They have no help from the government. So I expect a situation where the government should know that since we don't have much big industrial clusters in Enugu, employing people, or in other states in the southeast, employing people. And these are brothers are on their own, struggling to survive on their own, to create jobs. We have to incentivize them by channeling them to financing options. You understand? We can liaise with the banks to create a blanket surety. Blanket surety, I mean, the government can say, you see, this sector are handling out 1 billion naira for them. Lend them up to 1 billion. If they default, I'm paying up to 1 billion. And then the government, through its Ministry of Commerce and Ministry of Finance, in conjunction with the banks, will monitor these people who are borrowing this money and be sure that they are not, taking advantage of government benefit. Do you understand? To, use the money inefficiently. There are so many such things government can do to support the informal sector. I'm just giving you this example.
All right. Before we get into taxation and, how to revive the economy, there are also some other factors that have impeded on the southeastern economy. We have the inflation, we have the exchange rate, we have rising transportation costs, electricity shortages, insecurity, and declining purchasing power. What would you say has been amongst this, been the most or the highest rating impact that has caused, giving greatest impact on the SMEs, and why? And if we find them, how do we reconcile and turn it into something that can boost our economy?
Yeah, I must confess that inflation is a very big problem in the southeast and in Nigeria in general. With inflation, exchange rate automatically comes into play. When inflation shows the weak purchasing power of your currency, and it has a deeper meaning, because what inflation reflects is the lack of competitiveness in your own domestic economy. So when you don't have much competing power, because our methods here are still very crude, we cannot produce goods that are competitive in the international market. We depend on imported products. We cannot flood the international market with our products. When we take them there, oftentimes they don't meet the standard. Do you understand? So this is why we are like very vulnerable to what happens in the international market, because excuse me, once we are import dependent, the channel of impact of that inflation comes from buying from the outside world. Whatever happens there automatically transmits into our own local economy. So it affects what we do here. And it now means instability at home. And the worst thing that will happen to a businessman is when he cannot, calculate within the short and medium framework his business model. I cannot say, I will produce these units per day, and this I will say at this price. This is my marginal productivity rate. This is my marginal profit. And at this rate, at this run rate, I will run like this for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, and I can compute my profit for a quarter of the year and work towards it. And at the end of the quarter, you see yourself within that average. In a situation where you cannot do that, it is difficult to run a business. You may not even know when you're making a loss or when you're making a profit. You see yourself employing all kinds of devices to survive. That is why instability is a very, very, big enemy of a businessman, especially a producer. And this is why you see our people, reluctant to open up factories, manufacturing factories. They prefer to import, because when they import, with all the cost of the importation, they only need to add their margin. And then whatever the inflation be, they will just add it there and sell. But it does not help our economy. By so doing, we are rather killing our own domestic productivity capacity.
So are you saying that we don't rely on originality We don't trust ourselves to produce original.
No, it is not about trust.
Okay.
No, an average Igbo man, a Southeasterner, can do what you in the US can do. We can. The challenge is that when the environment is not congenial, and the environment, you know, there's nobody that produces that performs well alone on his own. Those doing it in US, they have the support of the government. The government has a lot of role to play. If there is no power, for instance, we don't have power. We don't have good roads. We don't have security. Transportation system is in very bad shape. And a lot of things are in shambles. You see, and all these things put together increase your cost. And not only your cost, they also increase the risk component of what you are doing. It now pays you to now, these people have taken the risk, they have done the production and done everything. Your own is to just sell the product. But the caveat there is that you are just selling for them and killing your own domestic economy. It's not as if we can't do well. But when the government fails to provide the, sound playing ground for you to do well, no matter how good you are, you won't do well. That is the problem we have. So, come back to your question. I think inflation, exchange rate, and government instability, policy instability by the government have, in the most part, been the greatest enemy of businesses in the Southeast.
Okay, why I asked the issue of originality is because we have a few, industries in the Southeast. We have the innocent, we've briefly mentioned earlier the cement factory at Nkalog they were trying to, revive. We have the Akwete fabrics in Omahia, Aba. We have the shoe production in Aba. And we have the Ledger iron melting site that, has taken years to revive. So is there a way these indigenous manufacturing companies can, because earlier you mentioned that the Southeasterners, we don't usually often rely on government allocations to build our own economy. Now with these, institutions that we have, the most formidable, I must say, is the footwear production in Aba and the innocent. These are two strong forces. What other, elements do we need to increase the economy so it doesn't look like it's one-sided? How do we balance with these industries that we have already that are formidable in the Southeast?
Yeah, I would say that there is no calculation. There is no calculation to boost our economy to the global light, to that extent that we are looking at, without factoring in government presence. Government must play a role.
Okay.
Because they sit on the resources that we have. And not only the resources, they also have the power of eminent domain. They are the people that can sign the MOUs, that will bring in partners from overseas, from all over, that will bring in the technology. Now, let me talk of Aba. You see, the footwear industry in Aba that we are praising, yes, they have been resilient, they've tried, they've survived over the years and thrived. But I can tell you, had government presence been shown in that area, the footwear, Aba can challenge Nike, they can challenge, name it, all these people that sponsor FIFA. You see them, you wear their footwear to play FIFA World Cup, Nike, and all of that. Aba that we have in Abia State can challenge them and match them only if we have the government support. All you need is to bring in the equipment. The people are there ready to work and hungry to work. And how can government help? You bring in the factory, bring in the sign MOU, bring in the equipment, bring in companies that will do it. Our people are already interested in it and they already know the skill. If we have the funding, to support them, these people can build this factory. The Nike factories you see in USA, we can build it in Aba and produce that same quality. The leather factories you see in Italy, we can build them in Kano.
Yeah.
We can build them in Kano. All this hide and skin that we call pomo and eat, It's a $1 million business, billion-dollar businesses that we are just wasting. We can build it and use it to support the footwear industry in Aba. And use it to support the leather industry in handbags, all those things. It's just that we seem to lose our thinking faculties in Africa because God has overblessed us with resources. Because if you go to these countries that are waxing very strong, they have nothing. The little they have, they optimize. You understand? Now, there is the garment industry in Aba you didn't even mention.
Okay.
There is a guy, a company that is manufacturing garments in Aba that has gone global. He, in the last trade fair held in China, that was in November last year, he was only African that was there. If you see his stand was just like the stand of D&G, Doors and Gabbana, all these Vichy, all these labels you see. I couldn't believe, and he was proudly hosting the flag of Nigeria and the destiny of Aba. It's from Abia State. That shows you what our people can do. The equity you're talking, all those things can be scaled up. They are all scalable, but government presence is needed. Now, for you to have a factory that employs up to 5,000 workers sewing clothes, do you understand? Because for labels like Gucci to put you in their retainership, you must have a factory that can produce, that can have up to 2,000 to 3,000 workers sewing. Do you understand? If you go to Bangladesh, you have them like that. And for you to have that large factory, you have to have power, good roads, everything needed, so that, because the people you see that are sewing, they are the final product. There are people who are packaging at the back office people who are packaging, and it is machines that help them to package. There are the logistic aspect of the business that we don't see. What we see is, you see a very huge open factory space where people are sewing, synchronized work going on everywhere. But at the back, you see those who are packaging them, you see the logistics, you see the finance. They have corporate finance arrangements. Those who are financing them, millions of dollars going. Those are the areas the government, no financing organization like International Finance Corporation now will come and lend money to me without the government backing. Because no matter how good I am, I'm a high risk. Do you understand? Okay. Yeah. No matter how good I am as an individual, I still stand as a high risk before them. They will need the soft landing of the government. So the government will come to back me up. That is where you see all these our people, they say they are our ambassadors. The job they should be doing. It is them that seal these deals overseas, and then we key in.
Them. All right, because of our time, we're really running out of time. Now we have agencies. We have, most recently, we have the SEDC, the Southeast Development Commission. Yeah. And we've seen government agency or state governments, pulling up policies, setting up structures to help boost the economy of the individual states and then in a collective. And also we have the tax reforms that was introduced early in the year. And I'm sure, or I am certain that, with the introduction of these reforms, it has in one way or another set, some sort of imbalance with the economy that it was trying to revive, and with the SMEs and everything. Now, with these policies, earlier we learned that the Abia State has introduced a policy for rent regulation. We've learned that in Kalagu is trying to revive, and some other things that the state government, even in Enugu State, has set up to help cut costs and try to, find a way to boost the economy. What other suggestion would you prefer to a system that needs to, rejig its economy and restore it to that once global, or bring it to a global stage as we, hope it will be?
The Southeast has a lot to do but the good thing is that we have the potentials to do it. First of all, we need to industrialize. And before we industrialize, we need to recognize the key pillars that will support industrialization. The governors in the 5 southeastern states should come to some kind of agreement. This Southeast Development Commission is a very, basic ground from where they can spring up. Now, if you come to Enugu, the 9th mile Oka corridor has been designated a free trade zone.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. This is still Aneke Brief. Now, we just in a moment gave our closing speeches from our guest, who was trying to tell us how governments can leverage on what is available to boost the economy. Let's in a minute.
I think all the government needs to do is synchronize the basic factors that are all known to help grow the economy. Synchronize them and then evaluate and support. That's basically what
in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Okay, I hope the government hears it, business owners hears it, that we need to synchronize our leverage to build and boost our economy. That's all we have today on the program. Thank you for staying with us. For comments and suggestions, follow us and drop your comments on the page, Aneke TV on Facebook and YouTube. Till I come your way again sometime Friday, I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a lovely day.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Ebonyi State, the salt of the nation. Located in the heart of southeastern Nigeria, is a story of transformation, resilience, and pride. Created on October 1, 1996, by the administration of General Sani Abacha, the state was carved out from parts of Enugu and Abia states. Its capital, Abakaliki, has grown from a quiet provincial settlement into one of the most rapidly developing urban centers in the region. The name Ebonyi is derived from the Ebonyi River, while its slogan, the salt of the nation, reflects the state's historic salt deposits in Amachara and Uburu, which were once central to trade and local industry. These salt lakes stand as living symbols of self-reliance and the resourcefulness of the Ebonyi people. Culturally, Ebonyi is a proud custodian of Igbo heritage. The people are known for their strong communal spirit, creativity, and deep connection to their traditions. The New Yam Festival, Ogene music, Nkwa Umuaboho dance, and the colorful displays of masquerades all reflect the beauty and vibrancy of the state's cultural life. In villages across the land, pottery, weaving, and blacksmithing are still practiced, reminding visitors that in Ebonyi, The past lives side by side with modern aspirations. Blessed with rich soil and abundant natural resources, Ebonyi is a major producer of rice, yam, cassava, maize, and palm produce. The Abakaliki rice mill, one of the oldest in Nigeria, remains a symbol of the state's agricultural heritage and its determination to feed the nation. Beneath its soil lie deposits of limestone, lead, zinc, marble, and of course, salt, all pointing to vast opportunities for industrial growth and investment. Over the years, Ebonyi has produced remarkable men and women who have made their mark on the national stage. Dr. Sam Egu, the state's first civilian governor and the former Minister of Education. Chief Martin Elichi, an accomplished administrator. Senator Anyim Pius Anyim, a former Senate President and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and Engineer David Umahi, a visionary leader and the current Minister of Works, all embody the drive and discipline that define the Ebonyi spirit. From education to public service, from entrepreneurship to civic leadership, Ebonians continue to excel and inspire a new, determined to shape a brighter future. The lessons from Ebonyi's story are clear. It teaches the power of vision, unity, and perseverance. It reminds us that no beginning is too humble and no dream too distant. Through hard work and community efforts, the people of Ebonyi have turned their challenges into opportunities, rewriting their destiny with faith and determination. Today, Ebonyi stands tall, a land of salt and substance, of culture and courage, of tradition and transformation. The salt of the nation continues to shine, seasoning the story of Nigeria with hope, progress, and pride.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Please and welcome to You and the Law, a program where we break down the law, defend your rights, and bring real legal issues to light. I'm your host, Gift Obodo, and today we are delving into the health sector to dig out some ignorance being fetched by some hospital or some people, which has cost the lives and, everything about people's rights in the field of today's world. And today we are going to treat it in such a way that will bring out some claims of ignorance which has broken down people in different areas of their life as regards to health. And to bring this down to us on today's program, we are bringing these to a very big and large gesture where we tell you that health is wealth, and if you don't have your health, you are not living as a human being. And to dissect this area and this topic, which is the medical negligence in hospitals today in Nigeria, we are bringing in an erudite barrister who has won so many high numerous private cases and has made great impact in the legal field. And to this effect, we are welcome Barrister Wabeze Ugu. Barrister, you're welcome to today's edition of You and the Law.
Thank you, my sister. Thank you, our viewers.
And to delve into this topic, before we dissect deeply to this topic, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to You and the Law program of the show, and this is our topic about medical negligence in Nigeria and when does a hospital become liable. Barrister, this has created so many outfits of questions in my mind, and one of it is at what point does a hospital become legally liable for the actions of its doctors, nurses and other staffs?
First, I think it would be correct to say that ordinarily a man ought to be liable both in law as well as in fact, in nature, before God, before man, for what he has done and not for what he has not done. I said ordinarily. But then it is very far from law. First and foremost, you understand that what the question you asked must be looked at from two prisms. One is from the angle of criminal law, and then the second, which appear what you are zeroing into, is from the angle of the law of thought. Now, you know that in law, every human being, I'm talking of criminal law now, every human being who is in any place in this country, whether he is in Enugu State or is in any other part of the country, we have the Criminal Code Act, which is the law of the Federation in charge of criminal code, criminal law, that creates offenses, which the Constitution has said very clearly in Section 36, subsection 11 or 12, that a man cannot be held to have committed any offense unless that offense and the penalty in respect of that offense is created and written down in a law that is existent before he committed that offense. Because the Constitution, I think in Section 36, subsection 10, also says, also bars the National Assembly, or indeed any other legislative house, from making a law that is ex post facto, that is, a law that has retrospective effect. The Constitution also in Section 4, I think subsection 9, said the same thing, because Section 4 deals on the legislative powers of the Federation. Now, it also says the same thing, that the National Assembly, or indeed any House of Assembly, or any legislative house, whether you have a substantive legislative power, or you have a or you have power to make what we call secondary law. By secondary law, I'm talking about things like the Constitution gave the Chief Justice of Nigeria power to make rules for the Supreme Court, gave the President of the Court of Appeal power to make rules for the Court of Appeal, gave the various chief judges rights to make rules for the high courts, the magistrate courts, gave the President Customary Court of Appeal power to make rules for the customary court, and a whole lot of things. Also gave some commissioners even, and ministers, power to make what we call subsidiary legislation, that is, make some rules to govern certain things in their various localities. Of course, you know that name with that quod non habet. Nobody can give what it doesn't have. So if a law gives you the right to make a subsidiary legislation, a secondary law, you can't go beyond the powers that has been given to you. So now, if the Constitution has said you can't make a law that will have retrospective effect, the Constitution means every word of it. Because the lawgiver is assumed to be very, very serious in everything that the lawgiver has said. And you can't misinterpret the law in order to assume the power, assume the jurisdiction that the law has not given to you. When you see was, you begin to interpret it as is in order for you to have the power to do a thing which ordinarily you know the law does not allow you to do. So now, the criminal law has stated what you ought to do and what you ought not to do. The criminal law also says that if you are supposed to do something and you fail to do it, you have committed a criminal offense. If you are not supposed to do something and you do it, you have committed a criminal offense. If you are supposed to do certain things to dissuade somebody from doing a thing and you don't do it, you committed a criminal offense. That's what we call accessory before the fact. You also have accessory during the fact. That while this offense, somebody is performing an act which ordinarily is an offense, you just saw it and you looked as right instead of telling my brother, this you are doing now is not, stop it, don't do it. You are going against the criminal law. You are committing an offense during the fact. You can also commit an offense. You can also be an accessory after the fact. So you have an accessory before the fact, an accessory during the fact, and an accessory after the fact. Accessory after the fact is somebody has committed an offense already. You are now shielding him from the law. Accessory after the fact. You are shielding him from being exposed for the police to catch him. Accessory after the fact. The police is chasing him. You are hiding him, or you are making it possible for him to get away, accessory after the fact, and such things. So that is also a criminal offense. So there are a lot of ways by which one can commit a criminal offense. So by your question, I did say that there are two aspects. You must look at it from two parts of the law. I've talked about the criminal law. I'm now going into the civil wrong that the person has committed. That is in the law of tort. We call it in civil, we say wrong, but in criminal it's an offense. So now under the civil law, a tort is anything, any act or abstinence from performing an act which causes somebody a damage. If you do something, anything whatsoever, that causes somebody damage, causes somebody loss, causes somebody to suffer anything, anything that causes somebody agony of a class, of a level that is assumed to be torturous, you have committed the thought of, there are several wrongs on that thought, but most importantly, the one you are dealing on now is the thought of negligence. That is the medical field. How will it be said that a medical doctor has committed negligence? You know, in the medical profession, every profession, not only in Nigeria but even outside Nigeria, has rules that guide the practitioners of that profession. Now, one of the rules that guides the medical profession as well as most other professions is that you are supposed to ensure that when you are attending to somebody in your professional capacity, that you ensure that the greatest thing should be the person's interest. Interest. To stay alive, interest. Not to suffer more after taking the medicine you have given to the person. Because you know that in medicine, I've not seen that drug that does not have side effects. Even the most common one, like paracetamol, APC, their side effects, even their side effect is much. So every medicine, that's why any good doctor will tell you that medicine is no food. So some persons will tell you, continue to take this medicine, continue to take that medicine. No, medicine is not food. So you are supposed to first and foremost eat food, eat balanced diet. It's only when, in fact, my personal physician, an internist, when he was alive, Professor Picardo, he used to tell me, there are many times I'll come to him and tell him I'm sick, I'm this. After discussing with me and examining me, he will tell me, he won't give me any single thing. He will tell me what to do. Either you need rest, go and rest very well, or you are not feeding well, because sometimes I may not eat from morning till even 12 midnight. So the man will say, you are not eating well, go and eat well. You don't have problem. Go and sleep well. You don't have problem. And when I do what I said, at the end of the day, I will be okay. So now, when you talk of medical negligence, you are saying that somebody who who is a medical doctor, when you're a medical doctor, you have a duty of care. So actually, I think I should start by saying that for somebody to be negligent in anything, the person must owe a duty of care. He must have a duty of care over what he's doing, over the person he's attending to. Now, if you have that duty of care must exist. If it doesn't exist, then there's no tort, no tortious liability. But if he has a duty of care, yes, and he fails to take that care, to observe those things that he ought to observe, in order to ensure that duty he owes is creditably discharged. If he does not, then he is said to have failed to exercise that duty of care. And of course, he has committed a tort. Somebody, a medical doctor, may do something or fail to do something, and he does not intend, it's not his desire. When he was doing it, he didn't want to get this person, he's either getting sick or commit any wrong on him or do anything against his interest. But at the end of the day, that thing costs damage or costs something against his client. He has also committed the tort of negligence. not considering the fact that he didn't will it from day one. That's the major difference between the law of crime and the law of tort. In crime, there are two elements. You have the mental element. First, you have the actus reus, that is the physical element. Then you have mens rea, the mental element. Now, it is in criminal law, physical element means the act itself. You slapped somebody. That's actus reus. That is the physical element. For that physical element, for that act to become an offense, then there must be mental element in it. So the two elements must be present for any act to become an offense. Now that mental element is that your mind must accompany the act. You must intend to slap, because you can slap mistakenly without knowing. You may probably something is scratching you at the back. You want to scratch it. As you are doing your hand like this, you didn't know that somebody extended his hand to shake you. You have slapped the person's hand.
Sorry for cutting you short. I want, in this aspect of medical negligence, like you said, when it comes to thoughts, now, we see most Nigerian setting, most precise, that some of these doctors on purpose do not do the things they are, they are required to do. Such a way that you have some patients. I've seen some cases where some patients come early to the hospital, and they stay like 5 to 10 hours waiting for the doctor to arrive, and nobody to care for. At this point, when most of the times when the doctors arrive, they just attend to, they'll be like, they have so many patients to attend to. Before it reaches to them, you see, those health issues they have, if it's supposed to be cared for before it lingers, you see, these things, don't you see it as negligence on the hospital?
Certainly. There is no doubt that it is negligent. You actually acts of vicarious liability. I was getting to it. That is, because I said that ordinarily a man should not be held accountable, held to be wrong for a thing that he didn't do. But then that is not in the law of tort. And of course, I have also described not in the law of crime. In the law of tort, one can be vicariously liable for a thing he didn't do. That's exactly what we're saying. It's true that the doctor came late, but there are people, there are nurses and other staff of that hospital who were there before the doctor came. They saw that this person's own case is very, very serious. His own case demands an emergency, because it's an emergency situation. It is their duty to even call the doctor and tell him there's an emergency case here. Something needs to be done very, very urgently to ensure that there's no fatality, there's no death, there's no serious harm caused to the person. Because medicine is a thing that when anything goes wrong in somebody's body, if you don't do something immediately to reverse it, you leave it for a long time, it can get to a point a point when it will be reversible. Even if you now do something, whatever you have done will not scarf the problem. It won't be able to solve the problem. So now, it is the duty of those people in the hospital. The doctor cannot give excuse that he came and was seeing people the way they came. No, he came, saw number 1 first, number 2 first, second, number 3, number 4. No, you must attend to people whose cases are more serious, whose cases are emergency, whose cases, well, you know that a lot will go wrong in the person's body if you don't attend to the person immediately. Like an accident patient. Somebody had an accident, the blood is gushing out of the person's body. The person enters the hospital. You tell me that you leave the person and start attending to other outpatient people who are just sitting down relaxing until you get to his turn. Of course, you will not only be held to be negligent
and to have committed a tort, you'll also be held. You'll also be held to have committed offense under the criminal law. So you'll not only go to prison, you may most likely also lose your certificate, your practicing license as a medical doctor, and also go to prison. So, and even pay damages, just like the case of Michael Jackson. The person who was supposed to be looking after him, a medical doctor, instead of looking after him, was on the phone discussing, chatting with his friends and relations. He was telling them, guess who I'm looking after? It is Michael Jackson. And Michael Jackson was dying. He was still on phone when Michael Jackson reached a point of no return. He died. And of course, at the end of the day, the medical doctor was sent to prison. He lost his practice license. He lost his certificate. He was in prison. He also paid damages to the family of Michael Jackson. And you see, the damages the court may tell you to pay, you may not even be able to pay it. They will sell everything you have. You are still not able to pay. And you know, when the law really is that if damages is awarded against you and everything you have is sold and you are still not able to pay the entire thing you've been told to pay, there are a lot that could happen really, but we don't usually do it in this country.
So, Barrister, I want to ask if a government-owned hospital can also be sued like a private hospital.
There is, insofar as negligence is concerned, insofar as the law of crime is concerned, there is no difference between the government hospital and the private hospital. A government hospital has a law that set it up, has rules. That government hospital has imposed duty on all the staff of that hospital by the law that set up the hospital, and by the rules that also govern, because the law may also give the chief medical director the power to make rules, to guide this one, guide that one, guide this one, guide that one. So, if anybody in that hospital goes against the law, and the act that he has committed, which is against the law, becomes a tortious act, imposes injury on somebody, on a patient who came to the hospital, somebody dies, you forget scissors in somebody's stomach when you are performing surgery, you forget towel in somebody's stomach, all that. You cannot say that because this is a government hospital, you will not be liable. You are fully liable as if you were to a private hospital. You also cannot say that the hospital will not be held to be liable for that act that you committed. That's when I mentioned vicarious liability. The hospital didn't do it physically. Hospital is not a human being. It's not a natural person, but it's an artificial person. In as much as the hospital didn't commit that physically, the hospital will also be held to have committed it vicariously. It committed it to his staff. So it is not only the person you will sue when you are going to court. You are also going to sue the hospital. The reason why you have to sue the hospital is because the hospital has also committed a wrong. The most important reason why you must also sue the hospital is that when the court awards damages in your favor, that doctor or nurse or whoever may not have money to pay you. It is now the hospital that will pay you. That's why you need to join the hospital. And again, remember, yes, the hospital is the principal. The person who committed the act is the servant. It is important for you to sue the principal as well as the servant, so that both of them will be there. Even the fact that the hospital is also there, you bring the law. The law of this hospital said you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do it. You have done it. But the hospital is still not exonerated because it was the staff that did it against the instruction of the hospital. The hospital is still vicariously liable.
I want to make an illustration which happens on everyday basis when you go to visit the hospital. Now, what if there is an emergency case? A person runs to the hospital, carrying a loved one who is seriously injured or very sick, and at that point he is not able to pay some bills, which is accrued for him to be paid for the patient to be treated. And at that point, the hospital refuses to treat such patient. And at that point, he or she, the patient, loses his life. Now, the aggrieved family of the patient sues the hospital at this point. Do you think they will win?
Of course they will. They will.
Even if the hospital actually did not treat them because they are not able to pay the actual amount.
You see, let me start my illustration from my own field, the legal profession. The legal profession, we have the rules of professional conduct. Outside the Legal Professionals Act, outside the law, we have the rules. Outside the medical law, they also have the rules. Now, we have several duties of care in law. The first duty of care that we owe is the one we owe to the court. The one we owe to the public even. We have duty of care owed to the public, comes first. Then the duty of care to the court, second, before the duty you owe your client. So you are acting for Mr. A, but the duty you owe to the court and the public is more than the one you owe to your client. So you can't, because your client has paid you, you are acting for him. You go and do something, or you tell him to do something that goes against the public interest, or against the interest of the court. So you must place those ones first. So the medical doctor, the nurse, anybody working in the hospital knows that the duty of care to save life is more important than any other duty. If somebody comes to your hospital or clinic, probably an accident victim, or there's even one particular aspect that's very important. Somebody that is shot by someone that sustained bullet wound. I'm getting to that, but that's very important that we should actually look at again in this country. Now, if somebody, an accident victim, is brought to your hospital, the person, you see that this person is bleeding very profusely and may die in the next few seconds or in the next few minutes if not attended to, it will be wrong for you to insist that he must pay before you touch him. If he dies in such a circumstance, that person must be held legally accountable. He must be held to have been been a party, to have contributed in the death of that person. So he has not only committed a criminal offense, he may be charged to court even for murder, depending on the way it is looked at. And of course, murder is a capital offense. It attracts life imprisonment if it is said to be a manslaughter. But if it is murder simpliciter, is that sentence. Now, again, outside the criminal law, there are several other offenses that can be charged against that person. It's not just murder, depending on the facts, the particular facts of that case. But outside that, when we now come to the civil law, that person who refused to attend somebody, unless he brings money, and perchance that person dies, there is no amount of, there's nothing you will say that will exculpate you from the person's death. That person, if his family sues the doctor or sues the hospital, his family will get damages. His family will even, the court can even say, I'm revoking your certificate as a medical doctor. I am doing this, I am doing that. So when it is important, in this country, we do a law that is wrong. When somebody dies out of the negligence of a medical doctor, we say it is the way God wants it. How can God want it like that? God never wanted it that way. A client of mine, told me that he visited somebody in a country in Europe, and this person told him that in the last 21 years that he's been in that country, that it was only one person that has died out of childbirth. One person. In 21 years in a particular country in Europe. And for that one person that died, that the government closed that hospital and took away the certificate of the medical doctor and sent him to prison. Ask yourself, how many persons die out of childbirth in Enugu alone every day, let alone the rest of the country? So it is because when anything happens, when a doctor is negligent, when a doctor performs surgery and forgets scissors in somebody's stomach, or forgets a scalpel in somebody's stomach, or forgets, the other day someone called me and said his wife, a doctor operated on his wife in September last year and forgot towel inside the stomach of his wife, and he's been carrying his wife everywhere. They keep saying there's something there. He has done a lot of scan, nothing was seen. He went back to that same hospital the second time this year. They opened it again and said they didn't see anything. But he now he kept going from one hospital because this woman was continuously sick. At the end of the day, he now went to another hospital where they operated on this lady and brought out a towel. So you can imagine. And at the end of the day, the man still said it is the way God wanted it. If we continue to say that is the way God wants it, is the way God wants it, I do not know how we will ever develop.
Thank you so much, Barrister, for this powerful legal insights they have given to us based on health and negligence of common hospitals. And today we are concluding on today's show on you and the law, and to tell you that the first step to protect yourself is knowing your rights and to protect all those around you. One thing is that someone must be held accountable for each of the actions and the deed done to every person. So as you are, as a human being, if you know that your right has been infringed by these medical professionals, and the next and available step to take is to call and seek the advice of a legal practitioner to tell you on the ways and the steps, following the powerful insight of Barrister here, who has taught us and told us a way which we can improvise when we come to this situation. And to this, until next time, I'm your host. Bye-bye. Thank you for joining us on Aneke TV.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Chimamanda Adichie. Adichie gives voice to African identity in a global world. From half of a yellow sun to her TED Talks, she speaks truth with elegance. She urges us to reject the single story and celebrate complexity, a modern cultural beacon.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.